This young Special Forces soldier is currently hunting down a notorious criminal to reclaim a national treasure. After 3 days and 3 nights of no food, no sleep, and endless pursuit, both sides were finally exhausted. Having no other choice, the criminal had to speak first to convince Gu Beiqing to give up. "You chased me for 3 days and 3 nights, now all your men are dead. Is this what you want?" Even though he was exhausted, Gu Beiqing still refused to compromise. Just like that, Gu Beiqing flew straight toward the criminal. Seeing that he could not convince the other party, the criminal immediately pulled out his weapon in protest. Fortunately, Gu Beiqing reacted in time and skillfully avoided the first bullet. Then, while the criminal's gun was stuck, I immediately punched him in the face. During the struggle, the treasure carefully kept in the wooden box was suddenly thrown out. Immediately, both Gu Beiqing and the criminal risked their lives to rush forward to snatch the treasure. Unfortunately, the criminal was now in a better position, so he had the opportunity to attack Gu Beiqing. However, at the crucial moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the two people from the sky, accidentally hit the treasure and caused an explosion. Under the impact of the explosion, both Gu Beiqing and the criminal were swept away. When he opened his eyes again, Gu Beiqing was already on top of a girl. He even buried his face in her breasts. Faced with this awkward situation, both he and the girl froze for a moment before coming back to their senses. Immediately after, Gu Beiqing hurriedly looked around and discovered that the surrounding scenery had completely changed. Not only that, there was also a strange girl dressed in ancient costume, and several masked assassins. Gu Beiqing mistakenly thought that this was a film set and these people were actors filming. While the young man was still bewildered, the girl suddenly gave him a blow that made him feel as if he had lost his virginity. Pain feels like 9 suns. After that, the girl no longer cared about him and immediately drew her sword, charging into the fray with the assassins. Gu Beiqing had to lie on the ground for a while because of the pain, but very quickly after that, he smelled blood in the air and realized this was not a movie. But before he could react or do anything, an assassin stepped on his head to use it as a stepping stone, aimed at attacking the man in the costume. At the critical moment, Gu Beiqing suddenly rose up and threw the assassin backward. By the way, save a man's life. Witnessing this scene of a fierce tiger descending the mountain toward the young man, the remaining guys could only stare, not knowing what to say. "I hate it most when other people touch my head, and you just stepped on it." Immediately afterward, the assassins rushed forward to attack Gu Beiqing. But just relying on their few cat-scratching martial arts skills, how can they defeat you? Gu Beiqing quickly knocked out the whole gang. "You guys are skilled enough to want to rob, go home and raise pigs." However, the remaining assassins still didn't seem to have learned their lesson. Not only was he tactless, he also dared to use the girl as a hostage to threaten Gu Beiqing. "Don't move, or she will lose her life. Our target is not you, don't interfere in this matter." Main was like, "Oh, your dad is scared of you again." Immediately afterward, Gu Beiqing distracted the assassins. Then, take advantage of the moment when they are not paying attention to ambush them with a little leaf-flying dagger move. That way, he could log out one person and save the girl at the same time. But unexpectedly, during the struggle, Gu Beiqing accidentally tore the girl's shirt. Accidentally put both of them in an awkward situation. Meanwhile, the remaining assassins, fearing for their lives, fled. Although the girl at that moment really wanted to ask about Gu Beiqing's 18 generations of ancestors. But because someone was injured, she had to leave the young man's mother alone to go save others. Luckily, thanks to God, the man only suffered injuries to his leg, which were not life-threatening. But when he saw the girl hastily bandaging him with a torn cloth, Gu Beiqing couldn't help but warn them. "Hey, don't be so careless. Not only will it not stop the bleeding, but it will also cause the wound to become infected. Let me try it." Having said that, the young man conveniently tore another piece of the girl's shirt to administer first aid to the man. At the same time, don't forget to guide them on how to do it. You have to squeeze the artery that connects to the heart, understand? That will stop the bleeding. Heart, artery, what are you talking about? Obviously, neither the girl nor the man understood what Gu Beiqing said. Makes him completely confused. Because this is just the most basic medical knowledge that any normal person knows. Are you really crazy or fake? Don't you know elementary school knowledge? What era is this? The young man had not finished speaking yet. The hot-tempered girl immediately drew her sword and pointed it at him, suspecting him of being a spy for the enemy country. "It is now the Tang Empire Wuda, Year 8. You bastard, don't even try to fool me." At first, Gu Beiqing thought the girl had been kicked in the head by a donkey, so he started talking nonsense. But after thinking about it for a bit, the young man was shocked to realize that this was not a joke, but the truth. Current dynasty. Damn, I've crossed over to that version. After that, Gu Beicheng had no choice but to accept and follow the two. On the way, he accidentally learned the man's true identity. It turned out that he was Fang Xianling, a famous honest official who had served the Tang dynasty emperor. As for the girl, she remained silent throughout the journey. So, he simply thought she was Fang Xianling's guard. Although I was engrossed in talking to him, but Gu Beicheng still subtly realized that the girl was unable to keep up because the hem of her dress was tangled behind her. So, he came back to help her. If you keep dragging it like that to Taiyuan City, I'm afraid it will tear completely, isn't it because of the person who tore it? Without waiting for the girl to react, Gu Beicheng quickly took action. Turn a long, conservative dress into a short, skimpy one in seconds. He even had the nerve to ask Fang Xianling for her opinion. Very good, like this, it's not stuck anymore. Master Fang, how do you feel? Very, very good. This old man is very honest, seeing a beautiful girl makes his nose bleed. Suddenly, his intuition told him that something was wrong, causing him to immediately ask Fang Xianling and the girl to confirm again. Are you sure it will be safe to go to Taiyuan City? You wipe your nosebleed first. As long as we enter the city, the government office will protect us. There are still soldiers there, so they won't be able to do anything. Even though the girl assured him, Gu Beicheng was still not reassured, so instead of continuing on his way, he stopped and lit a fire, not forgetting to explain it to the two of them. About why I have to do this. Last night was to avoid the assassins. Now they're here. Only by treating the wound first can it not spread throughout the body. However, the girls still did not understand why Gu Beicheng did this. What the hell does stitching a wound have to do with lighting a fire? Anyway, people back then were not as aware of medicine as they are today. So, he had to explain more about sterilizing bacteria at high temperatures, to avoid infection when suturing wounds. After hearing Gu Beicheng's words, Fang Xianling immediately misunderstood that he knew medical skills, so she was extremely impressed. Little brother, you know medicine too. Know a little bit about first aid on the battlefield. Can deal with minor injuries, no problem. While Gu Beicheng was treating Fang Xianling's wounds, the girl retreated to a nearby area to keep watch. And just as Gu Beicheng had predicted earlier, the assassins last night really followed the three of them all the way here. They were so close that the girl could feel them. Looks like there are people. I have a feeling we're surrounded. Plus, more than yesterday. Immediately after that, the girl did not hesitate to volunteer to stay and hold off the enemy. Let Gu Beicheng knock, Fang Xianling run first. However, Gu Beicheng had already finished stitching up Fang Xianling's wound. If you move now, the stitches will tear. So, he wanted to personally go and deal with the assassins. And the girl will stay to protect him. Don't worry, Master Fang's bodyguard is fine. If we talk about fighting in the deep forest, we are their grandfathers. On this side, the assassins immediately attacked when they saw Gu Beicheng's group take a defensive stance. Being so vigilant, he had already guessed that the matter would be exposed, so he immediately changed his plan. They must have noticed our siege. Therefore, I dare not risk moving forward. That's good too. Wait until the assassins are in position, and we can send them on their way. But where did that western region brat run off to? Leave him alone, he is not our target. The two assassins were still engrossed in their conversation, unaware that Gu Beicheng secretly approached them to gather more information. From their words, he learned that this was a group of assassins. Belongs to an elite assassin organization under the Crown Prince. Consisting of 4 groups, Feng, Lin, Hua, Shan, specially trained in Fusang country. Especially the Feng group, who specialize in assassination, came without knowing. Go to hell, deal with the target in front of you. After achieving the goal, Gu Beicheng quickly approached the 2 assassins and, without hesitation, logged them out of the Earth server. Meanwhile, their accomplices were still waiting for the signal. Finally, out of patience, these 2 men took matters into their own hands. However, before they could show it, they were caught. A guy was excitedly and confidently showing off his skills when he got shot in the head, then exiting the server. Seeing that, the remaining one immediately jumped off the tree branch and narrowly avoided the next arrow. Not stopping there, he even risked turning back to attack Gu Beicheng from behind. But he didn't expect that Gu Beicheng would easily dodge them all, even counterattacked and seriously injured him. At this point, seeing that the situation was not good, the assassin created a smokescreen to escape. But before he could run, Gu Beicheng stabbed him in the ribs. In fact, Gu Gu Beicheng had no intention of letting the assassin go offline right away, because he still wanted to dig up more information. However, immediately after being threatened by him, he committed suicide by biting the poison in his mouth. Obviously, the assassins this time were not like the cowards from before. Gu Beicheng's intuition told him that these people were definitely not easy to deal with. After that, the young man did not rush back to Fang Xianling and the girl. Instead, he leisurely wandered around the area to check for any remaining assassins. And as expected, as soon as he got close to a tree, Gu Beicheng quickly saw through their amateurish disguise. Without hesitation, the young man kicked the spot where the assassin was hiding, then conveniently sent him off to meet his ancestors. The second dwarf hiding underwater was even more unlucky. After being discovered by Gu Beicheng, not only was he played a painful trick by him, but he was also logged out in an extremely unsightly manner. At first, the young scholar deliberately lured the assassin by throwing stones into the water, made him so angry that he had to ask about his mother. "Fuck, your mother." And as soon as he surfaced, he immediately fed him a huge rock. Before going to find his next prey, Gu Beicheng did not forget to teach the assassin a lesson. "I won't hold it against you this time. Be careful what you say next time." Then the young man continued his path of great slaughter, consecutively kill all the assassins hiding in the forest. Finally, the survivors could no longer sit idly by in the face of this situation. But we must immediately gather in one place to discuss changing tactics. Is it just us left? Who the hell is that person who can break our secret magic? Immediately summon 3 more groups. Lin, Hua, Shan. Must eliminate him. However, before the assassins could act, Beicheng suddenly jumped out from the bushes, and sent a fellow comrade logging out right in front of them. At this time, Fang Xianling's side had also arrived. As soon as they saw the assassin's corpse, the girl immediately realized that these people's true identities were those of the Crown Prince's organization. Even in her extreme confusion, she blurted out, calling the prince Big Brother, causing Gu Beicheng to have doubts. At this point, he also asked the girl directly, "It seems you're familiar with this ninja. Isn't it time you told me the truth? I don't believe that ordinary bandits or assassins have ninjas appear. Is someone blocking you from entering Taiyuan City?" Actually, Gu Beicheng had already vaguely guessed some parts, but he still needed confirmation from them to be more certain. Furthermore, from the very beginning, he had noticed the unusual attitude between Fang Xianling and the girl, making him even more skeptical of the girl's true identity. Absolutely not an ordinary female guard. The girl saw it and couldn't hide it anymore. Had to reveal his true identity to Gu Beicheng. It turned out that she was the emperor's daughter, Princess Pingyang, Li Ruowei. Gu Beicheng, after hearing her words, did not have any special reaction. Just nodded as if he had expected this. After that, they both fell into silence. And it took a while to realize that something was wrong. "Didn't you guess? What the hell is this? Don't come here, let me calm down a little." Honestly, the young man did not foresee this scenario, so he was a bit slow. And as soon as he learned the true identity of the girl in front of him, he wished he could slap himself in the face twice. Because at first, he simply thought that she was Fang Xuanling's daughter. I didn't expect her to be the princess of the Tang Empire. Moreover, when we first met, Gu Beicheng did all sorts of things to make it difficult for me to speak. Which is burying his face in her breasts, which is tearing her clothes. These 2 sins alone are enough for a young man to be reincarnated. Not to mention the fact that he had interfered with the royal family's internal stonework. Seeing the young man's head covered in sweat, Fang Xianling immediately spoke up to reassure him. "Ignorance is innocence, so you don't need to worry. The crime of bullying the princess before will definitely not be overlooked. But on one condition, both of them must arrive safely in Taiyuan City. If anything happens to them, this debt will definitely be on your hands." To make the threat more dangerous, this slippery old man deliberately emphasized. By that time, the world is so big that there is no place for the young hero. Young hero, that son of a bitch, is worthy of being an old fox who has been on the battlefield for many years. No wonder Gu Beicheng couldn't compete with him. Meanwhile, Princess Li Ruowei had a more sincere attitude. "This matter concerns the life and death of the people of Taiyuan City. Please help us fulfill it." Ruowei was extremely grateful. After thinking for a bit, Gu Beicheng asked her directly which of the 2 elder brothers, Li Jianqing and Li Shimin, whose side does she choose to stand on. At this point, Li Ruowei did not hide anything and frankly shared it with him. It was Fang Xianling's trip to Taiyuan City to investigate the matter of Crown Prince Tengwu cutting military provisions. Therefore, the fact that they encountered an assassin on the way was definitely the Crown Prince's doing. This also means that Li Ruowei is currently not on the side of Crown Prince Li Jianqing, the one who failed in the struggle for imperial power in history. After confirming, Gu Beiqing was relieved and agreed to help her and Fang Xianling get to Taiyuan City safely. On the other hand, Princess Li Ruowei had begun to doubt Gu Beiqing's true identity in her heart. Because if it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare call the current prince and crown prince by those names. Moreover, from his outfit, weapon, and movement, in her eyes, everything seemed incredibly magical. On the other side, in Chang'an City, at the eastern palace of the reigning crown prince, Li Jianqing was a little angry at his subordinates for not being able to deal with Fang Xianling and Li Ruowei. A woman and an old man can't even solve this. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Faced with his master's wrath, the subordinate could only kneel on the ground. The subordinate heard the report. A master appeared, probably sent by Lord Qin to escort. Lord Qin, in his words, was Li Jianqing's rival for the throne. Also, the emperor's second son, Li Shimin. So, as soon as he heard that this matter was related to Li Shimin, Li Jianqing became even more angry. Seeing this, the general on the crown prince's side immediately proposed a plan. Tomorrow, they will arrive at Taiyuan City. I will personally lead the troops to infiltrate the mansion and assassinate them. We must not let that old man, Fang Xianling, cause trouble. However, Li Jianqing did not want such trouble, because he knew clearly that, even if they sent Fang Xianling to hell, then his father will also send someone else to Taiyuan City to replace him. So Li Jianqing was determined to eradicate all the troubles at once. By flattening the entire Taiyuan City and ordering his subordinates to turn all the people there into skeletons. Although they knew the crown prince was notoriously cruel, his subordinates still could not have anticipated his decision. On this side, Fang Xianling and Li Ruo, under the escort of Gu Beiqing, finally arrived at Taiyuan City safely. To avoid revealing their identities, the two of them disguised themselves as civilians before entering the city. Meanwhile, Gu Beiqing was still busy observing everything around him. Because, for the first time, I saw the life and roads of ancient people. Seeing that he looked confused, they reminded him, quickly, line up to enter the city. Come on, don't just stand there. Just go into the city. Why bother? Does your hometown not have any checks when entering the city? This matter is related to public security. If there is any negligence, one will have to bear serious consequences. As a transmigrator, Gu Beiqing naturally did not know about the laws of feudal times. So, when asked by Fang Xianling, he could only awkwardly explain that he was from the countryside and had never been to the city before. While the three were standing in line to enter the city, a group of officials approached. He shouted and yelled at people to get out of the way for the Mandarin to pass. The fat man sitting on the sedan chair was the son of the admiral of Taiyuan City, Xin Jianliang. While everyone was dispersing, a woman with a small child was unable to get out of the way of the fat man's palanquin. The corrupt official saw that and immediately raised his foot to kick the child who was sitting, crying in the middle of the road. Faced with a critical situation, Gu Beiqing did not hesitate to step forward to protect the child, much to everyone's surprise. As for Fang Xianling and the princess, they didn't understand why the young man suddenly went there to be a hero. Facing 3 or 4 corrupt officials with weapons at their sides, Gu Beiqing not only was not afraid but also stood up to shield the mother and child in their escape. At the same time, he also frankly questioned these inhuman people in front of the public. Soldiers are raised by the people, can't you have a little conscience? Seeing the young man being so bold and daring to play such a big game, Fang Xianling and the princess could only sit in a corner and pray to heaven and Buddha. I hope this idiot doesn't argue with the corrupt officials. Otherwise, their secret investigation trip would go up in smoke. At this moment, the fat man sitting on the palanquin suddenly ordered the officials to kill Gu Beiqing and the people blocking the way. Honestly speaking, Gu Beiqing didn't want to get physical at all, but because this fat guy is too cruel, treating human lives like trash, he cannot forgive him. This time, the fat guy came for business, so he had a cold, windy night with the main character. Without waiting for the corrupt officials to react, Gu Beiqing quickly rushed towards the fat man and launched a beautifully executed kick at his palanquin. You pighead, I've put up with you for a long time. Seeing that things had gone too far, the whole room, along with Xianling and the princess, could only lament at that moment. Then they suffered a heart attack on the spot. As for the fat guy, after receiving a kick from Gu Beiqing, he flew about 10 meters away. He coughed up blood and passed out, fucking unconscious. But Gu Beiqing was still not satisfied. Not only did he refuse to leave, but he also lingered to curse, causing both Fang Xianling and the princess to struggle and pull away helplessly. On the other hand, the common people, after witnessing this scene with the young man, were extremely frightened. They are about to receive a death sentence. You guys are using an assassin. The one will be persecuted forever. Run away. After hearing this, Princess Ruowei was extremely surprised. I don't understand why beating this stupid fat guy is related to the extermination of the entire family. At that moment, the fat guy crawled up and used the old man's name to threaten everyone. He looks just like a brat, always asking to find his father. Like, do you know who my father is? But actually, his old man is the admiral of Taiyuan City. Under his command are 100,000 soldiers, so he is no different from a little god here. No wonder you dare to be so bold and harm the common people. Coincidentally, the person they came here to investigate was the embezzler of military provisions. It was the fat man's old man, admiral of Taiyuan City. As soon as he learned this from the princess, Gu Beiqing couldn't help but sigh. What a cruel fate. Then, under the command of the fat man, all the officials drew their swords at once, then rushed to attack Gu Beiqing. Seeing this bed is a bit tense, afraid it might affect the people around. Gu Beiqing told the princess not to interfere and just let him do it. Next, he borrowed a stick from the woman earlier, then use it to counterattack the avatar of the previous one. The others just, gradually, slowly. The others just, gradually, and slowly. Seeing the situation start to go wrong, this fatty decided to use his trump card in order to completely destroy Gu Beiqing. Immediately afterward, he took out a hidden weapon and launched a poisonous needle toward Gu Beiqing. Fortunately, Gu Beiqing reacted in time and skillfully avoided danger by a hair's breadth. The poisonous needle, after being directed, was stuck into the body of a nearby official, causing him to immediately foam at the mouth, then log out of the server within a minute. This time, the fat guy really played dirty tricks. Gu Beiqing finally couldn't take it anymore, so he pointed it straight at his face and scolded him. It's this damn fat guy again, you can't stand it if you don't get beaten, right? However, the fat guy still refused to admit defeat. Even deliberately inserted more poisonous needles to attack Gu Beiqing again. Of course, these clumsy tricks of his couldn't touch Gu Beiqing, not even a little bit. Not only that, he was also humiliated by him in front of everyone. One man can beat up a bunch of people so miserably that it seems his subordinates are also useless. This is the first time I've seen the Xian Zhenliang family's servants being beaten like this. Under everyone's pointing, along with Gu Beiqing's overwhelming momentum, the fat guy's psychological defenses finally collapsed. Before he could run away, the boy came with a wooden stick to hit him. Perhaps because he was too scared, this fat guy made a stupid move and went underground. He continued using hidden weapons to shoot poisonous needles. However, Gu Beiqing quickly used his stick to fight back, causing the poisonous needle to fly back and stab into his stomach. Very quickly after that, the fat guy collapsed. Seeing this, Gu Beiqing just smiled foolishly, taking responsibility for his actions without paying any attention to the frightened faces of the people around him. In the end, everyone fled in all directions, leaving three people, Gu Beiqing, Fang Xianling, and the princess standing alone in front of the city gate. Furthermore, the city gate was closed, which inadvertently put them in a dilemma. They could neither advance nor retreat. However, things did not stop there, because right after that, an arrow flew straight toward Gu Beiqing. Luckily, he was quick and agile, avoiding it. But when faced with a barrage of arrows aimed at them, the three of them were momentarily at a loss as to what to do. In particular, the army in front was directly commanded by the admiral of Taiyuan City, Xian Hong. When they saw the bodyguards coming, the two corrupt officials who had been beaten up by Gu Beiqing earlier hurriedly ran out to report them. But this old man was cruel, ordering his subordinates to shoot arrows at them for failing to protect his precious son. Like father, like son, both were extremely cruel and inhumane, to the point that Gu Beiqing had to personally come forward. If I do it alone, I will suffer alone. I will deal with your stupid son. If you are good, then aim at me. Seeing that old man Xian Hong was about to shoot everyone, Princess Ruowei had no choice but to take out the golden token bestowed by His Majesty to stop him. Although this trick was indeed effective, it also meant that they had revealed their identities and their secret investigation trip. Isn't it to not reveal one's identity? Fang Xianling felt her chest tighten as she heard the young man's naive question. Isn't it because of the troublemakers? If we don't reveal our identities, we'll be sent to reincarnation soon. As soon as they saw the Emperor's golden medal, the subordinates holding bows and arrows truly hesitated, not daring to act rashly, and had to ask Xianhong's opinion. However, Xianhong was the crown prince's confidant. He naturally recognized the princess and Fang Xuanling's identities. And to cover up the matter, he still insisted on giving the order to shoot. I have not received any official dispatch. These people are definitely imposters. You guys just shoot them dead for me. At that moment, neither the princess nor Fang Xianling expected this move of his. Having no other choice, Gu Beicheng took a risk and spoke up to negotiate with the old man. Wait, it seems he doesn't want us to leave here alive today, but I have 2 reasons for you to let us go. First, we can save your son's life. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man kicked the fat man hard, making him revive in the astonishment and bewilderment of everyone. Then, he took the opportunity to make conditions with Xianhong. Your foolish son is still alive, but only I can cure the poison in his body. Second, if I want him to, he will ascend to heaven at any time. Having said that, Gu Beicheng immediately threw his stick toward the old man to demonstrate his power. I've never been afraid of any father and son. Seeing that her son's life was in Gu Beicheng's hands, Xianhong had no choice but to give in. But before leaving, the old man did not forget to ask for his identity. Boy, what is your name? Gu Beicheng. Okay, I remember your name. Before dark, bring it to the general's residence for me. Otherwise, I will hunt down this entire Taiyuan city. At this moment, both the princess and Fang Xianling breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the fat guy in Gu Beicheng's hands could only watch as the old man left. Not only that, he was also mentally terrorized by young people. Luckily, I have a lot of belly fat, otherwise, the toxins would have entered my heart a long time ago. Don't move, you might get poisoned. The overweight man fainted after hearing that. After Xianhong led his troops away, the people in the city dared to open the city gates. The leader was the Taiyuan governor, Wen Zhuoyang, who represented the reception of the princess and Fang Xianling to rest inside. As soon as he saw them show their faces, Gu Beicheng immediately sneered. When in danger, close the city gates and hide. When safe, run out. Well done, Master Wen. Say no more, Master Wen has his own troubles. And just like the princess said, Wen Zhuoyang really had a difficult time expressing his feelings. It's not that he's afraid for himself. It's not that he didn't want to, but because this entire city was under the general's control, he couldn't do anything else. On the surface, Wen Zhuoyang calmly explained to Gu Beicheng. But honestly, his heart is in turmoil right now. At the same time, I can't help but doubt his identity. This person has extraordinary skills and is very brave. In the midst of danger, he can still turn the situation around. I'm afraid he's not inferior to Qin Shubao or Qing Yaojin. Does our Tang Empire still have such a hero? Right after the cursory reception, Fang Xianling immediately signaled Wen Zhuoyang to quickly return to the mansion to discuss important matters. Gu Beicheng took the opportunity to ask someone to carry the fat man in and, at the same time, led the princess to the antidote formula. Just give him cow's milk boiled with licorice and honeysuckle. After finishing everything, Gu Beicheng said goodbye to her and left. In any case, he kept his promise, which was to bring the 2 of them to Taiyuan City safely. Although she felt a little regretful, Princess Ruowei eventually had to let him leave. On the other hand, the young man had just snatched a pile of gold coins from the fat man, so he immediately ran into the street to hang out. In order to avoid being noticed by others, Gu Beicheng first went into a clothing store and groomed himself to look like an ancient feudal person. After that, the young man was comfortable and confident in showing off his personality on the crowded street. On the other side, at the Taiyuan City military camp, old man Xianhong still seemed to have not given up on the crown prince's original plan. He ordered his subordinates to send men to guard all 4 city gates. As soon as he saw the young master appear, he immediately led his troops to attack inside. Absolutely do not let the 3 princesses, Fang Xianling, and Gu Beicheng, go out alive. However, as soon as Xianhong entered the tent, he discovered the presence of a stranger. At first, he didn't recognize the other party's identity, and only when that person took out the crown prince's short sword did he know. At the same time, at Taiyuan City's house, Wen Zhuoyang took out the evidence of Xianhong's embezzlement of military provisions for Fang Xianling and the princess to see. Looking at the solid evidence before my eyes, Fang Xianling immediately felt extremely indignant at the heinous crimes of old man Xianhong. He was so agitated that he couldn't even speak. On the other hand, Xianhong also discovered the whereabouts of the princess and Fang Xianling, so they cannot delay. The princess then suggested that Fang Xianling quickly bring the evidence back to the capital to present to His Majesty. However, before they could take their next step, they received shocking news from the guards. That is just the people who came to report. 30 miles west of Beijing, the Dujua country army appeared, attacking towards Taiyuan City. Immediately, Wen Zhuoyang ordered the guard to quickly report this matter to the Xian Hong commander to strengthen the defense of the outer city. But he didn't expect that Xian Hong's captain had already retreated half an hour earlier. Now the guards' barracks is deserted, no one knows where they went. Faced with this unusual event, Wen Zhuoyang didn't need to investigate to know that this was Xian Hong's plot, to cover up his embezzlement of military provisions. So, while the Dujua country army had yet to arrive, he immediately invited Fang Xianling to quickly leave the city and take refuge. Although this strategy is very suitable for the current urgent situation, but Fang Xianling was still a bit hesitant because she was worried about the safety of Taiyuan City, as well as the fear that Wen Zhuoyang could not defend the city without an army. However, Wen Zhuoyang was determined to risk his life, even if he couldn't defend it, he had to defend it. Because, as the governor of Taiyuan City, he has a mission to protect the lives of the people in the city, even if it means paying with his own life. Of course, Fang Xianling did not agree with Wen Zhuoyang's way of doing things. Instead, he suggested evacuating the people before it was too late. Princess Ruowei suddenly remembered someone who could resolve this critical situation. And that person is none other than our young man, Gu Beiqing. At this time, Gu Beiqing was still leisurely strolling around the streets, visiting everywhere, as expected of the prosperous Tang Empire. Taiyuan City is already so prosperous, I wonder how bustling the capital, Luoyang, must be. Only when the soldiers appeared, looking for him, did he realize something was wrong. Meanwhile, Princess Ruowei is still eagerly waiting for Gu Beiqing. Hope you find a way to drive out the Dujua country army. Furthermore, to seize the opportunity, Fang Xianling also told Wen Zhuoyang to quickly go see if Xian Jianliang had woken up, because if he were here, Xian Hong wouldn't be able to be so heartless. After tactfully sending Master Wen away, Fang Xianling turned to remind the princess that these words should not be heard by him. Because even if Gu Beiqing had 3 heads and 6 arms, facing the great army of Dujua country, he would still be unable to do anything. So he asked the princess, did she want him to repel the enemy, or did she want to meet him? Humph, Fang Xianling has seen through these few young girls' thoughts long ago. And when she heard this question, the princess was indeed a little startled. At this moment, the fat guy Xian Jianliang also woke up, but instead of obediently remaining a hostage, he recklessly rushed out. Despite the poison still in his body, not only that, this fat guy also dared to attack the princess. Luckily, before his hoof touched her, Gu Beiqing took action and gave him a brick. Seeing him appear, the people there were obviously very happy, especially Wen Zhuoyang, who was still naive and didn't know the whole story, so he welcomed him warmly. Young hero, the men have arrived. The Dujua country army is approaching, and the Taiyuan city garrison has abandoned the city and fled. The lives of 200,000 Taiyuan city citizens can only depend on you now. After hearing this shocking news, the young man was frozen stiff. Very soon after, the vanguard of the Dujua country army appeared outside the city. Based on the current situation, Gu Beiqing and everyone else predicted that their army definitely wouldn't be able to hold out for more than an hour. Unfortunately, even if we run now, we won't make it in time, and if we fight, we won't have enough troops. According to Wen Zhuoyang, the governor's office only managed the affairs of the common people in the city, and there were only 32 people who knew martial arts. Taiyuan City has a total of 4 gates, plus city defenses. At least 1,200 soldiers are needed. Although they sent out a rescue message, the nearest reinforcements won't arrive until tomorrow morning. When I received aid, I was in Taiyuan City, only the belt was left. At that moment, someone rushed over to report that the people and the city's military were planning to abandon the city, now gathering at Dongman, demanding to die. However, Wen Zhuoyang instructed his subordinates, absolutely do not open the city gate, because the enemy is outside. If you go out, there will be only death, at least if you stay, there will be hope. Even Gu Beiqing agreed with his way of doing things. At the same time, he asked his subordinate to tell the people, if you want to live, stay and defend the city. Then he continued to remember Wen Zhuoyang taking him to the biggest tavern in the city. Although I don't understand what the young man is trying to do, but in the end, he had to follow his wishes and take him to the biggest tavern in the city. After looking around, Gu Beiqing asked the tavern owner how many taverns there were in total in the city. how many jars of wine were hidden, and once the exact quantity was known, the alcohol content was only 18%. He immediately decided to distill all the alcohol, even set up a huge cooking pot in the middle of the yard to cook quickly. Faced with Gu Beiqing's series of incomprehensible actions, Wen Zhuoyang finally lost all patience. When there is still a mood to make wine, hundreds of thousands of lives are waiting to die. But other than waiting and hoping for Gu Beiqing, there was nothing else they could do. Very quickly, Gu Beiqing finished the distillation process, then turned to ask Wen Zhuoyang for some fire. As a result, after igniting the rope, the wine jar exploded successfully and caused a huge blast. Seeing this scene, everyone around had a heart attack. I never thought you could create such a powerful weapon. Beiqing was stern, his eyes cold, and he ordered, "Give me the map. Immediately send someone to the tavern to distill the alcohol." Zhuoyang stood up straight and quickly replied, "Yes, I will arrange it right away." Suddenly, a soldier rushed over, panting, and reported, "The Dujua country army is already outside the city. They will attack the city in half an hour." Beiqing looked at him, his voice full of surprise. "So fast?" The sudden news made Zhuoyang panic, sweating profusely. "This matter, it's too late." Beiqing was silent, his eyes thoughtful. He walked over, patted his shoulder to comfort him, and said firmly, "Don't worry, it's still not too late." Beiqing pulled the cloth bag that tied Xian Jianliang tightly. "Come with me quickly." Xian Jianliang, his hands and feet were tied, only letting out a few sobs. Ruowei saw this and glared at Beiqing with an angry expression. "Where do you want to take him?" He calmly replied, "Make time for you." In the ancient space, three people stood opposite each other. Ruowei stood on the left, looking worriedly. Standing in the middle was Beiqing, pulling Xian Jianliang by the hand. "The Dujua country army is at the west gate, right?" On the right, a man wearing a tall black hat and a dark blue suit. With a somewhat fearful look on his face, he replied, "Yes, yes." Ruowei was terrified, eyes wide open, mouth agape. "You want to charge into the enemy army? Are you crazy?" Beiqing did not answer her question, only ordered, "Quickly have someone distill the alcohol. When finished, hide at the west gate and wait for my signal." Ruowei insisted, "You cannot go." Feeling her anxiety, he hugged Ruowei tightly, gently comforting her. She was embarrassed, her cheeks flushed, and she gently hugged him. Beiqing gently reassured her, "Trust me, it's okay." While the couple was being affectionate, the two lords shyly turned their faces away. Xianling changed the subject. "Master Wen, look, the sun is so round." Understanding what Zhuoyang meant, he replied, "That's right, it's so round." Beiqing quickly carried Xian Jianliang on his shoulder. "Let's go, you pig." He was moved, shed tears, clasped his hands, and thought to himself, "Finally get to hug a beauty, and being a princess, this life is worth it." Looking down from above, the guard saw Beiqing carrying Xian Jianliang onto his horse's back, walking through the city gate with great vigor. Placed on the horse's back like a pig, Xian Jianliang's eyes revealed a look of questioning yet helplessness. While Beiqing calmly shouted, "Go!" Not far from the city gate, an arrow suddenly shot toward Beiqing. He quickly dodged the arrow. Before him was a company of raiders. They laughed scornfully, truly fearless of death. "Are you stupid? Rescue from the west gate? Cut him, don't hurt the horse." Beiqing replied with a dangerous look, "If you dare to kill me, your entire army will be destroyed." Not giving them time to react, he threw Xian Jianliang to the ground and loudly declared, "This is the son of Taiyuan City Admiral Xinhong. Take me to meet the great Khan. Taiyuan City has a heavenly conspiracy." Beiqing's limbs were tied up, and his head was covered with a towel. The subordinate reported, "Kagan, the messenger has arrived. Take off his veil." "Yes." A subordinate immediately removed the towel from his head. He got straight to the point, no beating around the bush. "You said Taiyuan City has a shocking conspiracy. What kind of conspiracy is it?" Beside him were two guards with fierce looks and ferocious faces. The man sat on the chair, his hands clenched. His voice rang out with authority. "Dare to say another fake word, and I will throw you to the wolves to be eaten." Under pressure from Shibi, Beiqing remained calm. It was a waste of my time to risk coming out and telling you guys. And this is how the Dujue country repays their benefactors." One of the two guards, the one with the scarred face, was Bo Huang. He was so angry, "Damn it, you're about to die, and you're still speechless." Having said that, he drew his sword and was about to attack, but Beiqing remained calm. Determined to go down the path of death, no one can stop him. Bo Huang angrily roared, "Shut up. He swung his sword, and in just a moment, it was close to his neck. At that moment, Shibi's voice rang out, "Stop." Beiqing seemed to have anticipated this situation and showed no fear, even smiled faintly. "It's okay, not that stupid." Another guard stepped forward and whispered to Shibi, "Great Khan. After hours, originally planned to attack Taiyuan City. If we continue to wait, I fear the night will be long and full of dreams." He confidently replied, "What's the rush? Taiyuan City is right in front of us. Where can we run to?" Shibi looked at Beiqing. "Young man, don't talk too much. After all, what intelligence do you have to report?" Beiqing replied expressionlessly, "Someone sent me a message saying, Taiyuan City is not a city, so Kagan believed it and hurriedly sent people." Shibi did not believe it when he heard that. He trusted the information he had confirmed more. "Our spies in the city reported that the defending army has retreated. Could it be false?" Beiqing explained, "The Taiyuan City army mostly wears civilian clothes. Ambush in the city, wait for the main army to enter the city, then close the gate and attack." Shibi was struck by lightning upon hearing this. His whole body was stunned. Bobo Huang also seemed to be shaken. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Impossible, the army has always only dared to defend the city and fight. How dare you let me into the city? This man is speaking nonsense." Beiqing sneered, saying, "You are so stupid, you don't admit it, don't you think? Why did Xianhong suddenly lead his troops and flee, leaving Taiyuan City behind? Can it survive?" He then looked at the tied-up Xianjianliang and bowed his head. "Continue to growl, if you don't believe, who do you think this fat guy is?" Having said that, someone came forward to remove the veil. Xianjianliang saw the light and cried out in alarm. "Let go, don't, I'm nobody." Shibi, along with the guard, came closer to observe. He asked, "Who is this guy?" The guard replied, "Not familiar." Beiqing was stunned. "You guys fight without gathering intelligence. He is the son of..." Suddenly, someone interrupted, "He is the son of the admiral of Taiyuan City, Xianhong Xianjianliang." Beiqing was surprised when someone recognized him. He looked at the newcomer and asked in shock, "What are you doing here?" Appearing before everyone was an extremely beautiful girl with a delicate face and bright pink hair. It turned out to be Princess Athena. "I heard that 2 spies were caught, I came to see." Bobo Huang held Xianjianliang tightly, his eyes filled with suspicion. "This is Xianhong's son, someone he knows." Xianjianliang panicked, hastily denying, No, I am not." Athena frowned, her voice full of anger. "How many times have I told you, you don't listen to gathering intelligence? It's still me who usually gathers it for you." She did not hold back at all, grabbing Xianjianliang's chin, face like a tray, body fat like a pig. "Looks stupid, has 3 moles on the right ear, proverbs call it mentally retarded. You have all the characteristics of the Qin clan's young master. Don't say that's not true." Hearing this, Xianjianliang could only tremble, tears welling up in her eyes, not daring to resist. Even though he was tied up, Beiqing's eyes still flashed with sharpness. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse, "Damn, women really aren't simple. Luckily, I have her help. I don't know how to prove the identity of this pig." Shibi's face was serious, his eyes a bit surprised, and he asked, "Athena, how many children does Xianhong have?" Athena threw away the pig Xianjianliang and replied, "As you know, Xianjianliang is his only son." Bo Huang turned the spear towards Beiqing. "If it is the only one, it must be strictly protected. How did you catch him? Why did you bring him to our army?" He replied frankly, "I am not some kind of tyrant. Xianhong was busy preparing for battle today and didn't pay attention to him. So, when no one was looking, I captured him and brought him to join Kagan's army. One is to borrow Kagan's hand to take revenge and vent hatred. Second is to take advantage of this bit of intelligence and earn some reward money." Athena immediately asked, "What? Is it that simple? What is your status? Soldier, marquis, or commoner?" Beiqing did not hesitate to give an identity to answer, "I am just a tourist." Athena looked in disbelief, her hand raised as if she were about to rush toward him. "If there is an ambush in the city, how will you get him out of the city? Tell me in detail, who is that person?" Seeing the danger ahead, Beiqing immediately dodged. He even dared to come close and smell Athena's hand. She reflexively withdrew her hand, her face red as a tomato, her mouth stuttering, "You." Beiqing smiled smugly, "Now do you know how I'm going to get out of the city?" Bo Huang was so angry that his face turned red. He immediately ordered, "Don't you dare be disrespectful to the princess. Where is the Dujue country hero? Kill him." A group of people with knives rushed toward Beicheng. But he dodged flexibly, escaping their encirclement, his mouth continuously saying, "They set up a fire attack at the city gate. I can take you to see, I can burn hundreds of people in a jiffy." Shibi heard that and immediately ordered, "Stop for me." Bo Huang turned his head to look at Shibi and said, "Great Khan, this kid speaks nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, Shibi shouted, "Shut up. What is the heavenly fire?" He explained, "Just burn it, like a divine fire trying to burn it down. In an instant, it can devour all lives around." Shibi asked thoughtfully, "How can I trust you?" Beicheng smiled smugly, "I'll take you to see." It was dusk at the city gate, Ximen, Taiyuan City. Beicheng and many soldiers, including Princess Athena, and the great Khan Shibi was gathering very close to the west gate of the city. "I will lead the heavenly fire to burn down the city wall, you must not come near." Bo Huang frowned and retorted, "Do we really think we're stupid? What if you run away?" Beicheng said sarcastically, "Haze, you said you don't have a brain and still deny it. Where can I run to now?" Bo Huang held on, gritting his teeth, "You." Athena spoke up to make her decision, "I'll go with him." "Princess, no, it's dangerous." She turned to Shibi and said, "In the military, only women understand Tang Empire culture the most. If there really is a celestial fire, we can also go closer to examine it. Maybe I'll learn something I can use." "Okay, my bodyguard will go with you. Don't get too close, if you find anything unusual, return immediately." Beicheng provokes, "If you're not afraid of death, then come here." "Wait, I'm going with you." In his mind, he kept evaluating this princess. This brat is not simple. With Dujua country having these characteristics, how could it be destroyed by the Tang Empire? Suddenly, Athena spurred her horse beside Beicheng, warning him, "Gu Beicheng, right? I'm warning you. My archery skills are first class. If you dare commit any wrongdoing, I will shoot you through the heart with one arrow." He laughed teasingly, "Did I do anything wrong before?" Seeing his mischievous smile made Athena blush. She remembered the scene where he smelled the scent on her hand in the barracks. She angrily exclaimed, "You, shameless." On the wall, Zhuoyang, Xianling, and Ruowei were already waiting. They saw Beicheng and the Dujua country army approaching. "Here we come, here we come. The young hero has brought the people from Dujua country here, what should we do now?" Ruowei suddenly remembered Beicheng's instructions. "Before leaving, he told me to light the wine barrel when the signal is given. Are you ready? Quickly bring out 20 barrels, place them in the crack of the city gate, and connect several fuse wires. Give the order to ignite the fire 15 meters away." Suddenly, he remembered, "But, Gu Beicheng is also in there, what should I do?" Ruowei also saw the situation, and she was worried. "That's right, could it be that even he is burning it?" Beicheng saw that the opportunity was ripe, so he raised 4 fingers to signal them. Zhuoyang and Ruowei immediately recognized the signal. "Signal is on. Light the fire, light the fire, light the fire." "What are you waving your hand for? Are you signaling someone?" Beicheng calmly replied, "Of course, summon that heavenly fire." People also ignited the wine barrels. Immediately, a huge explosion occurred. The fire began to burn brightly, lighting up the entire area. A huge fire broke out in front of the army. The soldiers were in an uproar, such as the Tang army has an ambush. "Heavenly fire, heavenly fire." Shibi stared into the fire, his face showing no surprise. Beicheng hugged Athena and rolled out of the fire. He held her tightly and said, "If you don't want to die, don't move." Thinking to himself, "What great power, are they okay?" Athena whispered weakly, "Let me go." Seeing Beicheng still hugging him tightly, she kicked him in the groin. "Get out of me." Beicheng hugged his little brother lying on the ground and cried, "Oh, the egg is broken." Athena hurriedly went to find reinforcements. "Guards, guards. Those guards of yours were scared away by the explosion. If it weren't for me, you would have been burned to ashes long ago." Athena glared. She looked at Beicheng's injured back. "He pressed down on me to save me from the heat wave. You, why did you risk your life to save me?" Beicheng rubbed his lower body and said stiffly, "I'm a man. Moreover, I brought you here, of course, I have to be responsible for your safety." Athena's face darkened as she said that. But don't rub that low part in front of me." Then, she threw a punch at his face. Suddenly, from afar, a voice called out, "Athena, your princess." She turned to Beicheng and asked, "My people are here. Do you have anything else to say?" He rubbed the side of his cheek where she had hit him, leaving a handprint. "They really are loyal." Athena looked at him silently without saying anything. She waved her hand, turned around, and left. "Forget it, I don't want to argue with you." Beiqing said after him, "You want to leave already? Who are you asking for my bonus from?" She gestured and said, "Your case is interesting, but there is a contradiction. If only you could control the explosion in the sky. Then prove that you and the people in the city are one, regardless of whether there is an ambush in the city or not. They, like you, hope we withdraw our troops. If there were an ambush, you wouldn't have come to advise us to retreat. With the support of heavenly fire, think of a way to prevent our army from attacking the city. Well then, there is a reason. There are no usable soldiers in the city." This time it was Beiqing's turn to have a dark face. "We can't let her come back alive." Athena added, "That Xian Jianliang was captured by you before Xian Hong withdrew his troops. But, don't worry, I will advise father to withdraw his troops. No need to be so surprised. I know very well, even if this battle can be won. But we will also surely incur the mad revenge of the Tang Empire. In the end, those who encounter hardship will still be my people. Consider this as repaying your kindness. Coward, don't let me see you again, or else." Beiqing was stunned, not understanding what Athena was planning. Women's hearts and minds are really like looking for a needle in a haystack. In front of the citadel gate, the fire was burning very brightly, and the opaque smoke rose high. Zhou scratched his head, sweating profusely, his face worried as he exclaimed, "Oh my God, there is hell on earth." Ruowei also worriedly shouted, "Jiu Beiqing." She raised her hands and called out loudly, tears in her eyes, "Jiu Beiqing. Such great power, Gu Beiqing is too close to the city, I'm afraid." Not letting him finish his sentence, a voice rang out, "I am here." The sound caused both Ruowei and Zhou to turn around. Beiqing appeared with torn clothes below, sighing and blaming. "What are you yelling about? You're hoarse from shouting." At his surprised look, she rushed to hug Beiqing. Zhou asked Xianling softly, "Master Fang, is a princess like this losing her national dignity?" Faced with his unexpected question, Xianling also didn't know how to answer, only knew to glance at the princess who was falling on Beiqing. Then he answered hesitantly, "This." The subordinate's voice beside him rang out, "Dujua country has withdrawn." Everyone was overjoyed and shouted, "What? The troops have withdrawn? Long live the Tang Empire, long live, the Tang Empire is safe." Seeing that the matter had been fully resolved, Zhou laughed and said, "After this campaign, Gu Beiqing will probably be flying high. Yes, gold will shine one day." On the other side, the young couple was forever cuddling and loving in a dreamy pink setting. Ruowei was still on the upper hand. Beiqing asked softly, "I said I would come back, see, I didn't lie to you." Ruowei walked closer to his face and whispered, "I knew you would be fine a long time ago." Ruowei's face became embarrassed, and her cheeks flushed. He suddenly moved closer to her and pursed his lips. Ruowei was extremely shocked when she saw this scene. She stood up, her face extremely fierce. Angrily raised hand hit his cheek, broke a tooth, and caused bleeding. "But this also cannot make you able to suck this princess." Beiqing covered his face. "What are you doing?" Go to sleep. I don't want to see you again." He still held his nose, his eyes full of resentment. "What did I tease you about, or did you do? Women are indeed more terrifying than terrorists." Zhou and Xianling stood beside, not understanding what was going on. "There are big question marks in my mind." As for Ruowei, after leaving Beiqing behind. She slowly asked, "Why does he have the scent of another woman on him? Could it be that he?" Zhou helped Beiqing up and tried to explain. "Gu Beiqing, don't blame her. The princess has been mischievous since childhood. Even the emperor is helpless against her. Although it hurt a lot and my nose was red." He still generously replied, it's okay, she can't hurt me." The three people were chatting when a voice rang out from below the wall, attracting their attention. The three commanders of the right, Tiansu General's mansion. "Duke Qinxiong, welcome Princess Pingyang Her Highness back to the capital." Who is it?" Xianling called out loudly, "General Qin, the person has finally arrived." His call startled Beiqing. Below, a handsome young man wearing iron armor, riding a white horse with many other groups of people, someone responded, "Qin Shubao is late. I hope your excellency will not blame me, that is Qin Xiong, courtesy named Qin Shubao." Xianhong was held tightly by two guards at the shoulders, and the old man's hands were handcuffed. His face was haggard, bent low in pain, and he made a soft cry in his throat. A voice commanded, "Kneel down." Ruowei stood beside Xianling, watching the old man being pushed in front of him. "Qin Shubao, brother, how did Xianhong fall into your hands?" Qin Shubao clasped his hands together and respectfully reported to her. When I arrived, I was patrolling near Taiyuan City. Received news that Lord Qin released doves, worried that Her Highness the Princess was in trouble. Immediately dispatched 3,000 cavalry to protect the princess. When going about 60 miles north of Taiyuan City, just in time, I saw Xianhong leading the Taiyuan City army to set up camp. The general immediately captured this guy and came to the rescue. Bei Qing praised, indeed, General Qin lives up to his reputation. What a martial god in this world. Isn't Xianhong's Taiyuan City Guard 100,000 strong? Take 3,000 to fight 100,000. But he was able to capture the leader and bring him back. He's really awesome. No wonder he became a god. Xianhong's eyes widened, angry, reacting fiercely. I don't want my people to kill each other, so I didn't order a resistance. Otherwise, how could you have caught me? Where is my son? You said you wanted to save him. Where is he? Ruowei was extremely annoyed, pointing and criticizing. You still know you have a son? Then why did you lead your troops and flee, putting the people of Taiyuan City and Xianjianliang in danger? Xianhong hung his head in pain and stammered, I was forced. Bei Qing looked at him, extremely confused. Qin Shubao was not moved by the old man's pitiful expression, firmly reminding. He said before that he would only tell the truth if he met Master Fong and Her Royal Highness. Now they are right in front of him. Tell me, who sent you? The old man could not keep calm, sweating and gritting his teeth in anger. Xianhong's eyes suddenly turned gray, and his face became pale. Then he fell to the floor. His face was bloodless, and foam was still coming from his mouth. What's the appeal? Is he sick? Bei Qing walked over to examine the situation. After observing, he concluded, is dead. Hung's side had poisoned needles, probably on the way here. Upon hearing the answer, she was very shocked. Qin Shubao, on the other hand, paid attention to him at this moment. He was serious, using sharp eyes and a cold expression to ask, who are you? Ruowei stepped forward and introduced, his name is Gu Beiqing. He was the one who protected me all the way to Taiyuan City. Tonight, it was also thanks to his intelligence that we were able to repel the enemy and save the people of the city. Ignoring what she said, he clasped his hands and pleaded. This place cannot be stayed at for long. Please let Qin Shubao quickly take you back to the capital. Yes, 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 it's too dangerous here. Bei Qing looked at his attitude and was helpless. Humph, you don't even know how to compliment me. Ruowei did not agree immediately but instead put forth a condition. Can I bring someone along? Transfer to Chang'an City, on campus. The houses are scattered next to each other, arranged in a closed circle. Towards the center is still the solid, majestic, and towering citadel. Bei Qing rested his chin on his hand and sighed in frustration. This is Princess Pingyang's mansion. A palace maid is guarding the front door. On the porch, other girls were also lining up neatly. Bei Qing sat on the steps and sighed. Are you done changing yet? Said they'd take me around Chang'an City, but ended up waiting here for half a day. Why does it take so long to get dressed? Ruowei's reply was somewhat unhappy. With good intentions, you're leading people to ask for merit. Can you be a little more patient? Then, the palace maid opened the door, and a plump, beautiful woman's figure walked in from inside. I am a princess. How can you pretend to be a commoner every day? He sat there, turning his head to look at her. So what if I'm a princess? You can still become a... Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Beiqing suddenly turned around and exclaimed, this is... On the road leading to the capital, they were taken away in a carriage. Among them were 8 attendants walking in 2 rows to guard and protect the princess. Really stands out from the crowd. Inside, Ruowei had changed into beautiful clothes. She rested her hands on her temples. Arrogantly asked, just now, your eyes were so wide open. Did you fall in love with me at first sight? Very quickly, Ruowei's expression changed, becoming wistful and happy. But I don't care about you. Anyway, I was born with natural beauty. Any man who sees me will have the same reaction as you. Gu Beiqing heard her words and thought helplessly, why do women always nag so much? He pretended to be cold, lifted the curtain, and looked at everything outside. Where do we go now? Beiqing's absent-mindedness made Ruowei frown grumpily. Slightly angry tone, go to Lord Qin's future to meet with second brother, then go to the palace to see the emperor. She also did not forget to complain, humph. If someone else dared to look at me like that, they would have had their eyes gouged out long ago. In the opposite direction, there was a voice demanding that we stop. Qin Shubao rode up, blocking their path. He had come to deliver the news. Your Highness, Lord Qin ordered me to bring Gu Beiqing to the mansion to meet him first. The princess stuck her head out and protested. Aren't we on our way here? Why let him go first? Lord Qin has something to discuss and would like the princess to put the big picture first. The two of them have never met before, so what could possibly be going on? It's really. Beiqing lightly touched her shoulder. If that's the case, then let me go first. He quickly jumped down from the palanquin. It's just that the carriage is slow, it's still faster to ride a horse. Ruowei warned, you, meet second brother, don't talk nonsense. You hear? If you dare talk nonsense, I will beat your mouth. I know. Contrary to Ruowei's worries, he winked and licked his lips, raising his hands in a very heroic V-shape. When I meet Li Shimin, the first thing I'll say to him is, we're both innocent, nothing has ever happened. Ruowei blushed and stammered, you. She was fuming with anger, leaning out of the palanquin and waving her hands wildly. You brat. You, wait for me. Qin Shubao and Beiqing walked through the streets to the palace. In the back, he covered his mouth, yawning and yawning. Qin Shubao sat in front, coldly saying, short road, almost there. Okay. Compared to a skilled actor like me, you're already excellent. Beiqing's voice was gentle, but it caused Qin Shubao's eyes to tremble. I knew you were fake for a long time, stop pretending. The person in front suddenly disappeared, he poked at the rice. This familiar body technique. Now, regardless of the two figures behind, continuously charging forward. Beiqing held the horse's leash and left, not forgetting to say a few sarcastic words. An assassin rushed forward, sword in hand, eyes cold, rushing forward to avenge the Fengte brothers. The blows to the horse made it neigh. Beiqing appeared from behind him, raised his hand, and asked deeply, you weaklings can take my life. Then Beiqing's hand pressed on his head. He used force to slam the assassin's body onto the ground, causing him to immediately lose consciousness. Just as one was defeated, the next rushed forward with a sword. Ha, what a motley bunch. He held the balls between his fingers, his eyes sharp. Let's play with you guys for a little while. The smoke engulfed those people. Only shouts and reminders rang out, be careful. Qin Shubao clenched the weapon in his hand, gritting his teeth and angrily scolding, you used our fog bullets, you hateful bastard. The masked assassins were now lying around. They started talking nonsense, making it impossible for him to believe his eyes. What? Suddenly, a hand grabbed Qin Shubao's ankle and pulled him down. Beiqing just held the object's ankle. He got down on the ground. Get down here. With a sly smile, he pointed his sword straight at him. You spent so much effort to trick me into coming here, all for this little matter. No wonder Fengte's entire army was wiped out. He was indeed very strong. However, our Lin group did not fail in our mission. His words left Beiqing shocked. My job is to lead people out. Immediately, Beiqing flew up the buildings to return to the princess. Following that was Qin Shubao's complacent laughter, contrasting with Beiqing's hasty expression. Run, faster, ha. Beiqing broke out in a sweat, secretly understanding the reason. Humph. They fell for the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Their original target wasn't me, but they wanted to use her to threaten Li Shimin. Ruowei, wait for me. As for Ruowei's route, it didn't seem to be going well. A guard, sweating profusely, blew the whistle to signal. The road that was originally peaceful now became tense. 2 guards were taken down by the robbers. Princess Pingyang was robbed by bandits. Immediately report to the capital and request the prison guards to send troops to help capture the bandits. The others heard the order and shouted loudly in response. As soon as he finished speaking, Beiqing suddenly rushed down from somewhere like a gust of wind, looking very cool, causing the 2 guards to be filled with questions. One of them saw his uninvited presence and asked in surprise, Who? Beiqing didn't care that they were focused on their mission. Based on the shape of the bloodstain, he judged that this wound was from a ninja's kunai. Beiqing looked around, continuing to think. Everything is vulnerable, the enemy must attack at the same time. Then there won't be just a few people. They're all ninjas, bringing Ruowei along on the road will definitely attract attention. The guard shouted, You, tell me, what are you doing? He remained calm, not reacting immediately. Suddenly, Beiqing turned back, his eyes like a threatening knife. If you don't want to die, shut up. The guards were shocked and did not dare to say another word. They were sweating, asking each other, Team leader, go. This murderous aura can only be found in someone who crawled out of the blood sea of T-Sun. Call someone here quickly. At that moment, his eyes were drawn to something. It was a deep indentation in the ground. Beiqing thought to himself, found it. Then he climbed up to the roof, much to the astonishment of the guards. Beiqing still sped away, ignoring the continuous screams from below. Stop, don't run. There were water stains on the roof. He felt he was right, and that was right, this was the direction. Until a magnificent mansion appeared before his eyes, it captured his attention. In Mansion King of Qin, there was a sound of anger, daring to report her. Qin Shubao pointed and shouted, "You dare to harm the princess, and even threaten the prince? Are you not afraid of having your 9 family extinguished?" Lu Fu did not show weakness and immediately replied, "Don't be in a hurry, my lord. Just hand over Wen Zhuoyang's books, and I guarantee that Princess Pingyang will be fine." "Oh, but it's not your turn to speak yet. Li Shimin, Lord Qin, your highness, what do you think?" At his question, he frowned, thoughtfully considering how to answer. Jianqing gritted his teeth, angry. "Didn't I warn Zhao Fu not to interfere? Who's chasing after him?" It was that Gu Beiqing. The Lin group failed to capture him and let him escape. Jianqing was so angry that he cursed, "Damn it, it's this Gu Beiqing again. Aren't second brother's people making any moves?" The subordinate laughed smugly and said, "They don't dare to act. His Majesty is also preparing to hand over Chang'an City to you." Li Shimin's right-hand man was also transferred away, leaving only Qin Qiong by his Majesty's side. But this Gu Beiqing. Jianqing's facial muscles also relaxed, as if he understood. "Don't worry, I have anticipated that there will be an interception. Among the people sent are experts. If that Gu Beiqing is determined to die, then let him be." Meanwhile, Beiqing was chasing the person on the rooftop. He was clutching the piece of rock in his hand. Beiqing threw the rocks hard and growled, "Bring the people down for me." The kicks hit 2 masked men who were running away. Tu Fei stood at the lead, using his ultimate move to blow fire from his mouth. Beiqing stood still when he saw him make his move. Tu Fei breathed fire fiercely, lighting up the entire area. After a while, the roof was consumed by the fire. There was no one left. Tu Fei laughed happily, "Humph, I thought you were some kind of expert, standing in front of a ninja like me. The end result is being reduced to ashes." The subordinate stood and applauded him. "Big brother is truly the best." Suddenly, a fist appeared right above Tu Fei's head. Beiqing appeared and punched Tu Fei's head down, causing the roof to shatter. "Your grandfather's divine fire, isn't it just alcohol and charcoal? A bunch of useless people who only know how to steal chickens, steal dogs." Before he could finish his sentence, Beiqing suddenly felt his body floating for no reason, so he was a bit bewildered. It was Tu Fei. He was holding his leg and spinning him around. Then he threw Beiqing down from the roof and warned, "You really have no ability. Today, I will make you pay for your previous arrogance." Tu Fei lifted Beiqing's leg up high, taunting, "Brat, you won't die so easily, will you?" He immediately took advantage of the situation to kick Tu Fei in the chin. Beiqing kicked him into the air. Tu Fei looked like he was going to fall backward, but he quickly used his foot to kick in front of Beiqing. Then there was a loud explosion, illuminating the sky. Beiqing used his hands to block it, but still flew several meters away. "You're pretty good, being able to withstand a kick from me, Tu Fei." He himself was more seriously injured but still pretended to be fine and loudly said, "It's a pity I came to kill you." Beiqing pondered in his heart, "Ruowei is lost. Only these guys know her whereabouts. Tu Fei, this name sure sounds familiar." Tu Fei immediately used force to tense his body. The great force caused a hole to form in the roof. Enlightenment comes before absolute power. "I want to humiliate you to death. It's here." Senior Tu Fei's Mount Fuji shaking fist technique. Tu Fei gathered all his strength and jumped toward Beiqing. He punched him repeatedly, using his ultimate move, Fire Seed, and Shadow Reversed Fists. Then, punched Beiqing in the stomach, lifting him up high. The subordinates' eyes lit up as if they had seen an idol. "Too brutal, the internal organs are probably crushed." Beiqing disdained, "Is that it? The force that shook Mount Fuji is not as strong as the kick you just delivered." He criticized and punched Tu Fei repeatedly. "Isn't it just a quick punch?" These punches left him unable to react, tears and snot kept flowing. Blow after blow, the strikes kept landing on Tu Fei. One final punch sent him flying several meters, slamming into the wall. Beiqing blew on his hand, seemingly satisfied. "It's really fun to punch like this." Tu Fei's subordinate stood there, not understanding what was happening. Beiqing stood with his hands on his hips, looking in one direction. "From this direction, can we catch up if we chase?" The subordinates whose faces were bruised by him swore, "Yes, we swear to heaven and earth that we absolutely do not dare to say even one wrong word." Beiqing left and threatened, "If you dare deceive me, I will not forgive you." "Yes, sir, have a good trip." He tried to move as fast as he could, hoping to make it in time. At Jianqing's residence, his subordinate reported, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Hua Group just sent out news, already leaving Gu Beiqing far behind. They can catch up immediately. I will come to pick you up." "Your Highness, why do you want to go out by yourself? If gossipers find out, it will be disadvantageous." Jianqing replied calmly, "I must go and appease you. We are sisters anyway, Your Highness is truly kind-hearted." Below, people shouted to inform him that the Hua Group was coming. Jianqing was pleased. With Ruowei here, second brother could only obediently listen. Unless it's Li Shimin, he doesn't care about brotherly love. A subordinate carried Ruowei closer to beneath Jianqing's residence. The subordinate was still happily waving and greeting everyone when a fist came toward him. Beiqing appeared and punched his subordinate straight in the face. "Hello, your grandfather is here." The others were startled and retreated, not daring to go any further. "Ha, where did this guy come from?" Beiqing jumped up and supported the still-dazed Ruowei. He sincerely apologized to her gently. "Sorry, I'm late." Ruowei opened her eyes and smiled. "I knew you would come." The subordinates panicked. "He's still alive, so Senior Tufei lost. Is this man a war god?" Beiqing sarcastically said, "It is indeed a deep-rooted bad habit of the nation. When faced with an opponent stronger than yourself, you immediately lose the will to fight." Ruowei urged him to quickly go see second brother, but Beiqing refused. "Don't be in a hurry, there are still people here I want to beat up." His eyes flashed with hatred, and his face darkened slightly. Beiqing was expressionless, his face cold, glancing up at where Jianqing was standing. Ruowei lowered her voice, and the surrounding air seemed to tense up. "Put me down." Beiqing listened, put her down, but still advised, "Take it slow, the effect of the drug on your nose hasn't worn off yet." Ruowei trembled slightly, using all his determination to speak. "Big brother, since we were little, second brother and I have always liked to follow behind you. You locked the master up and took us to watch cricket fights, and also took us to the mountains to hunt animals. At that time, you always said you were the big brother, you had to protect us. Brother also said, even if the sky falls, with big brother, there will be nothing wrong. But now all that has changed because the power brother suspects second brother. Forced him to hand over military power because of corruption. He indulged his subordinates and even sent assassins. From today on, I, Li Ruowei, no longer consider you my elder brother. Me and my brother. From now on we will sever our friendship." She said all the words she wanted to say, then choked up and said to Beiqing, "Let's go." Beiqing glanced at Jianqing and restrainedly said, "For Ruowei's sake, I will spare your life today. The head is still yours to keep. Let Li Shimin come and take it." The subordinate following Jianqing felt frustrated, "Can't let them leave." But Jianqing just coldly said, "Forget it." He was full of thoughts, turned around, and went inside, ordering, "Return to the palace." At Lord Qin's mansion, Qin Shubao was reporting. As soon as he received the news, Gu Beiqing had already rescued the princess. She was running this way, the princess was safe and sound. Li Shimin was also relieved, watching the people below question him, and sneaked into my palace alone. Also considered a suspicious character. "What is his name?" "Lord Qin, you flatter me too much. Must have just received some good news, that's why he's in the mood to chat like this." Seeing that he had no intention of answering but was still mocking, Qin Shubao immediately drew his sword. "Someone, capture him." Lu Fu threw the wine bottle at them, mocking. "You idiots think you can catch me." Two subordinates hurriedly escorted Li Shimin to protect him. Qin Shubao quickly drew his sword and cut the vase in two. The liquid in the bottle splashed onto the subordinate protecting Li Shimin. Seeing the liquid begin to corrode his subordinate's skin, he immediately realized that the liquid was poisonous. Lu Fu pulled down his leather jacket and smiled arrogantly. "A bunch of idiots, scared shitless, huh? Today, I will let you know the benefits of sulfuric acid." Qin Shubao immediately stood in front of Li Shimin, "Protecting your highness. Get out of me." The acid flew straight into the guards' faces, causing them to scream in pain. He defeated all the guards and charged straight toward Qin Shubao. Lu Fu rushed forward with a bottle of acid, shouting, "Go die." But at that moment, a ray of light passed by, shattering the acid bottle in his hand. Looking at the acid on his hand, Lu Fu frowned, realizing it was a hidden weapon. He immediately jumped back, looking around warily. Beiqing suddenly appeared behind Lu Fu. He punched the man straight in the elbow. The bone cracked. Before he could react, Beiqing's other hand grabbed his wrist. He successfully pinned Lu Fu to the ground before everyone's astonished eyes. He realized that this was a modern-day way of capturing people. How could this be possible? Lu Fu then sneakily shot a dart behind him, but Beiqing tilted his head to dodge it. He took the opportunity to get up and glide to the opposite side. At that moment, the two people looked closely at each other's faces and recognized each other. Ruowei immediately led the guards and shouted, "Protect His Highness. Don't let the assassin escape, surround him tightly." Beiqing rushed forward and cursed, "It's all your fault. Where is the jade treasure? Give it to me." Lu Fu immediately threw a bottle of acid out and said contemptuously, "Relying on just people." Then he took the opportunity to jump onto the wall. "Brat, I will spare your life today. We will slowly calculate the debt between us." Beiqing lay on the ground angrily, "This scumbag is still alive, so annoying." After giving instructions to the guards, Ruowei anxiously ran over to ask about Li Shimin. He immediately spoke first, "I'm fine, go and treat these guards quickly." Beiqing reminded them that they were corroded by strong acid, had to use a lot of running water to rinse, but the wound didn't heal easily. Qin Shubao wondered, "Are you Gu Beiqing?" He immediately bowed his head and stammered, "Yes, Your Highness." Qin Shubao respectfully reminded, "Your Highness should enter the palace to see the Emperor." Ruowei also agreed, "This is the real deal. You and I will enter the palace to see how Father King will defend Big Brother this time." But he told Ruowei that he had just escaped danger, so he should stay in his mansion and rest. Only instruct each Qin Shubao to follow. Then Li Shimin suddenly remembered, "That's right, young hero. Nothing, just feel like you and I are really fated. Wait for me to return from the palace, then we will become close friends again." This stunned him, not knowing what deep friendship was. Ruowei spoke in a low voice, "Big Brother has gone too far this time, it is absolutely a serious crime. Father Emperor will at least give him the title of Crown Prince." Hearing this, Beiqing fell into deep thought. It won't be. Although I don't know, in history, how Li Jianqing escaped this fate. But the final battle between the two of them was at Huangwu Gate. According to him, the most difficult one to deal with is Gu Lufu. Before transmigrating, he was a smuggler, a heinous criminal. After traveling through time, he joined the enemy and became an accomplice of Li Jianqing. Beiqing suddenly remembered, if Gu Lufu relied on Li Jianqing, will the Huangwu Gate incident still happen? He will definitely do everything possible to prevent it. Will history have to be rewritten because of the two of us? Thinking of this, he tiredly held his head and muttered, "How could this be?" They waited a long time before Li Shimin returned to the palace. "How is it, second brother? What did father say?" Qin Shubao recounted, "Not only did His Majesty not blame the crown prince, also scolded, His Highness only wanted internal strife, not caring about family feuds. His Highness has ordered the Dujua country embassy Princess Athanato visit to atone for her sins." What? How could father be like that? But Beiqing was not surprised. History books had already been made into movies. Suddenly, he remembered something. "Wait, who did you say wanted to visit?" At this time, at the north gate of Chang'an City, Athena's group leisurely entered the city gate under the curious gaze of the people. At Jianqing Mansion, Lu Fu respectfully admitted that he had failed to steal the books. Jianqing indifferently ignored it. "Father Emperor has no intention of blaming me. Just scold second brother, and this matter will be over." Hearing this, he became agitated. Then the crown prince should take this opportunity to completely eliminate Li Shimin. Humph. Father doesn't want us to fight too fiercely. Right now, absolutely do not attack second brother again. But just because I don't do it, doesn't mean someone else can't do it. He suddenly woke up, crushing the wine bottle in his hand. "Taiyuan City's savior, heavenly fire, how did it happen? Quickly go investigate this for this king." At this time, Athena's group had arrived in front of the palace gate, and trumpets of welcome sounded. "Tang Empire Prince, Tian Su General's Palace General Li Shimin. Welcome Princess Athena," leading the delegation on a visit. Li Shimin quickly stepped forward to greet him. The journey was exhausting and tiresome. As soon as he finished speaking, a whip lashed out. Luckily, Li Shimin was quick, so he heard the sound and dodged it in time. Bobo Huang growled, "How could my princess, Dujue country, be touched by a man? Tang Empire, you bully our country. Do you want to go to war?" Li Shimin's guard heard this and was furious, wanting to rush forward. "How dare you attack our country's prince?" Ruowei gritted his teeth. These guys are clearly here to cause trouble. But the eldest brother was forced to leave the capital by the emperor. Now second brother doesn't even have a single useful person by his side. Then she thought of Beiqing, but when she turned back to look for him, she couldn't find him anywhere. Ruowei found him hiding behind the pillar and asked, "What are you hiding for?" Li Shimin frowned. I've often heard that the folk customs of Dujue country are open. I didn't think there would be such taboos between men and women. Little king, today you have opened your eyes. The Bobo Huang crowd laughed loudly and mocked. There are still many things you don't know. My subordinate's dog is smarter than you, General Tiansu. In the tribe, any man who approaches the princess without permission will have his hand cut off. Dare to touch a finger of the princess, and I will chop it into minced meat and feed it to the wolves. Ruowei urged Beiqing to go help his second brother, but he hesitated and asked to assess the situation first. She felt confused. Are you sick? Why are you sweating so much? Bobo Huang moved closer, threatening, understand, my great General Tiansu. At that moment, Athena stepped forward and signaled him to retreat. We have come to make amends, don't go too far. She glanced at Beiqing, who was hiding behind the pillar, and said meaningfully, but before we discuss, there is still something that needs to be resolved first. There is a man here who once did something very disrespectful to me. Hearing this, Beiqing realized in horror, oh no, I've been seen. Bobo Huang also recognized Beiqing, pointed, and shouted, it's you again, kid. Let's see what kind of tricks you'll pull today, then send someone to capture Gu Beiqing. He smiled awkwardly and raised his hand. Let bygones be bygones, okay. We should look forward, shouldn't we? Li Shimin immediately ordered his guards to rush forward and stop them. A guard holding the sword shouted, be less ruler. The guard slashed his sword straight at his shoulder, but Fumo didn't bother dodging. He coldly glanced at the sharp sword resting on his shoulder. Seeing Fumo being slashed without harm, the guard was stunned. Then he threw a punch, sending the guard flying. The guard stood watching, saw their brothers being beaten, held them back, gritted their teeth and cursed, then rushed forward. They all hugged Fumo's neck and limbs and scolded, kneel down for me. How dare you act like a rooster in my Tang Empire land? Seeing this, Bobo Huang laughed until tears came to his eyes. The Tang Empire's royal guards are all just bags of hay, all they have is their looks. What a laughingstock. Fumo was surrounded by a few people, so she gritted her teeth and snorted in disgust. Then he used all his strength to throw the guards off him. This scene made the remaining people a little scared, but they still shouted, protect Lord Qin. Fumo growled as she walked toward him. I have long heard that Lord Qin's martial arts are peerless. Today, he will open our eyes. Ruowei immediately ran up from behind, blocking in front of Li Shimin. Teacher, the guy's punch was coming at him, and he quickly told her, get out of the way. At this dangerous moment, a hand suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed Fumo's wrist. He couldn't believe it when he saw Beiqing standing in front of him. Fumo was even more irritated, gritting her teeth again, raising her fist, and preparing to hit him. Suddenly, a voice told him to stop. Bo Huang looked at Athena suspiciously. Why did you show up now? Who are you protecting? Beiqing was confused and leaned over to ask again, what did you say? Ruowei couldn't help but point and scold, is it noisy enough? We welcome our customers with all our hearts, but you find all the ways to protect us. Athena calmly asked, who are you? Ruowei introduced herself aggressively, I am the princess of the Tang Empire, Liruowei. At this moment, Athena understood, so, she is also a princess. No wonder she is not so reserved. Ruowei suddenly realized that this scent was the one on Beiqing's body that night. Could it be that those two? He immediately stepped forward to mediate. The proverb says that enemies should be resolved, not bound together. If everyone came here for peace, why be so angry? It's the politics that matter. The two of them turned back at the same time, looked at Beiqing, and said, what does it have to do with you? Go away. Ruowei silently said, following father's will, the embassy will come to my palace. This princess will definitely treat foreign guests well. Athena replied, then this is the right time for this princess to broaden her horizons and see what your Tang Empire has to offer. Don't let me down again. The two people led the way into the palace, cursing at each other as they walked, leaving the people around speechless. Beiqing worriedly thought, why do I have a bad feeling? Oh God, you must protect me. Not long after, in the middle of the day, the sky turned dark, and there was thunder and lightning. He crept behind the pillar and observed the situation. Seeing no one, Beiqing turned around and left. The best policy is to run away. At this moment, Athena, who had been leaning against a pillar for some time, spoke up, it's late at night. Where are you going? Beiqing laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. Why are you here? What a coincidence. Athena stood up and scolded, I knew a man like you couldn't be relied on. When faced with a little difficulty, I want to run away. Hiding what? What nonsense are you talking about? She took off her coat, sat on Beiqing, and questioned, "Me or her, who do you choose? You see me, but you're not moved at all." Faced with this situation, he hesitantly said, "Don't be like that, you're drunk." The two of them had no idea that the scene had been seen by Bobo Wang's group. He angrily growled, "At the banquet tomorrow, I want this brat torn to pieces in front of everyone." Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door calling Beiqing, causing him to wake up with a start. Hearing his scream, the person outside asked, "Why are we back?" "I'm going out now, I'm really seeing a ghost. Last night, Athena kissed me, and then what happened? Why can't I remember anything anymore?" The eunuch reported, "Lord Qin has been in the palace for 10 days. Attend the banquet for the Dujua country delegation today." Okay, Beiqing thought to himself. What is the background of this Dujua country delegation? I just feel like these people are strange. He then followed the eunuch, quickly moving toward Li Shimin's place. Seeing Beiqing, he asked with concern, "How did Gu Beiqing rest last night?" Beiqing replied, "Very good." Then he asked, "Ruowei isn't coming along. I also want to ask her something." Li Shimin explained, "Ruowei brought the delegation to the palace first. Any problem, ask me." He said bluntly, "There are only a few people in the Dujua country delegation, but they dare to act so unruly. With you, even in Chang'an City, the Tang Empire is too weak. According to the history I know, you are not that weak." He knew that the more he gave in, the more Dujua country would encroach. But the war has just ended after many years. The people cannot bear war again. Moreover, that year, the Li clan replaced the previous dynasty and defended Taiyuan City, mainly facing Dujua country. They raised an army and attacked Chang'an City and Luoyang. Abandoning the rear guard, Dujua country launched a surprise attack on Taiyuan City. The emperor beat them with patience and paid tribute to keep them still. Only the Li clan can rule the central plains. Beiqing understood, so they came this time not to flatter at all. "Are you here to claim a good place?" Li Shimin nodded in confirmation. Then, he gritted his teeth and banged the table. "In the past, Dujua country invaded the border and killed the people. It's a pity that the emperor stopped it. If not, I would have trained soldiers and hunted for 5 years in the north. Wash away the humiliation of the central plains, having to submit to those manji for years." He frowned, thinking, should I tell him that? Will he become a great Khan in the future and unify the world? Beiqing thought about it and gave up, thinking that spoiling him first was not good. Just then, an arrow flew into the carriage. The sharp-witted Beiqing immediately detected it as soon as it was right in front of his eyes. He reached out to catch the arrow, his eyes immediately filling with alertness. Li Shimin was gaping at the arrow. "Be careful, the arrow may be laced with deadly poison." He immediately lifted the curtain and ordered, "Lie down on your stomach and don't sit up. The person who came is a master. Hiding so well, he could very well have targeted your position." The guard shouted, "Catch the assassin, protect his highness." The arrow was shot from the tower over there, the assassin must be up there. Hearing that, the guard could not believe it. "That tower is at least 1,500 steps away from here. Our strongest archer can shoot only 200 paces. He frowned, feeling that this was getting tough. On the tower, Sutua calculated. That little guy was also present, but Langmaster wanted to kill him at the banquet. "I'm not sure he can stop us from eliminating Li Shimin." In the darkness, a voice said, "Let me. This little cutie is just the type I like." Beiqing immediately jumped out of the carriage and took action. He looked at the tower, calculating, must quickly eliminate this archer. At that moment, Yalan suddenly appeared in front of Beiqing. She swung her axe at him, but he deftly dodged it. Yalan spun the axe in her hand, then swung it toward Beiqing again. He dodged again. The axe hit the ground, causing rocks to shatter and fly everywhere. Beiqing was incredulous. "How could you do it? This axe must weigh at least 50 pounds, yet it can change the direction of the blade so easily. Are you still a woman?" Hearing that, Yalan smiled, looking at the axe in her hand. "Wait until I break your limbs. I threw you on the bed, I'll tell you." He turned pale and muttered, "Broken limbs, white. This woman is really a super pervert." Then Beiqing said loudly, "I have never beaten a woman before. Don't force me." But Yalan rushed over and whined, "Come pee, cute." He immediately jumped up, dodged, and told her to stop, causing Yalan's axe blade to smash into the wall behind her. "Then I'm even more curious. Are you still a male monk?" Looking at that lustful expression, she burst out laughing. "That's true." Beiqing turned around and ran away. Yalan ran after him and called out, "Don't run, let big sister take you in." At this time, Li Shimin led the guards over, directing them to capture the assassin. He was so happy that he cried, "Your Highness, you've finally come to save me." The more people there were, the more Yalan laughed happily. "There are more little cuties here." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Dare to resist, kill without mercy." That voice was Eunuch Chen's, coming to convey the Holy Emperor's oral decree. Beicheng was also surprised. Where did this guy come from? Li Shimin politely greeted him. "Lord Qin, His Majesty summons you to enter the palace immediately." At this time, the palace was filled with happy chatter. "So, Kagan also likes horseback riding and archery?" Athena raised her cup to confirm. "Some time ago, Father Khan took us hunting. Accidentally walked into the Tang Empire's side. Hope your Majesty does not blame me." Li Yuan smiled and ignored it. "It's all a misunderstanding. The friendship between Kagan and me, heaven and earth can witness." Li Jinqing spoke up. Even though it was just a misunderstanding, the second brother still longed to make a contribution. Kagan received secret orders to lead troops to Taiyuan City and declare war arbitrarily. The important banquet has not yet arrived. What a disgrace. The crown prince is confused. The old god was still in Taiyuan City at that time, and the vanguard of Dujue country had already closed in Anjin City. Xianhong was supposed to defend the castle, but he didn't know who had ordered him to leave the castle and run away. Bo Huang was annoyed and questioned, listening to this lord's meaning. He is constantly talking about how we Dujue country people are the minions who go to war. Whether it is or not, you know clearly in your heart. But Li Yuan immediately shouted at them, "Shut up. A distinguished guest from far away has come without any courtesy. My face has been completely ruined by you." Bo Huang stood up respectfully. "I have long heard that Lord Qin is a genius. Taiyuan City has the support of heavenly fire. It seems that the elite troops of the Tang Empire are all in Lord Qin's hands. The Tang Empire has many people but is as strong as a rock." The little king is impressed. Hearing this, Li Yuan frowned and sneered. "Is that so? The world's elite?" Jiuyang whispered, "This Bo Huang, every sentence implies the power of the mighty Lord Qin. I'm afraid that the more meritorious the master is, the more dissatisfied his majesty will be with Lord Qin." Ruowei thought, "This strange yin and yang guy, I have long disliked him." At this moment, Eunuch Chen led Li Shimin and Bei Cheng in and loudly announced, "Lord Qin is so busy that he only has time to attend the party now. What a pain." Li Shimin immediately bowed his head and clasped his hands, wanting to explain, but someone interrupted him. "I have long heard that Lord Qin is a master of martial arts." This time, Little King brought along the 4 great warriors of the team. "I would like to ask Lord Qin for a few tips. I hope your majesty will grant me permission." Jiuyang immediately slammed the table and stood up to protest. "Lord Qin is the prince of the Tang Empire. How can I compete with you, a few common people?" But he smiled and said, "Yes, just in time, I'm bored of watching the dance." Li Yuan frowned meaningfully, despite his objection. "I just heard that under Lord Qin's command, there are countless fierce generals. Surely, the more skillful you are, the more you should come and chat with the guests." Jianqing secretly rejoiced, "Little brat, let's see how embarrassed you are this time. For great masters take turns fighting and can also kill people. Not to mention the humiliation, the emperor will also punish you for bringing shame to the nation." Li Shimin's hands were sweating coldly, but he still had to respectfully accept his fate. Beicheng suggested again, "Lord Qin, wait a moment before fighting the team's little prince. Whoever loses will not lose face." But the 4 brave warriors could not come in vain. "Why don't I show off my little talent to liven up the atmosphere? What gives you the right to compete for Lord Qin?" Bo Huang was pleased to have achieved his goal. He confidently smiled, "Let's go together, I'll take on 4. Bo Huang laughed, "You brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then I will indulge you. You guys go up together, be merciful, don't beat them to death." Hearing that, Athena softly shouted Bo Huang's name. Fumo led Acap out, happily walking toward Beicheng. 6. Then the guy immediately opened his gag, revealing clenched teeth and drooling saliva. The 4 great warriors of Dujue country. Fumo can pull 10 adult horses with one hand. Acap is a wolf that the great Khan picked up from the wolf's den. Completely inhuman, must be chained with iron chains. Sutoa, the number 1 archer of Dujue country, can shoot an arrow from a distance of more than 2,000 steps to hit a running rabbit. Yalan once single-handedly chopped a pack of wolves into minced meat. The strongest woman on their grasslands. Li Yuan looked on in awe at their performance. "Beicheng, if you want to go to war on behalf of the Tang Empire, so, we must make it clear up front, there is no reward for winning. But if you lose, you're not the only one who's unlucky. Beiqing understood that the emperor had already sent someone to investigate him. He immediately turned back and said, "Lord Qin, your highness, move aside a bit. Li Shimin doesn't believe Beiqing can win 4 out of 1. Urge him to quickly apologize to Bo Huang to save his life." Ruo Wei also spoke up, "They bully the weak in numbers and even use weapons. That's not fair." Seeing Beiqing keep drinking, she shouted, "What time is it that you're still drinking?" Bo Huang sneered, "People dare to speak against 4. Do you care whether you use weapons or not? If you are truly scared, then each of us should bow 3 times. Well, that's it for today." Ruo Wei looked at Beiqing. Li Shimin absolutely would not have anyone who could defeat 4 warriors at the same time. But if defeated in front of the emperor, he will definitely be killed. Can you perform a miracle? Then the real martial arts match began. Beiqing skillfully dodged Sutuo's first arrow. Acap opened his mouth fiercely, revealing sharp teeth as he charged toward him. Beiqing waved his hand, and he was sent flying. Yalan was behind, taking the opportunity to swing his axe, preparing to strike. He turned back and immediately spat the wine out of his mouth. A whole bunch of wine was sprayed straight into her face. Fuma uses a move called Ox Intestine Strike and charges forward. But Beiqing quickly moved behind, easily grabbing the guy's hand. Then, he grabbed Fuma's arm tightly, throwing her up. Then Beiqing took advantage of the momentum and flipped, dragging the guy's body along. He used Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, successfully taking down the huge Fuma. Fuma's body was slammed to the ground, immediately spurting blood. Li Yuan exclaimed excitedly, "What is this trick?" Bo Huang wondered in surprise. "Use your feet to kick Fumu away." "How can that be?" "He uses magic." Yalan swung the axe again and charged toward Beiqing. He did not rush to avoid it but stood still, staring at the axe blade. Ruo Wei saw this and worriedly shouted, "Oh no, if I don't dodge in time, I'm dead for sure." Before the warning screams from outside, Beiqing stood still, letting him slash downward. The moment the axe blade fell on his head, he punched Yalan straight in the stomach. Her axe blade was instantly deflected to the side. Li Shimin and Ruo Wei were both surprised. Unexpectedly, it was deflected so easily by a fist. Jiu Yang cheered. "The mighty Tang Empire." Beiqing pondered. "Because you are a woman, I only used inch punches. So you just lie there and sleep for a while." After hitting, he said indifferently, "Excuse me, my fists are very hard, but my life is still there." Bo Huang was angry and could not help but point his finger, ordering someone to kill Gu Beiqing. Acap jumped forward, intending to grab Beiqing, but he jumped up just in time. Sutuo stood and observed for a while, finally spotting an opportunity. He raised his bow, calculating. In the air, there is no borrowing point. See how you dodge. The arrow from Sutuo's place shot out at the speed of light. Fly straight toward him. Beiqing immediately waved his hand before the arrow could hit him. Then the arrow seemed to be hypnotized. Sudden stop. He controlled the arrow to fly in the opposite direction. At that moment, the arrow immediately flew straight at Acap, who was attacking from behind. He was caught off guard and stabbed through the shoulder. The match was completely decided. Cheers echoed throughout the palace. "This is truly the #1 warrior of the Tang Empire. He did it. What did he just use that could change the arrow's direction?" Sutuo was trembling with fear but still tried to regain his courage. "You bastard, I'll fight you to the death." Athena was angry and quickly shouted at her subordinates to stop. Sutuo was extremely unwilling, but he had no choice but to obey the princess's orders and stop. Athena clasped her hands in salute to the Holy One. "Mighty warrior Tang Empire, we lost. I suddenly feel unwell. I hope your majesty will allow me to take my leave first." "Ha ha ha, just chatting. Guests, multiply by 1,000, don't overthink it. If you're not feeling well, go home and rest first. See you later." Athena took the lead and walked out of the palace. She resolutely ordered her group to leave. Bo Huang was still angry and scolded his subordinates, foolish and hard being. The Dujua country envoys were about to step out of the main hall when they encountered Beiqing. As they passed each other, Athena angrily frowned and glanced at Gu Beiqing. Because Beiqing had made the Dujua country envoys lose all face. But not only was he not afraid, he even joked and winked at Athena. "You were very worried about me just now, weren't you?" She was so angry that her teenage thoughts were exposed in front of everyone, that she stammered and was speechless. In the end, he could only get angry and stomp his feet, cursing, "Shameless thing." Bo Huang also coldly snorted in agreement, but Beiqing just shrugged his shoulders. Ruo Wei witnessed this scene and was so angry that his eyes burned with fury. In front of so many people, still flirting, no shame. Li Yuan laughed heartily. Gu Beiqing, very good. I am very pleased with you. Tell me, what reward do you want? He did not shout arrogantly but bowed his head and respectfully said, Thank you for your grace, your majesty. As long as I can bring glory to the Tang Empire, my heart is fulfilled. I have no other request. Li Yuan was even more pleased when he heard this. Li Shimin, you really have good eyes. Father, you flatter me. Reward Lord Qin with a set of jade tablets. Give Beiqing a golden plate of the beast. This action made Jianqing angry, clenching his fist. Returning to her residence, Athena angrily slapped Bo Huang. You're so rude and smug that you've forgotten who you are, haven't you? Before we left, what did my father tell you? We take this trip to put the war aside. But you are causing trouble everywhere. You are just a follower. I am the leader of the group. I have not given the order. Who gave you permission to wage war? Don't forget your identity. No matter how well your father treats you, you are still just an adopted orphan. Bo Huang couldn't help but protest. Humph. I saw it long ago. From the beginning, she was only worried about that white-faced guy. Our hero lost, but she was very happy inside. His anger reaching its peak, he insulted Athena. You eat at home, but carry the burden of the whole country. Not worthy to lead the brave men of true determination. As soon as the court session ended, everyone left the main hall together and heard Xianling's hearty laughter. So refreshing. He kept talking non-stop to Li Shimin. Your Highness, did you see the Crown Prince's expression? They've all turned liver-colored. This is the first time I've seen him this angry. We can consider ourselves proud before His Majesty. Beiqing chuckled, it's just child's play, you don't need to worship me so much. Ruowei was speechless with him. I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. But Beiqing once again started teasing her, don't be serious. Let's give her a kiss. Just finished, then heard a pop sound. On his cheek, there was a handprint. Ruowei lightly brushed her hands off. It's more comfortable now. Suddenly, a guard ran in and reported, Lord Qin, Princess, something big has happened. Everyone was stunned when they heard this shocking news. Bo Huang led his men to kidnap the princess of Dujue country and fled the city. Everyone immediately rushed to the scene. Li Shimin immediately asked, what exactly happened? The guard quickly reported, the Dujue country envoy returned to the palace shortly after a fierce argument broke out. Princess Athena was kidnapped by Bo Huang. On the way, many guards were killed and injured and ran out from the west gate of Chang'an City, heading southwest. Is it true that Athena was forced? The guard was certain. Absolutely, not a single bit is fake. Everyone at the scene saw it. Hearing the guard's words, Bo Huang's sword was placed on the princess's neck. Blood was flowing out. Beiqing was filled with intense anxiety. He ignored everything and wanted to run to save Athena. Where are you going? Beiqing was in a hurry, so he immediately jumped onto the saddle. He didn't even bother to look back, just firmly said, I'll chase after them. With that, he urged his horse to gallop, chasing after Bo Huang to capture Athena. Ignoring Ruowei shouting his name from behind, Li Shimin was worried about more than that. He stuttered, unable to form sentences. Going southwest, could it be that Bo Huang wants to go to the Turks? If Athena meets with misfortune on the land of the Tang Empire. So, it is a very serious diplomatic incident. Not to mention the loss of the Tang Empire's dignity. The Khagan of Dujue country not raising his army is still a crime. Li Shimin quickly made a decision, I will go see father immediately. Master Feng immediately released carrier pigeons to inform all the legions in the northwest. Urgently prepare for war, defend against the attack of the Dujue country army. Beiqing galloped out of the castle without him knowing. Upstairs, Jianqing's eyes silently watched. He ordered Lu Fu, I leave it to you, don't disappoint me again. Please rest assured, your highness. Bo Huang led the way, his men following closely behind. Athena, despite being tied up, remained silent. Just relying on these defeated soldiers, do you think you can escape from the Tang Empire? Bo Huang begins to play dirty tricks on Athena. You are too naive. Just now, if I hadn't gone easy on them, the entire imperial palace would have been hacked to pieces by those 4 people. Beiqing rode his horse at full speed to chase after Bo Huang, who had kidnapped Athena. Finally, chased to a clearing in the jungle. Suddenly, an arrow shot out of nowhere, hitting the horse's leg, preventing it from reacting in time. Just seeing the horse lose momentum, by inertia, Beiqing was also thrown off the saddle and onto the ground. Luckily, he only suffered external scratches because he reacted extremely quickly to put his weight on the right foot. But before he could catch his breath, a huge wooden pillar aimed straight at Beiqing and smashed towards him. Because he was surprised, when he used force to support the log, he had to continuously retreat. So there's an ambush. Who released it? Fumo. But why did his strength suddenly become so great? Just as Beicheng was distracted, Yalan suddenly appeared behind him and gave him another stab across the back. The log also hit him straight in the chest. Beicheng was attacked suddenly and unexpectedly, so it was difficult to defend. His face was extremely ugly, his voice questioning. It seemed that the fight just now was not over yet. He scolded himself in his heart, I was so careless, I broke 2 ribs. From afar, Bo Huang's mocking laughter could be heard. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist chasing after him first. He held the knife to Athena's neck and acted very heroically. Beicheng, you have humiliated my Dujue country time and time again. Today, my little king will settle the old debt with a new one. You bastard, you show your fangs to the person you love. Let her go, your people. Ever since the 2 of you did that dirty thing last night, she is no longer worthy of being the princess of Dujue country. She is now only worthy of being my servant. Beicheng, you go quickly, don't mind me. Her words immediately angered Bo Huang. He strangled her and lifted her into the air. It's come to this, and you still want to protect him. It's really heartbreaking. This bitch. Beicheng tried to suppress his anger to negotiate. You should think carefully. How dare you harm the princess? Neither the Tang Empire nor Dujue country will spare you. How many more innocent people will die because of war? Don't be reckless. Let her go, and we can negotiate. Bo Huang laughed close to Athena. Your white-faced guy didn't come for you. He just wants to make a contribution in front of the dog emperor, but you still want him to escape. Suddenly, he reached out and tore Athena's clothes. The laughter directed at Beicheng seemed to linger in her ears. If you don't mind her, then let's enjoy her together. Seeing his daughter being humiliated and being unable to do anything, Beicheng's eyes widened. Is it beautiful? Want to tear off another layer? At this moment, 2 lines of tears of humiliation had already rolled down Athena's beautiful face. Beicheng saw her crying, his face darkened, his voice was commanding, each word harsh. Will kill you. This time, Bo Huang really angered Beicheng. I must kill you. Beicheng rushed directly forward, aiming straight at Bo Huang. Seeing that, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He tried to order his subordinates to stop him. Sutua immediately took action, only to see him jump up and use his ultimate technique, the 3 martial arrows. Sutua confidently thought to himself, this is my lifelong secret skill. 3 arrows split apart, aiming at the head, heart, and knees, even for someone with very fast reaction speed. He could barely avoid one, and the guy was still running. Changing direction immediately was impossible. Let's see how you escape this time. But Beicheng's reaction was beyond Sutua's expectations. He caught an arrow and bit off one of its tips. Even so, an arrow still pierced straight into his calf, causing Beicheng to stagger, nearly losing his balance. This shot will kill you for sure. Hit by my poison arrow, within half an incense stick's time, you will die. But he didn't have time to be complacent for long. In just a moment, he let down his guard, and a sharp arrow flew toward him. The arrow went straight into his skull, and he died instantly. Beicheng's arm, which had just shot the arrow, had not yet retracted. He declared firmly, half a jolt of time is enough for me to kill you all 6 times. Fumo's eyes were blinded by anger. I will avenge Sechuo. He threw a punch, but Beicheng dodged it. Only rely on yourself. The soldier who overcame the general. Fumo was not simple either. With just a glance, he had already grasped the opening. Then, Fumo threw a powerful punch, hitting Beicheng straight in the body. He quickly regained his balance, thinking to himself, there's no mistake about it. This guy's strength and reaction speed are both stronger than they were half a day ago. The cowardly Bo Huang hid far away, but still did not forget to sarcastically say, looks like you've discovered me. He was proud. This was the secret technique of our Dujue country. Using it on the body could increase strength by at least 3 times. Plus, there's no pain at all. A year ago, we attacked Kingdom Kucha and failed to breach the city, but using this medicine, we breached the city in just 1 hour and 1. Open your eyes wide and watch as the person in your heart is torn to pieces by the Dujue country warrior. Gu Beicheng endured the pain and pulled out the arrow. Your Chinese is quite good. You can recite idioms one after another as soon as you open your mouth. Inwardly cursing, humph, what bad luck. Did stimulants already exist in ancient times? No wonder his strength suddenly became so strong. The poison is starting to spread. Before losing consciousness, I can still hold on for about 15 minutes. Wounded thigh cannot exert speed. At most, it can only kill one. Just then, an idea flashed through Gu Beiqing's mind, and he came up with a countermeasure. That's not right, there should still be a chance of winning. Beiqing decided to bet on this one last chance. ACAP charged forward like a cheetah. He could only dive in and attack Gu Beiqing like a wild beast. Under the influence of the drug, ACAP went completely crazy, losing all reason. He pounced and bit Gu Beiqing's shoulder. He used all his strength to throw him off of him, and while hitting, he didn't forget to taunt, "Humph, turn your tail and act like a dog." Fumo and Yalan continued to charge forward recklessly. "If you don't be honest and die, then I'll break all of your bones." She used the heavy axe blade to chop down and, at the same time, angrily shouted, "Don't hit a woman. What a big mouth. Today, I must make you pay for your arrogance." Gu Beiqing dodged in time, but was pushed to the ground by Fumo. Each powerful punch landed on Gu Beiqing. With the enhanced power of the stimulant, he was no match for Fumo. He was beaten to the point of internal injuries and spat out blood. "Hear that? Broken bone. The crisp sound is so nice to hear. Aren't you very good? If you're so good, then stand up and fight again." At the end of his rope, Gu Beiqing silently told himself on the battlefield, "There are only two choices, either stay conscious, or die." During this difficult time, a flashback took him back to the past. His father had once told him, "Remember, you are a soldier. The body is iron, the will is steel. Even if injured, one must use spirit to control the body and fight to the end." Remembering his father's words, remembering the moment he beat the soldiers, under the terrified eyes of the Dujua country people, Gu Beiqing slowly stood up. In his mind, there was only one obsession: never fall down. The most frightened person was Bo Huang. He trembled in disbelief. "He can still stand up. Are you a monster?" Gu Beiqing wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips. Even though he was seriously injured, his eyes were still arrogant. "Only this little ability? You really disappoint me. Keep giving me medicine. He will definitely die today. You useless people." Fumo, Yalan, and ACAP all obeyed without hesitation, willing to give their lives for Bo Huang. Fumo poured all the powder into his mouth resolutely, but the weight did not increase as expected. On the contrary, he suffered an anaphylactic reaction due to the overdose. His eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body was covered in blue veins. Not only Fumo, but Yalan and ACAP also had the same reaction. Their muscles stiffened and veins bulged. Bo Huang did not notice. He continued to order, "Come forward, all of you, those brave warriors who do not know fear are the true warriors." But not letting him laugh for long, Fumo's eyes were already bleeding, her gaze red like a demon's. Immediately afterward, he vomited a lot of black blood. This was the side effect of an overdose of stimulants. What happened? The position changed. Beiqing had become the one standing above, looking down. An overdose of stimulants will lead to a rapid increase in blood pressure and lung fibrosis, resulting in difficulty breathing. Within a minute, he will die of respiratory failure. This was the probability he had bet on earlier. Fumo kept rushing forward to punch and kick, but Beiqing lightly dodged. "Don't waste your effort, the person right now even I can't see clearly from here." His whole body was stiff as a log, unable to control his limbs. His throat was clogged. Then, Fumo fell down, completely lifeless. Beiqing softly uttered, "It's over." Bo Huang now realized he was trapped. This bastard actually tricked them into taking more drugs. "Humph. You gave the order, not me. Don't be so smug with me, your poison is about to take effect. Do you feel like your internal organs are being gnawed by ants? So what? There's still time to get rid of you. If you're a man, then come here and kill me yourself." The cowardly Bo Huang thought he was smart. "You're trying to provoke me, aren't you? I won't fall for your trap again. I'll just watch you slowly die in pain like this." Beiqing still did not retreat, causing Bo Huang to continuously threaten, "Don't come over here. If you take another step, I will kill her. Stop right there." He held Athena hostage and continued to threaten her. "I told you to stop, do you hear me?" But Beiqing still didn't care and slowly approached. His outward attitude was calm, but he had to bite his lips until they bled to stay awake. There was only one thought in his mind, his consciousness was hazy, and he absolutely must not fall. "Ha, are you trying to force me to the cliff?" But in that split second, Bo Huang turned his face away, revealing his weakness. "It is now." Beiqing reacted quickly, immediately seizing the opportunity, then threw out a dagger. By the time Bo Huang turned around and recognized the dagger, it was too late. There was nothing he could do to stop it. That was why the sword was stabbed straight into his left shoulder. Bo Huang painfully let go of the arm that had been holding Athena tightly. Beiqing was just waiting for that moment, so he grabbed her hand tightly. In Athena's bright and happy eyes, Beiqing gently comforted, "Caught you." The tension from earlier was released, causing him to smile weakly, but he did not forget to comfort Athena. "Okay, it's okay." While Beiqing was not paying attention, Lufu prepared to secretly attack from behind. Athena shouted a warning, "Beiqing, be careful." But it was too late. One of Lufu's eggs hit him straight on the back. By inertia, both Beiqing and Athena were pushed down the cliff, just as Lufu had wanted. When he was pushed down the cliff, Beiqing held Athena in one hand and grabbed a tree branch with the other. Both of them were suspended in the air, ready to fall at any moment. Lufu sarcastically said, "The soldier's physical quality is very good, fighting for so long and still having strength. This beast, what the hell does he want? Do you want to help Li Jianqing escape death once, and then correct history?" Lufu sneered, "I also came out of a storm of bullets and bombs and have been trading in cultural relics for so many years. If I were willing to work under someone else, I wouldn't have to rack my brains to make money. God is not cruel to me, giving me the opportunity to change this world. Can we play a more exciting game?" Only then did Beiqing realize his huge ambition. "In my time, would anyone want to do?" Before he could finish his sentence, the branch could no longer bear the weight of two people and broke. Beiqing lost his footing and fell into the abyss with Athena. Lufu just stood there, staring. He stood there, looking down the cliff until the bottom was completely silent. "Although you are the only person in this era who understands me, but for my plan, you must die." Bobo Huang saw this scene and became even more frightened. "Who are you?" Lufu looked disdainful. "Still alive, just in time. Come back with me as a witness." In the imperial palace, Li Yuan's scolding voice was heard. "You still haven't caught them. There are only 4 of them. Still bringing hostages. If you can't even finish this little task, then go to Taebaek and join my army." Li Shimin turned his head and asked, "Have you informed General Zhao to seal the border against the bandits? Where are they going?" "I have no idea. They are outsiders. It is absolutely impossible to know the way around Chang'an City." Before the general could say anything, a majestic voice came from outside. "Unless someone plotted and incited them to capture the princess and run away." Jianqing walked forward with dignity and saluted. Lufu then captures Bobo Huang. "I personally led the people who captured the Dujue country princess." "Okay, well done. So where is the princess? Is she hurt?" "Seriously?" Jianqing pretended to blame himself. "I am incompetent. You chased me away." Fighting with the rebels, Dujue country had the chance to save Princess Athena, but who would have thought? Speaking up to here, he had no good intentions, glancing at Li Shimin. He also quickly realized this point and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Second brother's subordinate, Gu Beiqing, is a traitor of the same blood. He forced the princess to be a hostage in order to find a way to survive. On the cliff, he slipped and pulled the princess down with him. The remains were gone. Li Shimin tried to retort. Beiqing ignored his own safety and immediately pursued. "How can we be of the same blood as them? Big brother, don't talk nonsense." Jianqing sarcastically hinted, "Brother, since when did you become so daring to do things but not admit them?" Beiqing didn't even care about his life for his brother and even implicated the princess. "This time, how will we, the Tang Empire, face the wrath of Dujue country? Bo Huang was captured alive by us. Can his testimony be considered evidence?" Bo Huang remembered Jianqing's promise to help him attain the throne of Khagan Dujue country. Lien said to Li Yuan, "Your Majesty, please spare my life. It's all because Lord Qin forced me to do this. He has to be my boss." Li Shimin hurriedly defended himself. "Bo Huang is talking nonsense and slandering people. I have not committed any collusion. I still hope that the emperor will be fair." "Humph, I didn't expect your highness to now turn around and deny it. If not, I will lower myself first. Can Beiqing win against them? This is all to help you gain some face in front of his majesty." "You are a liar." But Li Yuan did not listen, directly ordering to call for people. With Jianqing's smug smile, soldiers and imperial guards quickly arrived. Li Yuan's eyes were as cold as a knife, devoid of any respect for father-son relationships. Li Shimin colluded with foreign invaders. When the army commits a crime, drag him down. What? Second brother was captured by father? The palace maid reported, "I heard that the crown prince captured Bo Huang, always saying that this event was Lord Qin's fault. His Majesty has imprisoned the generals and ministers close to Lord Qin. Princess, quickly escaped through the back door." However, in the midst of danger, she only cared about Beiqing's safety. The close palace maid hurriedly pushed Ruo Wei away to hide. "I heard he and the princess fell off the cliff. Life and death are unknown, princess. If you don't run away soon, it will be too late. Now only the princess can save Lord Qin. Just as she was pushed out the back door, a noise came from outside. Princess Pingyang, where is Li Ruowei? From afar, soldiers were already running to surround the back door. She was startled and panicked. But even so, Ruowei quickly regained his composure. Run away immediately, try to find a way to survive. She was so worried about Beiqing that tears fell down her cheeks. You can't die. I won't let you die. At this moment, Beiqing slowly opened his eyes. Luckily, he was fortunate and did not die. He woke up with a start and saw Athena wiping away the tears from the corners of her lips. Beiqing was startled and quickly retreated, distancing himself far from her. Athena shyly wiped her mouth and happily said, "You're awake." Beiqing only now realized that the wound on his thigh, caused by the poison arrow, had been neatly treated. Also, fully herbal. Only then did he realize he had misunderstood. He couldn't help but feel awkward and disappointed in his heart. "It's great, we're both fine." Beiqing touched the wound and cried out in pain. Athena quickly backed away, her voice filled with remorse. "Did I hurt you?" Beiqing still tried to comfort her, saying that he was okay. "Is it thanks to this river that we didn't fall to our deaths? A great disaster does not kill, there will definitely be a happy ending." He looked up at the steep cliff, standing unsupported. Men hung. Lam sa chung ta len duok bai jio. Beiqing praised Athena, the feeling of toxicity in the body dissipated quite a bit. "Do you even know about herbs?" Athena said arrogantly, "Otherwise, do you think you can still live? How can one live if one is struck by Sutua's poisoned arrow?" But now, both of them are stuck in the mountain valley. Time is running out. Continuing on is dangerous. First, we must light a fire and rest. Then continue to find the way tomorrow. Athena asked again, "The war between the two countries is tense. Can you still wait until tomorrow?" Just then, came the mixed chirps of birds returning to their nests. Hearing the noise, I know it's getting dark. Since he was injured, the task of finding dry branches to start a fire was left to Athena. Seeing her fidgeting, Beiqing sighed. "Poor outdoor survival skills, born with a silver spoon in your mouth." Athena was clumsy, but she eventually finished. The twigs were pretty good. The next problem was making a fire. Beiqing asked her, "Do you have a flint?" She immediately got angry and scolded, "I am a princess, how can I carry that thing with me? Don't you have it either? Forget it, just make it yourself. Now drill the firewood. If done correctly, you can start a fire in 2 hours. When I joined the army, I saw veterans do that. It takes 3 people to take turns, new recruits basically can't start a fire." Her voice turned mournful, despite the success. The veterans in charge of creating the fire were all in a terrible state, their hands were covered in blood blisters. "Countless times I told my father to make sure every soldier had a flint. But when you're already in battle, who cares about this?" At this moment, Beiqing took a piece of cloth. The speechless look on Athena's face startled her. "Brother, what's with that expression? Why are you twisting the rope?" "Of course, I want to make fire." "Do you know how to make fire? If you don't know, then say so. You're making a big deal out of it. I've never seen anyone do that." But surprisingly, the fire caught on very quickly, leaving Athena extremely surprised. Beiqing explained, "Using your hands to rotate a tree branch can only reach 12 times per second. But using a bow to drill can reach 80 rotations in 1 second. Heat energy produced is at least 10 times higher. More importantly, protect your hands from melting." Athena saw that the fire was successfully lit and could not help but fall into deep thought. "I am also a person who has read widely and understood much since childhood. Know many things in the world. But why is he so proficient in so many skills that I've never heard of?" At night, the two confided under the stars, talking about Lu Fu and Jianqing's plot. Talk about the reason Beiqing had to arrest Lu Fu for stealing precious cultural relics and national treasures. He described to Athena, "The seal is made of jade and has a dragon pattern on the surface. But there was a corner inlaid with gold." She suddenly startled and asked, "Is it gold from jade?" Beiqing was nervous. She knew this seal. Inwardly, he sighed, "What a country bumpkin." Yet I was still enthusiastically fighting for him. Suddenly, Athena threw a hot fire straight at Beiqing, making him extremely surprised. "What are you going to do?" Athena coldly questioned, "Who exactly are you?" Beiqing tried to cover it up, saying that he was just an ordinary person. "You're lying, the seal you're talking about is the precious national treasure, passed down since the time of the first emperor, the imperial jade seal. With the fire stub pressed against his face, Beiqing forced a smile. "So it's the imperial jade seal." Athena's eyes were as cold as a knife. "If you were an ordinary person, It is basically impossible to come into contact with the Imperial Jade Seal. Don't talk about fighting, there is only one Imperial Jade Seal in this world, and it is currently in the main camp of our Dujue country. Beiqing forced a smile on his face, then what a coincidence. In my heart, I cursed, why don't you just chop me down with an axe? How can I explain this? If I told you now that I transmigrated here, you would definitely think I was crazy. Athena coldly questioned, I should have thought of it sooner. How could an ordinary person be proficient in so many strange and magical arts? What are you hiding? But at that moment, a very suspicious rustling sound came from the bushes. Seeing a few figures hiding behind the bushes, Beiqing shouted, who is it? Then, without hesitation, he pulled Athena's hand and ran away from their encirclement. But unexpectedly, they also brought a net. The two of them, no matter how fast they ran, could not escape. Athena was extremely worried about Beiqing's wound, which had not fully healed. The two were taken to a mountain camp. Both of them were tied to wooden posts by their hands and feet. Athena cried out, let me go. Beiqing calmly observed, are these people sent by Jianqing? If it were his men, they would have killed us. Could it be bandits? But are their living conditions that good? Suddenly, an angry voice came from inside the house. How bold! How dare you break into our family's forbidden land? Who sent you? Tell me and I will give you a happy death. Beiqing stared at the little girl in front of him and asked doubtfully, a little girl? Lingli heard that and angrily puffed out her cheeks. Then, she immediately jumped up and kicked. You dare call me a little girl? You want to get beaten. As she spoke, she hit the head of a subordinate from the mountain camp, leaving Beiqing speechless. Fallen into this lady's hands, and still dares to speak out. Beat him until he doesn't recognize his mother, then chop him up and feed him to the fish. Dezhuang and Erzhuang quickly said, the person you hit is from our village, the spy is on the right. Lingli was angry, she was extremely scary. Her sharp eyes glanced around. Then, pointing straight at Wang Kai, he scolded, hitting him is a warning to you. You're so young and already know about someone's house because of the news. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Who sent you? You won't say anything. I don't believe you can endure my 18 types of torture. The subordinate couldn't help but say, that's Wang Kai. Beiqing thought to himself, the little girl is not only hot-tempered but also severely nearsighted. Lingli was still drunk and asked Wang Kai, someone, bring the tiger vine and chili water here. Lingli shouted loudly, her voice full of threats. Do you know your mistake now? Dezhuang turned her eyes up to look at Beiqing. It's him. Lingli said smugly, looking at your joking appearance, I have long been displeased. Bring my great sword here. He was speechless and thought to himself, when have I ever joked? Dezhuang and Erzhuang carried her great sword and both respectfully invited her. Beiqing was not only unworried, but also very calm. I didn't expect her small body to have such strong energy. Lingli immediately jumped up, swinging her sword to slash. I hate it the most when others say I'm small. But Beiqing only said one sentence to stop her actions, I can cure your eyes. The great sword stopped just inches from his head, but he was not afraid. Don't even look in front of your eyes. In Lingli's eyes was an unmistakable astonishment. What makes this young lady believe a spy like you? She must have been around 12 years old when her eyesight gradually began to fade. There is a layer of fog covering my eyes, making everything blurry in the distance. You have to get close to see it, right? Lingli threatened him for so many years. The quacks who died under my great sword numbered at least 80, if not 100. Beiqing was not worried at all and calmly said, don't worry, my method is effective and works quickly. As long as you have the right tools, you can watch the sunrise tomorrow morning. Dezhuang hurriedly advised, Miss, don't believe him. This kid is looking for an opportunity to run back and deliver the news. Beiqing tried to explain, I told you 800 times already. We both slipped and fell down the cliff. It wasn't your enemy who came. You are smarter than others. Can you be fooled? Humph. Don't think that just because you praise me for being smart, I'll let you off. But I forgive you for not playing tricks. So, what medicine do you need? Beiqing replied, just a workshop in the barracks. Dezhuang immediately objected, he came to inquire about our camp. Lingli ordered, untie him, I want to see what drum you can make. If you dare to cheat, I will kill your little lover. Athena said worriedly, don't accept it rashly. Eye disease is not like a headache, fever, or chronic disease that lasts for many years. How can it be cured before dawn? Beiqing was still in a teasing mood, don't worry, my little lover. Lingli questioned, if you accidentally fell in, how would you know that our barracks has a workshop? Beiqing leisurely replied, at the foot of the mountain, there is a large amount of charcoal ash, used to smelt metal. The Red Mountain soil must have iron mines. This place is close to the cliff. Definitely a secret base, forging, mining. Lingli remained calm. You better fulfill your promise to me. Otherwise, I have 100 reasons to kill people. But in her heart, she screamed, I've covered it up very well. Is this man a fortune teller? Beiqing began to speak out his requests. The biggest firepower stove, 5 caddies of the clearest sand, nearby coal. This series of requests made Lingli and De Zhuang very confused. But she still ordered, do as he says. If he plays tricks, exploit him brutally, castrate him first, then kill him. This is the Zhutian forge, we have put away all the treasures. If you want to take the opportunity to peek, then drop that thought. Beiqing recognized the charcoal, and Lingli proudly boasted, you seem to know how to appreciate things. This is authentic peach charcoal, more expensive than pork. Beiqing thought to himself, fuel must be the most premium thing in this era. Like this forge is not good, the intensity is only 1200 degrees, but to refine glass, it needs 1600. While Beiqing peeled a handful of the fruit, Lingli kept asking, what can you make? I've never heard of cutting being able to cure any disease, let alone eye disease. Beiqing coldly blocked his throat, if you don't understand, then don't speak. No one said you were mute. Zhuang shouted angrily, but could do nothing to him. Beiqing gave a very natural order, you, Mohawk, come here and pull the bellows. What? Who did you wrong? Do you want to get beaten up? But then a heavy blow came down. Lingli's action made Zhuang obedient. I'm a talkative person, but if I let you speak, I'll wait until the end before drawing a conclusion. Beiqing held up 3 fingers in front of Lingli. How many fingers are these? Lingli narrowed her eyes uncertainly and said, 2 fingers. Beiqing continued to request, get me some iron powder, the kind that has been screened. He thought to himself, let's try it at 1200 degrees first. After a while of melting, Beiqing poured it into a round mold. Lingli asked curiously, what is that glowing thing? De Zhuang stopped her from approaching. Miss, don't go over. Be careful, this kid is up to no good. Beiqing didn't mind, it'll take even more time next time. Take some time off and be patient. 3 hours later, Lingli and his 2 subordinates, De Zhuang and Zhuang, had already fallen asleep. Only Beiqing was left, focused on his work. Hey, wake up, I did it. The 2 of them still didn't understand what he could do. Beiqing showed the result and said to Lingli, take it, put it in your left eye, and see if you can see. Zhuang angrily snatched it away, we, a bunch of your servants, wasted 3 hours. But you only made me a fake jade. Are you trying to play us? You say I can see this just by putting it in front of my right eye? But through Zhuang's eyes, everything seemed to be covered in a layer of mist, completely blurred. He hurriedly threw away his glasses, continuously shouting, he knows magic. I'm blind, I can't see anything. Zhuang immediately drew his sword. Seeing this scene, Beiqing could only cover his face and helplessly sigh. Who is it? Is it to harm Lingli? Who is behind this? The glasses rolled to her feet, catching Lingli's attention, and she picked them up to take a look. Zhuang still threatened people fiercely, if you don't speak, I will cut your flesh off, one by one. I can make your life worse than death. Don't force me to do it. Then he turned to Lingli and asked, how does it feel? She was very surprised and said, I see you clearly. Lingli pinched Zhuang's cheeks, laughing loudly. How could I find an ugly subordinate like you? In this world, who can be as ugly as you? The next victim was Zhuang. She pulled his face, pinched his face, and even ridiculed him for being uglier than Zhuang. Lingli then patted Wang Kai's head, recognizing his family members. She aimed at Beiqing, making him quite nervous. But then Lingli jumped up and hugged him, her voice happy and excited. You're so good, I don't know how to repay you, so let's be friends. Hearing this, both of them, Zhuang and Zhuang, simultaneously knelt down and paid a grand salute to Beiqing. For a moment, even he felt stunned. You guys are. The person who healed Our Lady's eyes is the great benefactor of our family. We 2 brothers have eyes but don't plant, we have committed many sins, please punish us, Benedict. Beiqing thought to himself, it seems like there's a sex toy mixed in. There's no need for punishment, this is just a wave of my hand. But Lingli interjected, you don't need to be so polite. Beiqing was helpless. Is this how you treat your confidants? Hayes, to be honest, I really want you to help me with something. On Athena's side, she was treated roughly, pushed down onto a pile of dry straw. Xiao'er had a perverted thought, it would be a shame to throw away such a fresh and juicy beauty. Let me help this old man have some fun first. Athena was so angry, you talk nonsense. Without your lady's orders, you are not to touch me. Xiao'er didn't care who would listen to that crazy girl. It's been 3 hours, her stupid lover must have been chopped to pieces by her. Athena hurriedly shouted, help. Luckily, Dezhuang and Bei Qing arrived in time. They pushed the door open and rushed in. Xiao'er trembled in fear. Miss, you came at the right time. Do you want to deal with this couple? Athena hurriedly rushed to hug Bei Qing, sobbing. Can we still live? He quickly comforted her. What's wrong? Xiao'er said meaningfully. We have been holding back in this valley for half a year. Kill this male spy if you can. As for this woman, please allow me to relax for a while. Dezhuang lifted Xiao'er up like a chicken. Brat, do you dare to be disrespectful to my benefactor? Xiao'er was filled with confusion, but before he could say anything, he was punched in the face by Dezhuang, losing several of his front teeth. Then, kicked away, Lingli respectfully bowed. I failed to discipline my subordinates, and elder sister suffered a terrible shock. Please accept Lingli's bow. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you get hurt anymore. Bei Qing explained to Lingli, this is just a temporary solution, the manufacturing is still crude. You can't use it for long, or else your eyes will get heavier. She obediently listened to the reminder and nodded her head repeatedly. Bei Qing gently instructed, I will teach you a massage method. You should do it a little more than usual. In Lingli's eyes, Bei Qing was gentle and caring. His voice was deep and warm, his thumb pressed against her temple, his index finger gently rubbing her eyes. Lingli's face suddenly became hot. Bei Qing quickly leaned closer and asked, are you sick? Why are you so hot? She blushed and quickly turned away. He didn't understand what was going on. How could Athena not understand? She blamed Bei Qing, you are truly a god. Just a little bit of flattery can make a little girl feverish. You are once again confused about women's psychology. You cured your eyes using a fake jade pill, and you still say you're an ordinary person. Who the hell are you? Lingli hurriedly put out the fire. I feel much better. As expected of the successor of Gushi, who is proficient in technology in Ji province, he truly lives up to his reputation. Bei Qing seized the opportunity to make excuses. This girl is really quick-witted. I can't even be humble now. I am the one that the Jianghu calls Tang Empire, craftsman Liu Ban, the 250th generation descendant of Ji province Gushi. Unfortunately, it's a far-fetched situation. To make a living, I do a bit of small-scale industry and also make counterfeit goods to sell for money. Athena asked again, is the jade seal that you guys are fighting over fake? Bei Qing's acting was very sincere. This career is really not glorious, so I have never had the courage to tell you. Athena still wondered, but I have learned about the Central Plains for many years, and I have never heard of Ji province having any Gushi. Our people, the Dongguan, are thousands upon millions. How many have you heard? Do we, the Languezhugasher, know? Bei Qing secretly speculated that he was a descendant of Zhuge Liang from the Three Kingdoms period. It is said that there is a secret book left behind by Zhuge Liang. So, the descendants are proficient in machinery. Is this kid really Zhuge Liang's descendant? Lingli happily boasted, let me take you to see our Zhuge family's newest weapon. Athena asked curiously, are you hiding in this mountain valley just to make weapons? Not really, it's more about security, Lingli explained. Nowadays, all the powerful factions are eyeing our family's new achievements, so we mistook you for spies and captured you. Why don't the two of them come up? Lingli replied cryptically, because there can't be any fire here. Hearing this, he was suddenly startled. Can't touch fire. Could it be explosives? During the Tang dynasty, was gunpowder already invented, and was it created by Zhuge Liang's descendants? Lingli proudly boasted, this is our secret weapon. Its name has not been announced yet, but I can tell you in advance. Before she could finish speaking, Bei Qing opened his mouth and said blandly, that's explosives. Lingli was startled and exclaimed, WTF. You actually guessed it. Bei Qing's eyes were filled with interest and boiling enthusiasm. Now that I have this, can I make a gun? Bei Qing took a look and couldn't help but admire in his heart, this is truly a top-notch gunpowder. So, do you have any ideas? Bei Qing thought to himself, although the thermal effect cannot compare to the gunpowder used in the military, but if used in moderation, at least a rifle can be made. Bei Qing asked curiously, what do you plan to do with the explosive? Just use it as fuel? Of course not, the burning speed of explosives is that fast. It would be a pity to just use it as firewood, but I don't have any better ideas yet. Bei Qing asked again, how are your subordinates' iron forging skills? Lingli boasted, our Zhuge family's technique is naturally the best. The two people argued so fiercely that Athena could not put her mouth in. She asked Dezhuang, can you show me the way out of the mountain valley? We must return to Chang'an City quickly. The group discussed as they walked, we have a design for a ladder hanging in a hidden place. It only takes half an incense stick's time to lift you up. They did not notice a dark figure lurking behind them. It turned out to be Xiao, who was beaten black and blue and immediately sought revenge. Humph, do you think I'm easy to bully? Beiqing suggested to Lingli, we need to make an iron pipe about the length of an arm. But iron must be redundant, steel is best. She was extremely puzzled. What a strange shape this is. I have never seen it before. What do you want to do? I can't tell you yet. He thought to himself, just make a set for self-defense. If it gets out, the course of history will be changed by me. Lingli angrily whined, Humph, you still dare to keep secrets from me. I consider you a talent, that's why I let you come here. Beiqing suddenly asked, what is that? Ha, these stupid bugs. The water got in without us even knowing, causing our explosives to get wet. Then you just wait to get beaten. Suddenly, Beiqing's expression turned serious. This smell is definitely not water. Lingli angrily yelled out toward the store. Who's there? Don't you know that there's no fire allowed within 10 feet of the cave entrance? Xiao was both stupid and arrogant. Of course I know. But, my lady, I'm just standing here. What can you do to me? Lingli pointed at the guy and shouted. You eat tiger liver, bear bile, or... Beiqing quickly comforted her. Don't move. There is oil on the ground. Lingli was startled and scared at that moment. She knew how dangerous it was to have oil in a cave full of explosives. What do you want to do? Are you crazy? I have worked for the Zhuge family for more than 10 years, there are no merits, but there are hardships. But tonight, you beat me up because of this couple. In your heart, am I just a dog? Beiqing quickly advised, if the explosives in the cave explode, you won't be able to survive. Put out the fire and talk slowly. Shut up. This is the Zhuge family, it's not your turn to talk. Xiao said arrogantly, having power is good, I just need a torch. You guys talk to me respectfully. His face was deep and fierce, his voice twisted. From now on, you will be my dog. Lingli angrily shouted, what the fuck do you want to do? If you dare throw this bait, the guards will all run over here. Do you think you can escape? Humph. Stop threatening me and be a good boy. I can still spare your life. If you ruined my good deed, then I'll have to let you compensate me. Lingli angrily scolded him, you pervert, you're not even as good as a dog or a pig. Wait for me to come out, I have to kill you. Xiao went even further, take off all your clothes for me. If not, I will burn you to death immediately. If the explosives in the cave explode, the whole family's hard work will be ruined. Do you still have the face to go down and meet the master? Lingli, even though young, already knows how to think about the big picture. It's okay if she dies. But the benefactor could not let his life be lost in vain. The Zhuge family's 1,000-year legacy cannot be destroyed in a moment because of him. Xiao was extremely surprised and continued, ha ha ha. That's right. It's not in vain that I've served the Zhuge family for so many years, it's your turn to serve me. Beiqing gently raised his hand to stop him. Don't listen to him. Let him burn, let's see if he has the guts. Xiao saw that and roared angrily, you stinky babies, you're about to die, but you still have the nerve to talk. Do you think I dare not kill you? Beiqing deliberately provoked him. I see you as just a mad dog, only knowing how to bark wildly. Lingli hurriedly advised him, I'll just take it off, don't provoke him now. I can't implicate you. Xiao was angered, so he threw the torch into the cave. I'll let you go crazy, go and die. Seeing this, Beiqing immediately threw out his dagger. The dagger accurately knocked the torch away so that it would not catch fire from the oil on the ground. Xiao now trembled in fear, he hit it from so far. Did he hack? Beiqing immediately rushed out of the cave entrance. Your day of death has come, mad dog. Xiao was so scared that he ran away. But before leaving, he pressed a button outside the cave door. Beiqing, be careful, he activated that stone door. It was too late, he didn't have time to run out, the stone door in front of him had already closed, completely blocking the only exit. Xiao continued to mock, why aren't you being so arrogant anymore? Come hit me, aren't you good at throwing knives? Beiqing turned his head and asked Lingli, how do I open it? Where is the latch? But she said in complete despair, this is the last line of defense designed to protect the explosives warehouse. This door weighs 3,000 stones. Once down, it is to die in order to erase the secret of explosives from the outside world. So, we can't go out anymore. Beiqing placed the iron rod into the gap of the stone door. Below was a small rock mound to act as a lever to push the door up. The weight of the stone door caused the rock below to shatter. He sat down, breathing heavily. I'm fine, the lever principle won't work either. Don't be in a hurry, they'll slowly realize that we're gone. They'll definitely send someone to look for us here. Suddenly, several voices rang out from outside. Why is the stone door down? Did someone touch this button? Lingli immediately recognized that it was Dezhuang and Dezhuang's voice. She rushed forward, clapping her hands and shouting, "Hey, can you hear me?" The people outside immediately realized that Lingli was inside, so they quickly told each other, "Everyone, quickly go find tools and think of a way to pry the door open." Athena stood outside, hurriedly knocking on the door and shouting loudly, "Miss Chuga, is Beiqing in there too? Is he okay?" Beiqing replied softly, "Don't worry, we'll see each other soon." Through a thick stone door, he teased Athena. Lingli stood there listening, her emotions somewhat indescribable. They seem so close, why do I feel a little uncomfortable inside? Meanwhile, people outside were busy trying to rescue the people inside the cave. Inside Beiqing, standing in front of Lingli, he relied on the movement outside to cautiously remind her, "Stay away from the door a bit, be careful not to get hurt." Is he protecting me? Just now, when that guy threatened to set fire, he also put me behind him to protect him. Suddenly, I realized that my benefactor is really handsome. Thinking about it, Lingli suddenly blushed. I didn't bring that crystal piece, but I still saw my benefactor's appearance clearly. Why is he all I can think about now? It's so hot, why is my heart beating so fast? Suddenly, Lingli collapsed into Beiqing's chest. He was immediately startled by her actions. Beiqing quickly knelt down, his hands tightly grasping her shoulders. "What's wrong? Your face is so red." I am fine, just a little dizzy." Hearing this, Beiqing was extremely puzzled as to why she suddenly felt dizzy. Lingli suddenly pushed him away in panic. "Brother, stay away from me. The closer you get, the hotter and hotter I become." Seeing this, he quickly went to the door and announced to the people outside, "There's not much air left in the cave. Your young lady won't be able to hold on much longer. We must quickly break the door." The people standing outside only heard a few broken words. Their heads were filled with questions, discussing the words they had just heard. But fortunately, Erzhuang got straight to the point, which was to save the two people inside. He began to analyze. "This stone door is made of black stone, it cannot be pierced by a knife, nor broken by an axe. There is a 3-meter thick layer of rock below, digging a tunnel is even more impossible." Beiqing, who was inside, suddenly said loudly, "Everyone, listen carefully, there is only one way to save your young lady now." He calmly told them to set fire outside the stone door. The crowd was shocked when they heard the words, "set fire." The people outside were indignant and annoyed after hearing this suggestion, raising their voices. They even doubted Beiqing's ability. Athena was also a little speechless. Beiqing said so, there must be a reason for it. But how can I make these people believe him? Thinking for a moment, she raised her voice to call out to the agitated crowd. "Shut your stinking mouths, do you believe I will go out and beat you to death?" Lingli also said, "I trust my benefactor, I will do as he says. Whoever dares to object, I will beat to death." Erzhuang's group could only obey in unison. As soon as they finished speaking, they hurriedly told each other to run to the firewood room to transfer all the firewood over here. Lingli's words echoed in her mind again, making her wonder. "I trust you, benefactor." It's only been a few hours, and she's already willing to entrust her life to him. Are her trust and mine the same thing? Beiqing reminded many people outside, "Remember to clean up the oil on the ground before lighting the fire." At that moment, the crowd noticed the oil on the ground. They thanked him and told each other to get shovels to scoop up the oil. Although Lingli trusted him, she was still very curious. Does using fire work? I've never heard of rocks being melted. Beiqing replied in a puzzled manner, "No need to melt. Today, you will learn a bit of important scientific knowledge of the times, called the physical limits of lava." A fire was lit outside the stone door. The crowd watched the fire, full of doubt about the effectiveness of this special method. The second group brought buckets of water. They told each other to throw water on the stone door. Inside the cave, Beiqing shouted, "Go to the door, don't go to the fire." But the stone door remained unaffected. Useless. We were definitely fooled. "Beiqing, you dare to harm my young lady, I will." Before he could finish speaking, the stone door made continuous cracking sounds, and cracks gradually appeared. The crowd outside couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, it's splitting open." Smoke billowed from the stone door. Soon, a hole appeared. Finally, Beiqing stepped outside, and the people outside were shocked by the scene. They're out, they're out. It's a miracle, not a miracle." At this moment, Beicheng was sweating. His arms were tightly holding Lingli in his embrace. Just fainted. Rest for a while, and I'll be fine. The crowd quickly gathered around him, creating a commotion and talking loudly. Athena stood there, her heart filled with thoughts. Finally saved. Both of them are fine. Should be happy. But why do I feel so uncomfortable inside? Lingli finally woke up after a period of coma. Dezhuang knelt beside her and sobbed, Mississippi, you're finally awake. How could I? The person passed out in the cave. Luckily, thanks to your kindness, we were able to save him. If something had happened to him, what would we have done? Beicheng also walked over to ask, are you okay? Lingli blushed when he asked her, shyly trying to reply. Dezhuang and Erzhuang saw this and foolishly asked each other. Hey, Erzhuang, look, why is the young lady blushing like this? Miss, are you still uncomfortable? Lingli was so angry that she hit Erzhuang on the head. That's a beautiful person. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you into the river and make you eat it. On the other side, Athena suddenly hugged his arm, acting spoiled. Beicheng, let's go quickly. We must quickly return to Chang'an City. Beicheng was stunned by her actions but also remembered what needed to be done. Lingli asked blankly, are you guys leaving already? The two of us have an important mission on our shoulders. Miss Zhuge, please take us out of the valley soon. If you have asked, then I will definitely agree. Follow me. Also, don't just call me Miss Zhuge, call me Lingli. He repeated the name and looked at her back. Dezhuang and Erzhuang behind him had another chance to whisper. The old master has been dead for so many years. No one has ever had the right to call you by your name. It's over. It's over. Miss is definitely still confused. After a while, Beicheng and Athena stood in front of a long trough. What the hell is this? Lingli was extremely confident, boasting, I named it Celestial Dragon Consort. Hearing the name, you probably know its effects, no need to be too surprised. Athena showed a helpless expression. When I first saw it, I was even more surprised than you. It's truly too miraculous. Behind them, Erzhuang was pulling out a wooden plank. Erzhuang hooked the iron hook tightly into the joint on the stone neck. I wish you both a smooth journey. Beicheng and Athena were already standing in the room. He waved at her. You take care too, and remember the eye protection techniques I taught you. Dezhuang and Erzhuang, on the other side, also took action. Hearing Beicheng's instructions, Lingli immediately puffed her cheeks in resentment. I remember, that was long-winded. Don't forget, you still owe me a pair of glasses that can be worn forever. How can I forget? Remember to come to Chang'an City to find me. I'll treat you to a table of lamb. Dezhuang shouted loudly, Celestial Dragon Consort, lead the benefactor to depart. The crowd immediately got into position, ready to go. On the other side, Beicheng and Athena panicked and grabbed the handles of the boat. They slid down, screaming loudly. Lingli looked down from above. Her eyes were filled with tears. Still swaying like that, not even able to say a proper goodbye. Just in time, I have to go deliver the goods to the crown prince. You must stay at Chang'an City and wait for me. Finally, they both made it to the other side smoothly. Beicheng looked at the boat and couldn't help but think, it's possible to make a cable car in this era. The Zhuge family are indeed extraordinary people. Wait until I get back to Chang'an City, finish making the gun barrel, then find her to mix gunpowder. Guns technology cannot be learned by them. Otherwise, it would be too scary. While he was deep in thought, Athena suddenly got angry and pinched his hand. What are you stunned for? Are you missing your little lover? Beicheng quickly crossed his arms and stepped back. Are you throwing a fit? I don't remember her. I warn you, don't hurt that girl again. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. He was not convinced, rubbing his hands resentfully. Why, when did I ever harm you? Then he remembered the scene that had happened that day, with a frightened expression. Athena turned away, embarrassed and sulking. You beast, you have done something, and you still don't want to admit it. Her actions caused Beicheng to have a nosebleed. He stared up at the sky, doubting life. What I did, why can't I remember anything? Why, wait, I can't remember anything anymore. He cried loudly, full of resentment. Athena looked on, not understanding what was happening. She worriedly asked, what's wrong? Beicheng's face suddenly changed to an extremely contemptible expression. He slyly raised his hand and pulled down his shirt. Last time doesn't count. Come again today. Athena saw that and stammered, surprised, and exclaimed, here. This is not good. Beicheng didn't care and pounced. Little beauty, I'm coming for you. Athena blushed and avoided him, her mouth screaming, don't come here. Then she didn't receive any movement from the person opposite, so she opened her eyes to look over. only to see Beicheng leisurely leaning against the tree trunk. I knew you were lying to me. I just don't want to be here. Okay, stop making things up. Nothing happened that night at all. She must have used some kind of sleeping potion to knock me out. Why did you have to lie to me? Even if you are from Dujue country, you can't ruin your reputation like that, right? Athena bit her lip angrily and thought, this idiot, his mind works so fast when he beats people. But now you have to make me say it out loud for you to understand. Okay, I won't beat around the bush with him anymore. She mustered up her courage and shouted, because I like. Before I could finish speaking, he signaled for me to be quiet. Athena asked immediately, then he looked in one direction and waved his hand in reply. There's a scent of blood coming from that direction. She was stunned when she heard that, the smell of blood. But in my heart, I wanted to hit him with an iron hammer, this damn guy. Animal, is your head full of shit? Not far away, the assassin was lying on the ground. An excited voice rang out. Let me go. If you dare touch me, just wait for your entire family to be exterminated. Ruowei was tightly tied to a tree. Don't think that just because you have a temporary advantage, you can make waves. Father will not be fooled by you evil people. The assassins were also exhausted and exchanged. This crazy woman is really difficult to deal with. So many people just to deal with her alone. And she even beat several people to death. If it weren't for the crown prince's strict orders not to injure her, the loss wouldn't have been as serious. At this time, Athena and Beicheng were hiding in a nearby bush. They heard the people outside discussing how to deal with Ruowei. Bo Huang, why is he entangled with the crown prince's men? Those two are of the same blood. Collusion to do bad things together. What surprised me most was how this girl fell into their hands. Little girl, what a sweet way of addressing me. He always calls me by my full name. Why do you always call her a girl? Beicheng began to think. We must think of a way to save her quickly. If she keeps on cursing, she will be killed sooner or later. Suddenly, a scream caught the attention of the two. Get your filthy hands off me. A killer pouted and wanted to kiss her. Li Jianqing only said to let me live, not to touch her, right? The rest of the group also blushed and realized the truth. That's right, we can't let so many brothers die in vain. We have to give everyone a good time. Hurry, 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 line up. Beicheng was extremely angry when he heard that. Athena quickly stopped him. Calm down, we can't risk our lives with them. We can only use tricks. Bo Huang approached Ruowei, and she quickly called out Beicheng's name in panic. You scream, even if your throat is sore, he won't. Suddenly, a loud sound caught the attention of the crowd. Let her go. Athena wanted to stop him, but Beicheng couldn't hold it in any longer. He gritted his teeth and glared at them with anger. Bo Huang saw him appear and laughed loudly. Jiu Beicheng, you're good. Falling off such a high cliff and not dying. Ruowei seemed to have found hope and earnestly called his name. He pointed at Bo Huang and warned, if you can, aim at me. Release Ruowei to me. Athena still wanted to stop him. She hugged his arm, and the two of them looked very easy to misunderstand. On the other hand, Bo Huang and Ruowei rarely shared the same thoughts, and their faces darkened in unison. These two people, sleeping together, holding hands intimately. He gritted his teeth angrily and said each word, even a worm will squirm no matter how much you step on it. Gu Beicheng today, either you die or... Suddenly, the tree behind him broke in half. It turned out that Ruowei had broken the tree. She was angry, her voice full of gloom. Do you know how many people worry about you, and you still have thoughts? She slammed the tree trunk into him and shouted, here you are, I. Beicheng put on a disdainful expression, then said, hey, don't make me vomit. I'm not interested in you. Hearing this, Ruowei hurriedly rolled up her sleeves, her eyes burning with anger. Today, I cannot kill him. He held out his hand to stop her. Calm down, he's just saying something casual. I can't hurt you. Ruowei shouted indignantly, second brother is about to be killed by him. Her voice was trembling but full of anger. He colluded with the crown prince, framing second brother as being behind everything. Intention to start a war between the Tang Empire and Dujue country. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been locked in the dungeon with second brother by now. Brother, do you think this kind of person is worth killing? Athena was furious after hearing that. Bo Huang collapsed on the ground, replying in a voice filled with fear. This is all because Li Jianqing forced me to say it. How could I dare not listen? Beicheng's face darkened, twisting his hand back. Bo Huang immediately trembled, her voice shaking as she pleaded. He screamed. The sound of his scream was very miserable. In another development, the palace was surrounded by a crowd of people. Jianqing gritted his teeth in impatience. What time is it that Li Ruowei still hasn't been captured? Ruowei is a martial artist, so he's hard to catch. If she runs to Qin Xiong, Lord Qin's former generals, then I'm afraid a big incident will happen. Humph, I have mobilized 300 personal guards. Today, even if the sky falls, Li Shimin must be beheaded in public. Let's see what other variables there are. Outside, people began to gossip about the Crown Prince and Li Shimin. Everyone knew this situation would be disadvantageous to him. After a while, the crowd turned to look in one direction and exclaimed in unison, Lord Qin has arrived. Seeing Li Shimin imprisoned in an iron frame, the people were in an uproar, not believing that he would rebel. The groans continued. A soldier shouted, prisoner is entering the chair. Unrelated people quickly get out of the way. However, the crowd shouted in unison, Lord Qin is innocent. Lord Qin is innocent. Li Shimin just quietly walked in through the large gate, his eyes looking over at Jiancheng. The masses still continue to cry out, Lord Qin is innocent. Lord Qin is injunction. A bodyguard shouted, shut up. Do you want to die? Get out. Immediately after that, he walked heavily up the stairs, step by step. Seeing Li Shimin's appearance, Jiancheng couldn't help but laugh. Liao Er, things have come to this, don't blame me. This day next year, I will do it for you, for the entire mansion king of Qin. For all my former generals, I personally burned votive paper. In the middle of the main hall, Jiancheng sat high up, next to him was the chief judge. He began to place the blame on Li Shimin. This judge declares the case of Li Shimin colluding with Dujue country to plot treason. Rebel Li Shimin, do you know your crime? He pursed his lips and sneered. The witnesses are not here. What crime do you want me to plead guilty to? Hearing that, he immediately slammed his fist on the table and shouted, aren't you aware of what you're doing? And you still demand witnesses? You were dissatisfied with the court, plotted a rebellion, and colluded with the envoy of Dujue country, Bo Huang, kidnapping Princess Athena, starting a war afterward, taking the opportunity to seize the throne. Yesterday in the palace, His Majesty condemned your criminal behavior. Do your Majesty's words have no effect on a foreigner? Li Shimin smiled faintly, slowly saying each word, as expected of the Crown Prince's dog. The ability to slander people is truly admirable. If that's the case, then what's the point of investigating? Just convict him directly. Hearing this, he immediately took out an indictment. If you still haven't lost your conscience, then point the finger. The judge brought the indictment before Li Shimin. He could not help but mock, Your Highness is very thoughtful. Even my statement has already been written. Up high, Jiancheng leisurely enjoyed his tea. I'm also afraid of delaying you. Once the order is given, he can be taken to the execution ground and still be on his way by noon. The official held out the pen. Grab it. Don't waste your time, Crown Prince. His Highness must return to the palace to obey me. Li Shimin smiled sarcastically. Li Shimin joined the army at the age of 17 and fought in countless battles, crossing mountains and seas of blood to get to this day. I didn't expect to die at the hands of my elder brother in the end. So tragic. So ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Less talking about it. Hurry up. Just as Li Shimin raised his hand, about to sign the paper, suddenly, a scream rang out from above. Immediately after, Bobo Huang fell down, followed by Beicheng and Athena. Finally, Beicheng landed smoothly, while Bobo Huang fell face first onto the ground. Seeing him, the expression on Jiancheng's face immediately changed. They're still alive. That can't be. Li Shimin smiled and turned back to call Beicheng's name. Your Highness, don't worry, I'm here to save you. The official was so angry. Where did you come from, you bug? Do you eat large lifetimes or bear galleries to create misconduct in my imperial clan court? Someone, drag this thief down and beat him 300 strikes. Thunder, then go to jail for the rats to cheek. Beicheng did not retreat but advanced, punching him straight in the face. You damned official, you're a hypocrite. The whole palace shook, the soldiers stopped, looking at the officer he had beaten, flying in the distance. I am Jiu Beicheng, this is the princess of Dujue country, Athena. I can prove Lord Qin is innocent. Your history, do you dare to go to the palace with us to see the king? Jiancheng suddenly burst out laughing maniacally. Gu Beicheng, Gu Beicheng, you have really ruined my good things too many times. But today, your luck has run out. He slowly and arrogantly spat out each word. When Li Shimin entered, he was guilty. When he left, he was still guilty. You were a dead man yesterday, you will still be a dead man today. Because this is my territory. At this moment, the soldiers, weapons in hand, rushed inside. They quickly surrounded Beicheng's group. Jianqing immediately pointed at them, rebellious subject Li Shimin, colluding with foreign powers. Intention to escape, generals and soldiers listen to orders, these 4 must be executed immediately. Whoever gets the head will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold. Then, he waved his hand forward. Charge! The soldiers immediately obeyed and charged forward. Seeing Beiqing's group surrounded, Bo Huang burst out laughing in excitement. The little king warned you long ago, coming here will only lead to death. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong because there were only 3 people in front of him. On this side, the soldiers charged forward, shouting the slogan, "Kill," with great enthusiasm. Immediately afterward, Bo Huang hurriedly bent his legs and ran away. He shouted to explain that he and Jianqing were allies, but the soldiers still chased him. Suddenly, Beiqing raised his hands high and shouted, "I surrender." He surrendered and admitted his mistake very sincerely, but Li Shimin refused to give in no matter what. "Gu Beiqing, how can you surrender to this kind of person? The great chief would rather die with honor than live in disgrace." Beiqing expressed an extremely calm attitude of surrender. "Lord Qin, this is your family's business after all. I've done my best. Do you still have to drag me down to hell with you?" Meanwhile, Lu Fu wisely warns Jianqing. "Gu Beiqing, the heavens are cunning, surrendering is not his style. I'm afraid there is a conspiracy," but Jianqing laughed triumphantly. "A wise man is a true hero. Gu Beiqing, you are a smart person. So, your highness, is it still too late for me to repent now? Beiqing is willing to serve you, be your horse or buffalo." "Jiu Beiqing, I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person." Bo Huang on this side also cursed badly. "Jiu Beiqing, you, fuck, you fool, you're even more shameless than me. Let me go." Jianqing frowned and looked dignified. "This crown prince feels sorry for a talent like you. Kneel down, bow to me 3 times, and I will spare your life." I only saw him smile faintly. He did not hesitate to praise him for his skills. May have prompted Bo Huang to kidnap the princess of Dujue country. Slandering Li Shimin again, a blockhead like me would not come up with such a brilliant idea. Hearing this, he immediately laughed loudly. "This crown prince is just using some tricks. Wanting to play with me, you're still too young and inexperienced." Beiqing suddenly pulled his legs back and slowly stood up. In the end, he was quite satisfied with having gotten useful information, while Li Shimin was still very skeptical. Jianqing burst out laughing. "What a stubborn slave, dying soon and still not knowing good from bad. What does King Bon say? These are all my people. For dead people like you still want to come back to life and run out." At the same time, Li Yuan's authoritative voice suddenly rang out from behind Jianqing. "Humph, what a big mouth." Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a slight shiver. Jianqing saw him and was frightened and called out, "Father, father." Jianqing immediately turned back and knelt before Li Yuan. Immediately after that, he roared with anger. "Li Shimin, you actually disturbed the emperor by leaving the palace. What if father catches a cold? That would be disloyal and unfilial, an unforgivable crime. You bastard. It's coming to this. Do you still think I'm an idiot?" The words were like a sharp knife, causing Jianqing to break out in a cold sweat. Eyes wide open in fear, "Your servant doesn't dare. Your servant knows his crime." Li Yuan looked at him with disappointment. "If it weren't for Ruowei risking her life to guarantee it, I will not come here at all. I am truly disappointed in you. I will never know the dirty things you are secretly doing." Li Yuan then turned to Li Shimin with a gentle tone. "Li Shimin, you've been wronged. If you're innocent, then go back to the palace." Li Shimin bowed his head in gratitude, while Beiqing, standing next to him, felt indignant on his behalf. Li Yuan immediately frowned. "Gu Beiqing, what else are you dissatisfied with?" He pointed at Jianqing and shouted. "The crown prince committed a wrongdoing and falsely blames a good man. Murdering innocent people, your major, will you not punish him?" Li Shimin, standing beside him, hurriedly wanted to stop him. Li Yuan sternly warned, "This is the imperial clan court. Now, the matter to be dealt with is our royal family's business. Gu Beiqing, don't forget your identity." His face showed clear unwillingness, cursing the old man as a tyrant. No wonder Ni Tu chased him off the stage. He realized that the situation was not good. Li Shimin immediately took a step forward. "Gu Beiqing is naturally straightforward. If there is any offense, please forgive me, your majesty." Immediately after, Li Yuan turned to apologize to Athena once again. She bowed her head humbly and replied, "It's a traitor under our watch, causing chaos. I almost killed Lord Qin. Wait until I get back, I will report to Lang Master. But just ask Bo Huang to give His Majesty and Lord Qin a satisfactory answer." After hearing that, he turned to Ruowei. Ruowei, you should also follow Li Shimin back. She immediately obeyed. When they left, Bei Cheng was still indignant. He was so talkative that the other two had to shout, "Shut up." He was indignant on Li Shimin's behalf because of Li Yuan's favoritism. What nonsense are you talking about? Second brother is, of course, the flesh and blood of the emperor. While the argument was still going on, a loud noise came from outside. Lord Qin is out. Lord Qin is out. Look, Lord Qin is safe. A loud cry from outside resounded like surging waves. Lord Qin lives long, Lord Qin is pure, Lord Qin is innocent. The crowd kept shouting the slogan, "Long live Lord Qian, long live Lord Qian." Inside, Li Yuan still stood there silently. He suddenly asked, "Did you hear that? I have tried my best to limit Li Shimin's participation in court affairs, but it can still be so popular with the people. Don't say it's you, even I can't do it." Hearing this, Jianqing immediately stood up. What does father mean? But in response was Li Yuan's shout, "Who told you to stand up and kneel down? Big brother has repeatedly caused great disasters, bringing shame to the royal family. I called you back this time in the hope that you brothers can join hands to suppress Li Shimin. Don't disappoint me again." At the same time, Yuan Xie suddenly appeared to receive Li Yuan's order, to Jianqing's astonishment. Scene changes to the suburbs. Li Shimin raised his teacup. After a long journey, we must finally say goodbye. The road home is long. I wish Princess Athena fair winds and fair seas, and hope that the Tang Empire and Dujue country can settle things once and for all, avoiding war. Athena reached out to take the cup of tea and said meaningfully, "A final solution is just a hope. If you want to truly live in harmony, you must perform certain rituals. The ritual the princess mentioned is..." She glanced at Gu Beiqing with a bewitching gaze. "There are many, for example." Finally, she slowly said, "Marriage." Hearing this, he couldn't help but spit out all the water he had drunk. Li Shimin beside him slightly tilted his head in approval of this idea. He also said that he would ask Li Yuan for instructions. She smiled shyly, "Athena, I wish to marry the Tang Empire, thereby promoting the relationship between Dujue country and the Tang Empire." Ruowei shouted indignantly again, "Brother, don't let her lead you by the nose." Ruowei said sarcastically, "Athena really has a good idea. Are all the men of Dujue country dead that you want to choose a son-in-law for my Tang Empire?" Athena was not to be outdone. "Ruowei, the princess is joking. The Tang Empire is full of talented people. What if I choose one of the Dujue countries? Or does Princess Ruowei want to compete with me?" While the two girls were arguing, Beiqing comforted himself that the person they were talking about wasn't him. As she got into the carriage, Athena did not forget to say back, "I will go back and report to Father Emperor, and will soon issue the marriage contract." Ruowei immediately shouted angrily, "Don't even dream about it. Even if I, a Tang Empire man, castrate him, I will not give it to her." At the same time, Li Shimin kept an eye on Athena's figure. This woman has a quick mind and extraordinary eyesight, but unfortunately, she is a woman. If I were a man, the future would definitely be a disaster for my Tang Empire. Only Ruowei was absent-minded and unhappy. At this moment, Beiqing silently looked at Athena. "Will we meet again? Wait until after the Xuanwu Pass event, I will come find you. Can the Imperial Jade Seal really bring me back?" Suddenly, he heard a sound coming from somewhere. On the opposite side, Lingli kept waving her hands, trying to attract his attention. Seeing her, he was momentarily startled. Lingli jumped off her horse and ran over in a hurry. "How did you know I would come today?" But Lingli was stopped by two guards. Zhuang drew his sword and ordered his brothers, protect the lady." The people behind also assumed a fighting stance. Beiqing hurriedly walked over and gave a small wave. "Don't worry, this is my friend." Immediately after, Lingli ran quickly to Beiqing and hugged him tightly. "I miss you so much." From behind, Li Shimin's voice rang out, carrying a hint of teasing. Gu Beiqing is really sociable, Ruowei's sister sees. Looked over and saw Ruowei glaring as if he wanted to eat him alive, just chased one person away, another one came. What a pervert, he deserves to be beheaded 1,000 times. The group immediately returned to the hut. Beiqing introduced. "This lady is the noble person I met when I fell down the mountainside. If it weren't for her help, we wouldn't have been able to get back in time." Suddenly, Lingli stood up and said, "Just a brief introduction. You promised to make glasses for me. Don't break your word." Li Shimin politely replied, "No way. I didn't know you would come so soon. Wait until I return to the city, then I will do it for you right away." At that moment, Ruowei angrily interjected, one person just left and another person returned. Is there any more? Bei Qing looked at her with a puzzled expression. Where are you going? Are you going home? I want to be a monk. A moment later, a shout for everyone to get out of the way echoed throughout the city. His eyes scanned over each of the tarpaulin-covered carriages. Are these cars weapons? Ling Li immediately raised her hand to signal. Shoo, don't speak so loudly. This statement made Bei Qing feel a little bewildered. Checking Chang'an City's defenses, why are they so lax? Even such large weaponized vehicles can confidently enter. That's because the buyer has supernatural powers. Want to know who he is? I can tell you. However, he turned his face away. Forget it. I've caused enough trouble. Not interested. Ling Li was angered by Bei Qing. What a waste of my good intentions. But then he suddenly realized something. His face quickly darkened. Wait, this weapon place wouldn't be. Only saw Ling Li gently pat the car. Don't worry, it's just some normal weapons, not the Fire Wing. Fire Wing is still our family's top secret. Only confidants understand the specific situation, outsiders absolutely do not know. Apart from you, I have no secrets from you. Immediately after, Bei Qing jumped down. I'm here. When you've delivered the goods, remember to come find me. Having said that, he went to a stall to buy something. He pondered for a moment, then began listing the things he needed. In another development, Ling Li appeared urgent. Have you finished checking? We still have to go back. Miss, don't be impatient, okay? Be patient. Yuan Xie stepped out from inside. What did you bring this time? Faced with his appearance, she immediately changed her tone. General Yuan Xie. General Yuan Xie, when did you return? At the same time, the officer next to him was also diligently checking the inventory. This time, I brought a total of 100 crossbows and 100 silver-covered snowflower blades. 250 sets of Zhuge armor, and other miscellaneous items are still in the process of being inventoried. Yuan Xie stepped in front of Ling Li. I just got back a few days ago. Ling Li, I haven't seen you for a year, and you've grown taller. No way. General Yuan Xie, stop joking. He looked at Ling Li for a long time and then said in a low voice, that year, I introduced you to the Crown Prince. It was because he had set his eyes on the exquisite forging art of the Zhuge family, and the spirit of inquiry, diligence, and superpower in weapon creation. So many years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked allowing you to build a weapons manufacturing camp outside Chang'an City. Ling Li immediately bowed his head to express his gratitude. I've said before, the newest weapons must be shown to us first, right? Ling Li paused slightly. Yes, this time the items brought are all the latest. Suddenly, behind Ling Li came a burst of laughter, accusing her of lying. She immediately turned her head to look back. Fire Wing matter, how long do you plan to hide it from General Yuan Xie? Ling Li was startled and called out loudly, Zhang Xer. Back in the bustling street, the blacksmith was actively hammering down blows. On this side, Bei Qing was attentively adjusting his glasses. The blacksmith chatted as he worked. Objectively, this is truly fine craftsmanship. I have been doing this for decades and have never seen anything so exquisite. After a while, the blacksmith approached Bei Qing, looking at the thing in his hand with curiosity. But what use is this thing, sir? Can you tell me? Bei Qing just smiled without explaining. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the door. The blacksmith, full of curiosity, looked outside. Why is it so noisy outside? He immediately ran outside, joining the crowd in the distance. People on the street were talking about a man covered in blood. Some people suggested reporting it to the authorities, but others said they had reported it to no avail. After hearing this, Bei Qing suddenly had doubts. Why is reporting to the authorities useless? In front of him was De Zhuang, his body covered in blood and looking very badly injured. The people around wanted to help but did not dare. It was at this moment that De Zhuang tried to use all his remaining willpower to stay awake. She can't faint, benefactor. Only the benefactor can save the young lady. Not long after, the soldiers arrived. The soldiers walked up to De Zhuang's side. It seemed they had spent quite a bit of effort chasing him. Then they shouted at the people who were watching to go away. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and stomped hard on De Zhuang's face. The soldiers brandished their swords and sneered. Don't struggle anymore. Die early and reincarnate early. In the next life, find a more trustworthy master. Witnessing their evil deeds. One outraged critic said, it's too much, no matter how evil the criminal is. He can't fight back anymore, why insult him? Let's go, leave the official business alone. In an instant, the officer raised his sword and slashed down. Then, suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the middle of the sky. At the same time, Beiqing appeared, blocking the soldier's sword. He was momentarily stunned. Beiqing successfully blocked that sword strike to protect De Zhuang. What's going on? Who is this man? With just a small knife, one can block a large sword. One hand. Using only one hand. Seeing him, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Benefactor, I've finally found you. At the same time, the soldier walked over aggressively. You crazy guy, where did you come from? You dare to stop an official from doing something? Do you want to be exterminated? Beiqing ignored them but urgently asked De Zhuang, why are you like this? Where is your young lady? Faced with Beiqing's disdain, he immediately raised his sword. I'm asking you. Without saying much, he brought the knife straight to his face. He froze in place, sweating profusely. Beiqing glared at him and, at the same time, spoke provocatively. I'm not used to seeing these dog henchmen, the fox using the tiger's power to bully my brothers. Even if Lao Tzu's heavenly king comes, he cannot stop me, he said and then kicked the insolent soldier. Ha, such a bad fight. Did the imperial court officials eat pig feed to grow up? The crowd watched, filled with amazement at his strength. You, get out of here. Immediately afterward, he threw the knife straight at the blacksmith. Boss, thank you for your knife. Mine. Suddenly, De Zhuang grabbed Beiqing's leg. Benefactor, quickly go save the young lady. General Yuan Xie captured her, intending to rob Firewing. Hearing this, Beiqing immediately rode off to rescue. He gritted his teeth and frowned, remembering De Zhuang's instructions. There is a secret passage at the bottom of the valley next to the dragon steps. If we go there, we might be able to catch up. Firewing absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the crown prince. They must be stopped. Humph. Damn it, the buyer is Li Jiancheng. What the hell kind of coincidence is this? It is said in history that Firewing appeared at the end of the Tang dynasty. They can definitely stop them. They can definitely. Thinking this, he immediately increased his speed, continuously urging the horse to go faster. In another development, a series of soldiers lay collapsed in pools of blood. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Beiqing's expression changed. Do you understand what Li Jiancheng's real goal is? Turning back to De Zhuang, he was currently deep in a daze. Li Shimin looked at De Zhuang in confusion. Who is the person that Gu Beiqing brought? Ruowei thought, speaking in an uncertain tone, it seems to be his subordinate, his friend Zhuge. What exactly happened, he did not say. Leave the person here and then ride away. This guy, it's so late, where is he going? Just as both of them were still confused, the door suddenly opened. Beiqing walked in from outside. Your Highness, you must quickly leave Chang'an City. At the same time, a wooden barrel suddenly exploded. Jianqing hurriedly covered his face with his hands, his eyes filled with confusion. What? Is this black powder? It's so terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, Lu Fu bowed respectfully. Your Highness. This thing is the most powerful weapon ever, called Firewing. This thing is flammable. I just tested it. If it increases several times, this palace will probably turn to ashes. Hearing this, Jianqing immediately laughed with interest. Good. This is much more powerful than that Gu Beiqing's heavenly fire thing. Lu Fu's eyes were filled with regret, but also with calculation. I wanted to take some time to get the ingredients to try, but someone had already made it. That's good too. I get to redirect the explosives. If I can create a branch of the fire army, then I will be invincible in the world. At that moment, Jianqing turned to look at Yuan Xie with shining eyes. Good job, fourth brother. I will arrange the men. Tomorrow, blow up the king of Qin's mansion. Only saw Yuan Xie smirk, saying something meaningful. Big brother, you are too merciful compared to the mansion king of Qin. I think that place is more suitable. On this side, the Beiqing group gathered around a small table. Have such a powerful weapon. You said big brother will use this to assassinate second brother. This is no longer an assassination. Obviously solved by explosion. They dug a tunnel underneath. The entire palace will explode. In short, you must immediately leave Chang'an City and avoid it. Wait for the incident to pass, then come back. Li Shimin shook his head helplessly. Li Yuan did not allow him to leave, because he was afraid he would join forces with the old border generals to rebel. Ruowei, next to him, immediately suggested asking Li Yuan for instructions. Beiqing also scratched his head. No, the emperor has said so. If you dare suggest leaving Chang'an City, it won't be clear. Let me think. Is there another way? Just when the group was in a tense situation, De Zhuang hoarsely called him, benefactor. He sat up abruptly. His whole body was shaking with anger. Our young lady is still in the hands of the crown prince. Could you please help save her? Having said that, he bowed his head and begged him. But Beiqing hurriedly stepped forward and helped Dezhuang up. No, no, I will never leave her. Do you know where she's locked up? He guessed that Jianqing was imprisoned in the dungeon of the Wind Palace in the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace. The dungeon has a total of 9 floors. Each floor has hidden traps. The further down, the more dangerous it gets, unless a large army comes in. Read the code there unilaterally. I'm afraid you won't be able to return. I've heard that too. In the Eastern Palace of the Big Brother, there is a purgatory dungeon, used to imprison generals and attendants. Over the years, countless heroes from the harem have come to help, but all evaporated from the human world. Even their remains were not found. Eastern Palace is heavily guarded. Outside, 6 crown princes are on guard. Inside, there are dungeons, mazes, and traps. Saving people requires careful planning. First, finding the hiding place of the new fire wing is the urgent task. The most dangerous fire wing will definitely not be hidden in the Eastern Palace. The difficulty will be a little lower. Meanwhile, Ruowei thought for a moment and immediately interjected. What if Miss Zhuge couldn't bear the torture and revealed the fire wing method? Even if we destroy the fire wing, Big Brother won't stop making new ones. After hearing that, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel confused. Immediately afterward, Beiqing stood up. That's right, saving people is important. Even if it really is hell down there. We must save Lingli too. Dezhuang beside him was overjoyed and could not hide his emotions. Li Shimin could only compromise. Haze. Alright, I will summon the experts in the mansion to go with you. Before he could finish his sentence, Ruowei interrupted him. Second brother, don't take risks. Aiming too high, on the contrary, can easily ruin things. I know someone who might be able to help. Bei Cheng's eyes immediately turned to her, full of questions. The scene changes to a bustling street, and laughter echoes everywhere. A madam flirted with Guijia. Guijia, you haven't come these days. The ladies here miss you to death. The others immediately bowed, pay respects to Guijia. Just at that moment, Ruowei ran past him. Her beauty just happened to be noticed by Guijia. He stared in Ruowei's direction. Is this the new girl at your place? The madam next to her quickly waved her hand. We don't have this person. Crying and leaving, I'm afraid I'll go to Manhwa Tower to find my husband. Hearing this, he immediately became interested. So, he is a cruel and cold-hearted man. Immediately afterward, Guijia shouted loudly toward Ruowei. The rich man I like the most. A moment later, Guijia and his men chased after Ruowei. He shouted loudly, calling her back. However, her figure disappeared into the darkness. The subordinate immediately became angry. Damn it, pretending not to hear, huh? Guijia spoke up to dissuade. Don't scare people, be polite. Just then, a noose was wrapped tightly around the neck of one of the henchmen. Immediately after, he was pulled upward. However, he did not notice anything unusual but gave orders to his subordinates. Don't waste time, go ahead and catch it. Guijia said. Serve me happily, maybe I will even reward you. On this side, Ruowei decisively grabbed the collar of a subordinate. Seeing that scene, he panicked. So bold, even the people of the Eastern Palace dare to touch it. Guijia quickly turned to his subordinates and gave orders. Get this woman for. Then he looked around in confusion. Where are you? Why am I the only one left? Immediately afterwards, Beiqing slammed Guijia's head. He did not give in and put a knife to his throat. Uncle, just by looking at my girlfriend, I'm addicted, huh? Guijia immediately trembled, his face pale, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Only to see Beiqing tilt his head and smile. I don't need money, I just need you to help me with something. Help us into the Eastern Palace. You want to assassinate the Crown Prince? Beiqing pressed the blade against his neck. This has nothing to do with you. Guijia was startled, gritted his teeth, and shook his head repeatedly. No, even if you kill me, I can't. Suddenly, Ruowei stabbed Guijia's leg with his sword. She glanced at him with cold eyes. Guijia, can you stop pretending to be righteous in front of me? Ruowei tilted his head, smiling coldly. Now do you realize who I am? If you don't want to be chopped into pieces and thrown into the lake to feed the fish, then honestly lead the way, understand? Hearing this, Guijia immediately understood. He kept nodding his head. Seeing this, she also loosened her grip. Beiqing was jealous again. Can you let go yet? This old man is kissing your hand. The saliva is flowing. Ruowei looked at Guijia, who had gone limp. I was so scared that I fainted. Put him in the carriage first. Go halfway and wake him up later. 2 people just dragged him away. She suddenly stopped and asked Beiqing. Just now, what did you mean by girlfriend? Bei Ching coughed lightly. He smiled wryly and answered, full of hidden meaning. Haha, I understand. Scene changes to the prince's residence. Eastern Palace, Jiafu Gate. The soldiers guarding the Eastern Palace gate suddenly noticed something. The approaching carriage caught his attention. The guards saw that the carriage had no intention of stopping, so they shouted, "Hey, stop right there. Who doesn't know that after the auspicious hour, the Eastern Palace is closed to entry?" They kept talking, but the person in the carriage did not respond. "Are you deaf?" Guijia heard this and immediately rushed out to reply. "Who knows? Want to die?" The soldiers saw that and were confused. "So it's Lord Guijia," he replied calmly. "I have something to ask the Crown Prince. Open the door, please." One of them immediately responded. "His Highness the Crown Prince and General Yuan Xie have been out since the hour of the rooster. Still not back to the palace yet." Guijia heard that, stammering and muttering. "Out already, this." The guard took the opportunity to advise him. "Why don't you go home and rest first? Come see the Crown Prince again tomorrow." Immediately after, he felt something cold on the back of his neck. Guijia knew he had to get inside this time. So, he got angry and roared. "I'm already at the door, and you're still taking me out. Open the door quickly and let me wait inside." The guards saw him so angry that they dared not disobey orders. Had to open the palace door for Guijia. Ruowei thought to himself, "Too risky, in case Guijia sends out a warning. We in this cave will be stabbed by porcupines in the blink of an eye. You must guard him tightly in there, Beicheng." Inside the carriage, he was hanging over the canopy of the car, and pointed the sharp blade in the opposite direction. In a corner of the Eastern Palace, the sound of questioning continued to resound. "Dungeon? I've never heard of it." Beicheng raised his sword close to his face, then asked in a low voice, "Are you playing with me?" Guijia was scared and immediately denied it. "Hero, spare my life. I really don't know anything." He immediately picked him up and said, "Okay, if you don't know, then let's go try it out." Guijia was afraid, and even more afraid, he weakly resisted. "Please, spare me. I really don't know what dungeon is." After a while, Lufu asked the guard indifferently, "Is anyone in or out tonight?" The guard then honestly reported, "Your Excellency, only Lord Guijia has just entered the palace." He heard that, immediately frowned, and asked again, "Guijia, it's so late, isn't that kid still at the wine house? What to do in the palace?" "Just him." The soldier replied obediently. "Yes, and a coachman too." "Is there a coachman?" Beicheng muttered, "If Erzhuang remembers correctly, the entrance to the dungeon is in this courtyard." Having finished speaking, he slowly opened the door and looked around before entering. Erzhuang said it was the second pillar on the right. "Okay, let me go." Soon after, Ruowei replied, the mechanized door he mentioned couldn't be found. Beicheng heard this and without hesitation shook Guijia, who was dozing off, awake. "Hey, wake up, don't sleep anymore." Ruowei shook him, and he didn't wake up, so he reached out and pinched Guijia's ear. She anticipated that he would not be able to bear it and would scream. So just as Guijia was about to speak, she covered his mouth with her hand. Ruowei pinched Guijia's face and scolded her, ignoring her desperate cries. "Do you think you can fool this princess by pretending to be in a coma?" Soon, the entrance to the tunnel was opened. Beicheng saw this and exclaimed in his heart, so it turns out that the mechanized door was moved to the button. "Young hero, I can tell at a glance." "Humph. Stop talking nonsense and go downstairs." After the three people went down, the secret door immediately closed. Beicheng escorted him down and interrogated him. "How many guards are there in this dungeon?" Guijia knew he was no match for her, so he could only obediently respond. "No one watches, just someone will come and bring food every day." "Lingli is locked on the 9th floor, right?" He replied sadly, "Yes." Beicheng took advantage of the situation and continued to interrogate. "Where is the shortcut? How can I get down at the fastest speed?" "There are no shortcuts, this dungeon has only one path. The entrance to each floor is on one side, the other side is the exit. To get to the 9th floor, you must go through the 8th floor first." Hearing that, he threatened him aggressively. "But if I find out later that you're lying, then the outcome won't be just a simple battle like this." Guijia trembled and replied, "What this little one said is the truth, there is absolutely no hiding of anything." After a while, Beicheng let him go first to lead the way, while he turned to ask Ruowei, "Does the crown prince have to go through 9 floors to interrogate a prisoner? He probably doesn't come here often, so he didn't build a shortcut." Guijia was very pleased when he heard that. "Very good. The two of them don't understand the design of the dungeon's mechanism very well, so I still have a chance to turn the situation around. See how I can turn death around and fight back to life. Thinking so, but on the surface, he still had to warmly introduce himself to Bei Cheng. We've reached the first floor, this is the dungeon. Armor. These 9 floors of the prison are named after the heavenly stems. He sincerely praised you, young hero, you are truly a dragon and phoenix among men. I understand, as soon as I say it, I admire you. Bei Cheng turned a blind eye to his ridiculous flattery, then turned to ask Ruowei, do you see the person? There seems to be a shadow of a person, moving and not moving. Is it a fake person to confuse the eyes? A living person will definitely not be locked on the first floor. So what kind of person is the prince locking up here? Ruowei also answered without missing a single word. Maybe the ministers have opposing opinions to him. Guijia saw that the 2 people were not paying attention to him, so he pressed some kind of start button. The day you die has come. Guijia thought so and, without hesitation, pressed the start button. Bei Cheng and Ruowei sensed something and turned their heads to look back. Countless sharp arrows were flying toward the 2 people at the speed of light. Guijia, although he was the one who initiated it, was also the one who was most afraid when these arrows were triggered. A while later, when everything had calmed down again, he was sure that he had escaped death, so he arrogantly pointed in the opposite direction and laughed contemptuously. Dare to bully my superior, or else, what if not? Guijia was surprised to see that the 2 were safe and sound. How, can you avoid the arrows? This is the arrow trap of the Eastern Palace. Bei Cheng replied frankly, so it must be because I am immortal. But in fact, Dezhuang had told him everything about this dungeon before. With that, Guijia turned around and was about to run away, but Bei Cheng immediately chased after him. Do you still want to run? Where else do you want to run to? He calculated as he ran. There's still a chance, the trap on the next floor is a meteor hammer. It was just luck last time. This time, I can definitely beat them. Thinking this, he immediately activated the second trap with a nonchalant spirit. His determined voice just rang out, the heavenly battle of justice. A giant hammer suddenly fell. Bei Cheng looked at the giant hammer and hurriedly instructed Ruowei, be careful. Guijia thought he was scared, so she laughed out loud. Unexpectedly, the hammer, weighing about 100 tons, broke halfway. A second later, it crushed Guijia. He didn't have time to dodge, so he could only scream. After escaping from the giant hammer, he angrily scolded. Who the bastard sets up this trap? It's only been a few years and the chain is broken already. What is this rock? It broke as soon as it hit the ground. Bei Cheng saw that he still had the strength to scold and was extremely puzzled. Is his head made of iron? Immediately afterward, Guijia fiercely declared to the 2, I will not lose. Bei Cheng looked at his clumsy figure and said helplessly, the Crown Prince should award the Best Employee award. Ruowei saw how stubborn and hardworking he was and couldn't bear to catch him. Lingli below suddenly heard a sound coming from upstairs. The sound of the stone hammer shattering. Someone activated the mechanism. Lingli smiled brightly without needing to water, then concluded. The benefactor has come to save me. Little lady, stop making noise. I guarded the Eastern Palace for 8 years for the Crown Prince. No one has ever been able to break into the 9th floor. Stop dreaming. A series of secret traps were activated. First was a row of sharp spikes. Guijia proudly raised his voice, Destiny Strike. A moment later, his panicked voice rang out again, the mountain trap. This time, he slipped again. Soon after, a giant spiked ball appeared once more. Guijia confidently called out its name, the invincible Hui Xian Fei Luan. A second later, he scolded in frustration again. Damn it, you guys avoided it again. After running away for a while, Guijia resentfully exclaimed, that's really awesome. Can you still go to the 6th floor? Gu Beicheng and Ruowei heard this. They were helpless and speechless. Now, he is physically and mentally disabled, but he still has a stubborn mouth. Even though you were lucky enough to avoid the traps on the previous floors. But this time, your luck has run out. Because the one guarding this level is a living thing, a ferocious beast. What? Living things? Didn't Dezhuang say he designed the 6th floor dungeon and specialized in flying knives? Could it be that they reformed themselves? Guijia felt smug when he saw their surprised expressions. You will have to face the fiercest wolves. They can chew through armor. Simultaneously took down 3 soldiers without losing any strength. Feel the fear that Ngao Thursday brings. Gu Beicheng saw them, his mouth wide open in surprise. Oh no, this is a Tibetan Mastiff. Scared as he was, when he looked over, he saw only 3 adorable dogs. Chained up, sleeping soundly. Guijia also did not expect this scene, so he turned pale and his expression softened. He was angry, kept banging on the door, and kept calling them to wake up. While calling out enthusiastically, Guijia was suddenly lifted up by Gu Beicheng. That action made him turn off immediately. He calmly said a dangerous sentence. Have you played enough? Good man, spare my life, I won't dare to cause trouble again. Gu Beicheng pushed him hard and coldly ordered. Honestly lead the way. Guijia knew he was in a weak position, so he reluctantly agreed. Guijia muttered angrily as he walked. Merchant Fo Nin also said that the wind blowing and the grass swaying within 300 meters could be heard. It's all a lie. If we raised pigs, we would be awake by now. Gu Beicheng heard that and immediately scolded, shut up. Ruowei carefully brought the beast's dumpling to his nose to smell it, then suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Hearing her say that, he turned back and asked, what's the matter? In the dumpling, has been drugged. The dumpling, has been drugged. Besides, the buns are still hot. These mastiffs were just taken out. So that means, besides us, there are people going down there. Below, Lingli was chatting away with Wei Zheng. Uncle, you said you guarded the Eastern Palace for 8 years, so you are the Crown Prince's man. Why am I locked up here? But rest assured, uncle, the Crown Prince's enemy is my friend. Later, when my benefactor comes to save me, you should come out with me. She was talking enthusiastically when, suddenly, she heard footsteps. Lingli, her eyes shining like headlights, looked towards the door and happily shouted, the benefactor is here. Finally, the day has come. I knew the day would not abandon Lingli. Responding to her was Xiao'er, who had a lecherous expression and repulsive words. Of course, I will not abandon you, my young lady, my beautiful child. On this side, Beicheng rushed down the stairs and asked irritably, do your people have to smoke every time they pass through this place? From the 6th floor down, only the Crown Prince can get there. The Tibetan Mastiff recognizes its master. As long as the prince is there, it will not attack. Hero, what kind of traps are on the last 2 floors? This little one really doesn't know. Just know that that place is extremely dangerous. Outsiders who barge in will definitely be finished. Can you let me go? Beicheng heard that and immediately released him. Then he kicked the door open and coldly replied, shut up talking bullshit. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. The door opened, and the room was filled with yellow liquid. There were also several charred corpses around that emitted a strong smell. Beicheng quickly covered his nose with a handkerchief, using acid as a shield again. Now we know where Lufu's acid came from. Ruowei heard this and wondered, could this be the poison that the intruders into Second Brother's mansion used the other day? Moments later, he turned back, grabbed Guijia by the neck, and threatened. Hurry up, where's the trap? I really don't know. I've never been to this floor before. Please spare my life. Ruowei saw that his expression was quite sincere, so he said, now that it has come to this, he has no reason to hide it from us. Probably really don't know. Guijia saw that she was speaking for him, so he took the opportunity to advise Beicheng to go back. Beicheng ignored his advice, and secretly calculated how to get through this acid road. He kept looking around in search, causing Ruowei to wonder in confusion, what's wrong? Beicheng didn't say anything and immediately pried open a nearby brick. He looked at it for a while and then came to a conclusion. This might work, she asked doubtfully. Will it work? Guijia kept protesting, stop joking, the illusory iron shield can still penetrate it. Do you still want to rely on this fragile brick? Beicheng tried to put the brick on his head and said, let me try it first. If I pass, you guys can take one and wear it too. Ruowei thought not to stop him but also kindly guided him to be careful. Beicheng didn't say much and bravely flew straight into the acid rain. Guijia saw this and shouted to remind him to watch his feet. As he predicted, the acid rain did nothing to the fragile tiles. Really, how did he go so fast? Wouldn't it be safer to walk? Ruowei gave him a friendly look and then explained. What do you know? The poisonous water fell so thickly. Hurry up, or you'll fall off that rock and hurt your hand. With that, she took another brick and ordered. Now, it's your turn. Guijia screamed in anger, what karma have I created? On the other side, Beicheng successfully passed through the thick layer of acid rain. He observed the situation and then silently assessed. Luckily, it only got a little stuck on the heel of my shoe. Beicheng was sitting and resting when he suddenly discovered something. Before him was another flight of stairs, covered in cobwebs and dust. No, there's more dust on this staircase than on the previous one. There are also no footprints. Didn't that person come down from here? Guijia screamed as he shot like a rocket through the acid rain. Mom, I'm dying. Shut up, it's so noisy. He lost control of his speed and crashed into the wall painfully. She was kindly supported by Beiqing, and he gently asked, "Are you okay?" Ruowei was so embarrassed that he simply hummed in response. Guijia cried silently and muttered, "I hate you." Before long, they resumed their arduous journey. As they walked, Ruowei and Beiqing kept talking about the road. Guijia was afraid that he would be beaten up again, so he quickly explained that he was not hiding anything. Only then did Beiqing reply to him, "I know. If you knew another way, you definitely wouldn't have risked going down to the 7th floor with us." Guijia heard that and cried tears of joy. Young hero is truly wise, mighty, and heroic. As soon as Beiqing opened the door, a stream of black smoke rushed out. He opened it and saw that the situation was bad, so he closed it immediately. The previous floor was poison, so this floor is fire. He replied, "I heard the Crown Prince say that the 8th floor is a gift from heaven. There is a poisonous gas that suppresses the spirit, making it difficult for ghosts and deities to enter." Ruowei was extremely shocked when he heard that. What? In the poison gas prison? How did he do it? Is this poison very powerful? Ruowei explained to him with great enthusiasm. 2 years ago, there were rebels at the southwestern border. 3,000 Tang troops went there to quell the rebellion, but the untamed southwest had a lot of poison gas. The evil spirit spread widely, and 3,000 Tang soldiers accidentally entered the poisonous area. Within half an incense stick's worth of time, they all perished. Only 10 people survived, but they were also harmed by evil spirits. Crazy nonsense, this venom curse only appears at the southwest border. How does the boss have this ability, to be able to arrange venom curse in the prison? After hearing her say that, Beiqing immediately conducted a scientific analysis. The so-called southwest venom curse is nothing more than a weapon in the deep forest. The death of the Tang army is probably due to some other reason, but what kind of poison gas could the ancients have invented? "I'm the one who smells like burning coal, could it be?" He hesitated for a moment, then decided to open the door. Guijia was a coward, so when she saw his action, she shouted, "Don't open the door, it's poisonous." Beiqing slowly looked around, then implicitly affirmed, "There's no fire, it's definitely burning coal. There's not even wood for lighting." The surrounding air was filled with white smoke. Guijia looked at the extinguished lamp, startled and timid. "Venom curse can even put out fires. Run away, or you'll lose your life." He leaned over the smoking candle and secretly scorned. "What venom curse, a fake demon? It's just that the large amount of coal gas, after burning out, produces oxidized carbon." Thinking this, Beiqing came up with a new plan. "Hold your breath, then bend down and follow me. I guarantee you'll be fine." With that, he rushed away, ignoring Ruowei, who was calling his name in panic. While running, he silently analyzed. The density of oxidized carbon is lower in air. So, after ventilation, the closer to the ground, the more air. It will probably last until the exit. Guijia looked at the scene and felt weak in the knees, saying, "You're crazy. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I'd rather go through poisonous water than breathe poisonous gas." He was talking when suddenly a knife was pressed against his neck, causing Guijia's face to turn pale. A moment later, all three were seen crouching beneath the smoke. Although he was very afraid of dying, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't it just pressing down on someone? I can do it." Meanwhile, Beiqing felt like he was on fire and gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, "Lingli, please be patient. Here I come." Meanwhile, Xiao'er was still happily teasing Lingli. "If you dare to touch me, General Yuan Ca will not forgive you." Xiao'er looked at her with pity and replied, "He and the Crown Prince are going to do something important. Today, you are mine, no one can ruin this good thing. Short legs but a big personality. I, Xiao'er, like little peppers like you. Stop struggling, tonight I will give you pleasure." Just then, a voice rang out, "Thank you." Then it suddenly turned into a sarcastic tone. "Old man, I'm showing you a good movie and you still won't shut up. It is Lingli's blessing to have me visit you." Wei Jing scolded back in a low voice, "I'm not lamenting for her, but for you. Those who sell their masters for glory only see the glory and nobility. But for now, the soul will be severed at the Eastern Palace. You dare scold me? Do you believe I will cut out your tongue?" Taking advantage of his carelessness, Lingli bit his hand with her teeth. Xiao'er was in so much pain that he screamed, "Bad! Let go, stinky woman! Resist, the more you resist, the more excited I get. I don't believe that on this 9th floor of the dungeon, there is no one else who can come to save you." Lingli cried heartbrokenly and said, "I'm sorry, benefactor. We will meet again in the next life. Humph, still want to bite my tongue. Before you die, I will have enjoyed it all. A second later, he turned into a sack for Beiqing to vent his anger on. His face turned ugly, but perhaps that wasn't enough. Another punch accurately hit the guy right in the middle of his five senses. Beiqing took advantage of the situation and slammed the blow straight into the ground, causing Xiao'er to faint on the spot. You are really disgusting. That scene made the witness from afar think to himself, I must not offend him. Ruowei on this side was asking with concern, are you okay? Lingli, tears streaming down her face, forced herself to call out, benefactor. The chains around her feet were severed. Just then, Beiqing was informed that Lingli had fainted. Xiao'er fainted. I knew it would happen. I should have asked for the secret instructions first before hitting him. Just then, Wei Jing kindly pointed out, the exit is at the crack on the right side of the wall, the 9th stone block. Both Beiqing and Ruowei were startled to find out that someone else was there. Guijia then introduced the person they met as the Crown Prince's tutor, Master Wei Jing. Beiqing trembled and repeated, Wei Jing, are you Wei Jing? No wonder it's been a while since I've seen you urging the Crown Prince to oust second brother. So, I was locked up by my master. I really brought this upon myself. Guijia stepped forward to chat again, Master Wei Jing, you can hold a grudge against anyone, but not the Crown Prince. I'm kindly reminding you, the Crown Prince said that if you don't admit your mistake within 3 days, he will behead you. Wei Jing replied in a heated voice, Heaven's Taoist friend is too hasty. I cannot kill an army and seize the throne. I entrusted him before only because he was the Crown Prince. Only by following the great rule can one protect the peace of Jiangshan. Whether it is Lord Qin or General Yuan Xie, neither can break the rules. As soon as he heard him mention that because of a certain person's appearance, the way of heaven changed, Beiqing immediately felt uneasy, afraid that the other party would find out. He says strange things every day. If he had the ability to tell fortunes, he wouldn't be in prison. However, Beiqing was still hesitating whether to save Wei Jing or not. If he did not save him, the Crown Prince would take action, but if he did, history might be changed. When entering a new area, Guijia immediately discovered that the secret passage connected the 6th and 9th floors. Just then a voice shouted, bold thief, daring Tio break into the Eastern Palace. It is like wearing out your shoe heels to find it, and not finding it, and getting it with no effort at all. While he was sad about not being able to catch you, you offered yourself to the door. Beiqing gritted his teeth and said, how did you know we were here? I shouldn't have left any traces. Lufu told the story without hiding anything, because that pig-headed Guijia paid a lot of attention to showing off when he went out. The biggest clue was that he also had a talisman with him. Who are you calling a pig? Being close to the Crown Prince really makes you think you're a big shot, huh? But Lufu didn't care and ordered the arrows to be fired. Just then, someone stopped him. Guijia was still in the mood to argue, think carefully for me. Who in this Eastern Palace has a say without my approval? Who among you can work here? If I don't approve the monthly salary, who can receive it? This bastard has only been here for a few days, and you all dare oppose me? Are you all rebels? Lufu also did not like that and shouted, what are you doing out there? Is this Eastern Palace the Crown Prince's or Guijia's? You guys think carefully. While the two sides were arguing loudly, Beiqing quietly announced that they were preparing to enter the secret passage. His foot immediately stomped on the animal's tail on the ground. Reflexively, its bark rang out. The other dogs immediately followed suit. The soldiers on Lufu's side trembled in fear of the mastiffs. Even though she was still lamenting that he hadn't warned her, Guijia quickly ran after Beiqing. While this is going on, close the door now. Seeing that the dogs could not do anything to Beiqing, the other soldiers mocked. After all, they're just animals. But just a second later, the dogs turned and barked at this side. In the secret passage, the three people were arguing, mainly about the escape direction. But Beiqing was still determined. He could only go down to check the 9th floor. Returning to Wei Jing, he shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of the second secret. Seeing no way out, Guijia immediately thought of a way to wake up the person who had designed the dungeon. It was Lingli who got up to ask for directions. Hearing Ruowei ask how to wake up Lingli, he was a little hesitant because he had to use mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But for some reason, Lingli, who was fainting, suddenly blushed and pursed her lips. Beiqing was at a loss as to what to do, so Ruowei immediately said, leave it to me. Knowing that she had been discovered, Lingli trembled and begged for mercy. Sorry, I just want to stay in your arms a little longer. Then, a small box on the wall was pressed. Lingli proudly introduced, this is the 10th floor of the dungeon. Even the crown prince didn't know that it could lead directly to the outside. Beiqing noticed that inside, there were also stairs installed. It seemed that it would be easy to move around. At that moment, Lingli wanted to take Weijing along, because when this hidden passage is opened, the dungeon will soon collapse. But he felt that he could not serve two masters in his entire life, so he could not go. Once you come in here, you don't intend to live outside. Above, the soldiers were still struggling with the dogs. They all screamed at the top of their lungs, trying to attract someone to open the door. But Lu Fu had no mercy. He thought it was because they refused to obey the order to shoot arrows. So, ruined the great cause. Now, not worthy of living. He must have a mastiff inside, so the soldiers won't be able to get out. Just starve them for 2 days and then think about it. Beiqing, no matter how vast the network is, it is difficult to escape. But just then, above Lu Fu's head, something suddenly shook. A series of objects suddenly pressed down on him. Meanwhile, Guijia was still climbing the ladder, complaining. Not all of Eastern Palace fell. There was also Weijing climbing below. Mocked the other party for not surviving the night. The person crawling in the middle is Lingli. She just wondered, can Weijing help me with my destiny? Climbing up behind her was Ruowei, who was angrily scolding. You literati, you say you don't want to live, but in reality, you don't dare to die. When running away, be faster than everyone. But why is there a chuckle somewhere? The owner of that laughter was Beiqing. Back in the day, he even convinced Weijing. Believe it or not, you cannot die today. Because this country still needs you. There will come a day when you will choose to assist Li Shimin. He will become emperor. And you will be a famous prime minister. No matter what, just survive first and then choose for yourself. It was the first time someone dared to tell fortunes in Weijing. Back to the present, Ruowei suddenly slipped. She just happened to land right on Beiqing's face. Then, Ruowei quickly climbed back up and asked, I slipped. Did I hurt you? His face looked serious as he stared at her. Then he scolded in a low voice, clumsy hands and feet. There's no way around you. I'm right behind you. It is the fear of this situation happening. But the nosebleed betrayed his seriousness. While he was being punished for his perversion, Guijia saw the exit nearby. After climbing out, Guijia was very happy. Meanwhile, everyone was still amazed. With the architecture of building secret tunnels hidden in the wells of people's houses, Weijing never thought that one day he would use such a method to escape. The last person to step out was Beiqing. Safe and sound, I can return to the king of Qin. But suddenly, a sharp object stabbed straight into his shoulder. At the same time, the four Weijing, Guijia, Lingli, and Ruowei were all panicked. There is a gun muzzle emitting hot air. Clearly, it just opened fire. The one who did it was Lu Fu. The crowd below was panicking, trying to see what hidden weapon he had been struck with. Beiqing only had time to instruct everyone, it's on the wall. Run away now. He was angry inside, for letting Lu Fu make a gun before him. Guijia turned back and forth, but still did not believe that there were hidden weapons in the world. Can shoot from the bow wall to them. Beiqing only had time to shout back, you idiot, get over here. Lu Fu now started aiming again. You stupid pig. I'll send you to hell first, so you don't get in my way. Then we'll play with the rest later. Beiqing saw that Guijia did not listen, so he had no choice but to throw a rock straight at him. Just as the rock hit Guijia's head, the bullet struck his shoulder. Ruowei's sharp eyes saw the spot on the palace wall. Lingli was very worried because she still couldn't determine what kind of weapon it was. Guijia was lying on the ground, screaming non-stop, monster, I'm sure to die. On the wall, Lu Fu is reloading bullets. Waste one of my bullets, go and die behind, can't you? Beiqing now realized, the two bullets, about 25 seconds apart, were musket shots. He felt lucky that his competitors had not yet produced anything high-end. Guijia remembered Weijing's joke about him being about to die, so he became even more afraid. However, he said differently, when I was in the dungeon, my life was indeed a matter of life and death, but now it's hard to say. Can I survive? It depends on him. Beiqing indeed discovered that the only way out was that alley. If he ran away with all his might, he would only have one chance to shoot. He began to draw a simple diagram of the current terrain. If it's based on Lu Fu's abilities, at such a distance, he can still shoot them one more time. Moreover, the target is definitely you. Lu Fu on the wall kept calling out, come out, don't hide anymore. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion at the corner of the street. He was startled and turned around to look in the direction of the explosion. The place where the great disaster had occurred seemed to be the royal palace. Beiqing knew that the opportunity granted by heaven had arrived. Then he took the only two girls and shouted, "If you want to live, follow me." Lu Fu saw the explosion and knew that Jianqing's side had succeeded. The emperor would definitely die from the massive explosion. Little did he know, behind him, Beicheng was leading everyone in running away. At this moment, Lu Fu instinctively picked up the gun and fired. The bullet only missed Guijia's official hat. Seeing that everyone was already some distance away, Guijia shouted, "Don't run too fast, wait for me." On the other side, Lu Fu immediately threw down his gun. I wonder if the emperor is alive or not, but absolutely cannot give him a chance to turn things around. If only Gu Beicheng were too lazy to pay attention to him. Lu Fu has now safely landed in a location. Then, his figure skillfully stepped on the surrounding buildings, using the momentum to jump down into the city. The gun was lying on the ground and was picked up. It turned out that he wanted to carry a weapon and go kill the person who knew too much, Guijia. In the alley, Ruowei's panicked voice kept urging him to respond. Was that explosion caused by Firewing? Why is their target the royal palace? However, right now, Beicheng could only quickly order the return to Lord Qin's mansion. The shouts outside grew louder, "Capture Lord Qin's men and cover them up. No one can escape. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." The group of people identified by Ruowei were Jing Zhaoyin's subordinates, on the same side as the crown prince. They must have used Firewing to blow up the royal palace. Make His Majesty panic, then blame Lord Qin. However, they will have no evidence to falsely accuse Mansion King of Qin. But, in a moment, someone shouted that they had found several bags of black powder, similar to the explosive powder in the backyard of the King of Qin's mansion. That only made Ruowei angry, and he was still lost in his own thoughts. Why am I so good at this trick? Should I be the bad guy? On the enemy's side, the soldiers were reporting that they had searched everywhere in the palace, but Li Shimin was nowhere to be seen. Ling Li was feeling very scared because the enemy had used her own Firewing to kill so many people in the palace. Wei Jing saw this and immediately went over to comfort him. Firewing is a product she created, but whether people use it to kill or save others, she has no control over it. On this side, Beicheng quickly pulled Ruowei and said, "It seems that Lord Qin predicted he would be harmed, so he left early. The important task at hand is to meet with them. Think about where he is most likely to go." She vaguely replied, "Every night, the gates of Chang'an are closed. Second brother cannot leave the city. The ministers he was friendly with will definitely be investigated. He definitely won't go. On the contrary, there's a small official guarding the door. Second brother owed him his life." Few people knew they had a good relationship. Finally, after a long roundabout way of explaining, Ruowei clarified that the location was at Xuanwu Pass. The scene changes to somewhere. Soldiers are carrying the wounded out. Poor Yi Qin, a beautiful woman, yet she had to die in a sea of fire with that old man. I saw early on that you seem to like Yi Qin. Don't worry, after I ascend the throne, I will reward the 10th lady like Yi Qin. Meanwhile, a soldier announced, "The Imperial Guard eunuch Chen has arrived." Immediately, Jiancheng and Yuan Xie acted as filial children, crying over the death of their father. Eunuch Chen quickly said, "Your Highnesses, rest assured, His Majesty is fine, he is resting at Changlo Palace." His Majesty suddenly changed his mind and went to noble consort Shao, thus avoiding a calamity. The filial piety of the two princes must have moved the heavens. It is truly a blessing for the people of the Tang Empire. Jianqing hesitantly said, "It's good that it's okay." Yuan Xie also softly agreed, "Probably so." At this moment, inside Changlo Palace, Li Yuan was furious. "Useless. Where are all the guards in the palace? Who is in charge in the end?" The guard immediately reported, "A Lord Qin's carriage entered the palace near evening. It was said to be a tribute of treasures, but it was not recorded. I must investigate the mansion." During the investigation, black powder was found, identical to the explosive powder at the scene, and Lord Qin was not in the mansion at that time. Unknown whereabouts, this humble general guesses that this matter cannot escape its connection to Lord Qin. Yuan Xie was secretly whispering, "Although the emperor was lucky to escape, Li Shimin's crime has been established. Acceptable." Just then, a voice called out from above, "Jianqing, Yuan Xie, block up the whole Chang'an city, search the whole city, turn over 3 landers to find him for me. To live, you must see people, to die, you must see bodies." So the two of them immediately set off. "Father has given orders. Search all the houses, find the traitor Li Shimin. Kill without mercy, anyone who provides clues will be rewarded with 10,000 taels." The one who gets his head will be made Marquis of Wanhu and will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. Just then, Lu Fu appeared. Your crown prince. Scene change at Xuanwu Pass. You bold citizen, who is strictly forbidden, dare to break into the territory of Inner Palace City. Are you not afraid of being deceived? Then the guards all wanted to kill him, but they were all knocked back. Everyone, be careful, this person's skills are very formidable. When he was about to use the archers, Li Shimin stopped him. Stop yelling, all the people here together are no match for him. He just wanted to let us know who was coming. In this entire Chang'an city, there is only one person who possesses such skills. Luckily, he's on our side. Beiqing took the opportunity to bandage his wound and ask about the situation in the palace and the safety of the emperor. According to Li Shimin, his father is safe. But Elder Cheng was a little unhappy because now Li Shimin was identified as the mastermind behind it. Wanted, sooner or later the crown prince will discover his hiding place. Don't worry, I've brought 2 people who can help us turn things around. The organizer who knew about the palace explosion was the crown prince's confidant Lord Guijia, and the one who participated in deciding all the crown prince's plots Lord Wei Zheng. With 2 of them as witnesses, are you still worried that you can't turn the tables? Li Shimin now understood why they looked a bit familiar. Now they are joining him, so he is very grateful. Guijia laughed again, saying that he had not betrayed the crown prince. After dealing with Guijia, he will return, while Wei Jing expressed that he must observe more before choosing an assistant. Beiqing couldn't stand it anymore, so he wanted to attack Guijia. I will protect you all the way. Now the speaker still wants to side with the crown prince. You fool with no reputation in history, what use would I have for you? Guijia immediately explained, please calm down, what you need most is a witness. Then, Li Shimin spoke up with a headache. The crown prince could very well say that the magistrate was forced to fabricate evidence. This is uncertain, we should not risk it. Chang'an City is too dangerous now, I plan to leave the city when morning comes. Go to Xuanwu Pass to take refuge, no longer worry about court affairs. No, you can't retreat. If you just leave like that, it will only further confirm the charge of treason. Not only were all the military honors taken away, and all the civil officials who were on good terms with you were implicated. At this time, Beiqing was very worried because the script was not quite right. Xuanwu Pass should have been where Li Shimin defeated Jiancheng. But now he wants to run away. If he leaves, then who will be Emperor Taizong? I'm afraid that, because of me, history has been changed. Meanwhile, Wei Jing also secretly affirmed, Li Shimin is someone who cannot shoulder great responsibilities. Suddenly, Beiqing spoke up again. The most precious thing for a human being is life. Life, for each person, only happens once. Life should be lived like this. When remembering the past, one will not feel helpless. Wasting years and regretting is not because of being a lowly person. Ordinary life, but still sad. So, at the time of his death, he might have said, I have devoted my life and all my energy to the world's most glorious cause. For the people, for the happiness of the people of the Tang Empire, I fight. Even Ruowei felt that what he said made sense. Her heart was also stirring with every word he spoke. Li Shimin spoke stubbornly, you also feel that people cannot live a temporary life for the rest of their lives. There is no mountain higher than man. There is no longer a path than the foot, fight, your highness. He emotionally recounted, I, Li Shimin, joined the army when I was 12 years old. Countless wars, originally thought to lead to a time of peace and prosperity, but only one side volunteered. The crown prince is fine, the 4th brother is fine, if they don't care about brotherly love. Then, let's have a good fight. The winner becomes king, the loser becomes a bandit. Be tough, my people, die with no regrets. Thank you, Gu Beiqing. You made me make my final decision. Beiqing just realized. No matter what era people are from, no one is immune to books that open the soul. Only those watching their antics felt a chill down their spines. Suddenly, someone spoke up and said that they could actually find evidence. The crown prince could not use all of the fire wing, the rest was stored somewhere. If it can be found, it is the best evidence. Although I'm not sure, in Dunhua Ward, southeastern city, the crown prince has a private mansion where important things are usually kept. Fire wing might be stored there too. Beiqing and Ruowei simultaneously drew their weapons to praise him. At the crucial moment, know how to choose wisely. Next, Elder Qing volunteered to go and investigate. Beiqing quickly stopped him, thinking that the many people passing by would make the crown prince suspicious and find out everything. If they say the crown prince is slandering, then the crown prince will also say they are slandering. This won't do, that won't do. So, may I ask, what brilliant ideas do you have, young Master Ko? I dare not think highly, only know the way of people, only the path of death. You guys stay here, I'll go over there and scout first. I'll come back in an hour. Elder Ching angrily scolded loudly, a self-righteous person without any manners. Your Highness, don't listen to him, he actually has no idea how to win. This person will hinder great things. Ruowei also secretly agreed, even if we find Fire Wing, it's useless. Both sides will criticize each other. If he doesn't admit it, why should Beiqing go? She wondered what medicine was in his gourd. Beiqing was certain that the final battlefield was at Xuanwu Pass. Historical results will not change. Whether to find evidence for Li Yuan or anyone else, he did not know. He saw that, had he had the ability, he would not have been forced to abdicate by Li Shimin. The reason he went looking for Fire Wing was to deal with that guy. Could the Xuanwu Pass event have gone the way history had written? The biggest variable is Lufu. Right now, Lufu was trying to justify himself. I chased them all the way to Lord Qin's mansion, but I don't know where they went. Guijia and Weijing knew too much. I'm afraid it will mess up the plan. It must be resolved quickly. Jianqing was so angry that he yelled at everyone. That Guijia fellow, at the crucial moment, is causing me trouble again. Fourth brother, you go defend the inner palace city. Absolutely do not let them enter the palace. Lufu, you and I will split up and search the entire city. We must find them before dawn. Jianqing then went to the east city and handed over the west city to Lufu. As the two walked away, Yuan Xie remained standing there. At that moment, Yuan Xie's subordinate, Wei Jiao, was summoned. You quickly move all the Fire Wings in the hospital. Disguised as Guijia, Lord Qin's men caused it. Besides, the method of making Fire Wing is still unknown, so Lingli must be captured alive, and the Crown Prince must not know. Wei Jiao spoke with a dark face, Your Highness, how many people can I kill this time? Yuan Xie sadly explained that, this place is not the frontier, so killing many will attract attention. So you can only kill a maximum of 300 people. At this time, the division of duties among the guards was still taking place on the street. When he arrived at Dunhua Ward, Beiqing found that the place was a bit larger than he had imagined, so it would take quite a bit of effort to find it. But suddenly, his sense of smell kicked in. He could smell the scent of blood. Sure enough, in a hidden corner, the guards' throats were slit. It seemed like there were 39 of them. Wei Jiao leisurely spoke, Is that it? Is this all there is to guard? The guard stammered, I'm on your side. But the soldier died soon after, only you were needed to fill the number. Don't move, if you get stabbed to death, I'll have to redo the other 39 bodies. After finishing the arrangement, Wei Jiao even praised his work as perfect. I've killed everyone, how will this Fire Wing move? I have to go back and call someone, General Yuan Xie is scolding me again. What a pain, I should just kill him directly. From above, Beiqing realized his perversion, arranging corpses into words, killing people without blinking an eye. Moreover, all he had were neck injuries. He was a master. After gathering some evidence, he thought those things were enough. But suddenly, Wei Jiao appeared behind him. Caught this sneaky mouse. Beiqing reflexively pulled out his knife, but he dodged it. Beiqing was very surprised because he didn't know when he had been approached. He hadn't even noticed it. Suddenly, the enemy's hand grabbed his arm. This time, you can't move anymore. But when he was about to attack, he managed to lean back and kick him away. Beiqing was really scared of this pervert because he wanted to hit me, and he didn't hesitate to get stabbed. Beiqing saw that he could not beat this madman, so he needed to quickly run away. But suddenly, the dagger flew past Beiqing. Where else do you want to run? Damn, too late to avoid it. But Wei Jiao did nothing but grumble, damn it, my lifetime masterpiece has been ruined by you. Then he rearranged the guard's body. It turned out that just now, when he was running away, Beiqing had kicked that guard. On this side, after pulling the victim back into position, Wei Jiao saw perfection restored. Beiqing laughed heartily at discovering a killer with OCD. At this point, Wei Jiao said, we can play slowly. I really want to give you a nice cut on the neck. Beiqing spoke up again meaningfully, well, actually, you know. Then he said something that confused him. Forget it, just confess. Let me try one first, wait a moment. After seeing a row of strange squares carved into the wall, he felt quite satisfied. Wei Jiao was stunned and slowly thought. He seemed to have discovered the flaw, no, that. Wei Jiao couldn't help but grumble, you should have drawn another mark on the letter X. But Beiqing continued to carve imperfect images, driving Wei Jiao crazy. Seeing that he was completely angered, he knew that the next thing would be easier to handle. Because anger will make you lose your mind, and losing your mind will, of course, reveal your weakness. After finishing, Beiqing asked disdainfully, "Did you see it? The smell of your own blood. You are deliberately provoking me. Killing you alone is more fun than killing 100 people." His gaze became more focused, then Wei Jiao began to draw another sword. Beiqing was also very surprised that this kind of martial art existed in ancient times. This martial art has both offensive and defensive techniques. Adding to Wei Jiao's lifeless fighting style, he found himself unable to strike. Even if you get close to the enemy, you'll be slashed hundreds of times. A sharp sword flashed past, leaving a red mark on his body. Just then, another attack came. Just as he dodged, Beiqing understood. Wei Jiao was deliberately attacking my left chest. It seems he wanted to form a wound symmetrical to Beiqing's previous right chest. So, Beiqing guessed that next time, Wei Jiao's sword would come down from that spot. After subduing the opponent, the surrounding atmosphere gradually became quiet. A slash wound right on Wei Jiao's body. His pupils wavered in confusion as Beiqing was able to deduce the attack's position. Beiqing could only say that obsessive-compulsive disorder can kill you. Even though he was lying on the ground, he still tried to speak. "I, Wei Jiao, have killed countless people, and countless famous and chivalrous generals have died under my sword. You are the first one who can avoid my dense sword." Beiqing said, "Humph. I just discovered and took advantage of your weakness." However, he did not know that although Wei Jiao pursued symmetry, he used two weapons so far apart. It turns out that the Manhwa sword is a divine weapon passed down from his ancestors, forged from the hardest iron. Moreover, Wei Jiao found them to be very suitable for her. Beiqing understood. He had two hands, one long and one short. In this day and age, such a physiological defect would invite much gossip. That's why he's so stubborn about perfection. Wei Jiao tried his best to entrust, Manhwa's sword should be in the hands of the strong. And you are that person, please don't abandon them. Okay, I know. At this time, Lu Fu was in a hurry to think about moving Fire Wing. He saw that Beiqing was at a disadvantage because of the guns, so he insisted on making guns to fight back. "This Fire Wing is my secret weapon. With it, I will be the ultimate winner." When he arrived, he saw a bloody scene inside. Then, there was a sound announcing that Fire Wing had been hit by someone. They were one step too late. Lu Fu was shaking with anger because he could only think of one culprit, Beiqing. "I will definitely break you into 100 pieces." On the other side, the sound of knocking on the door woke the blacksmith. "I wonder who bothered me in the middle of the night." "Master, is my work done?" He honestly replied, "I also consider the forge to be famous in Chang'an City. I've seen everything before, but the drawing that the client gave me is the first time I've seen it. It's so exquisite. Iron and flint are easy, but the elasticity of the iron is not good. You asked me to do that, I can't do it. It's not easy to get this far." Beiqing also thought that, with the Tang dynasty background, gunmaking was still difficult. Maybe should make spring first. Just then a voice rang out, "Search all the forges, take everyone inside out." The soldiers immediately kicked the door open and rushed in. The blacksmith stammered and asked, "Sir, what's the matter?" Blacksmiths like him were all dragged out. The soldier then reported that the forge men had been brought in, 78 in total, accompanied by 179 family members. Lu Fu showed a drawing that somewhat belittled Beiqing's beauty and said, "Among you, there must be someone who has met him. Come forward. Otherwise, all of you will die." The blacksmith immediately recognized Beiqing. However, he had told them before that he would make sure everyone was safe. Just then, Beiqing spoke, Lu Fu, if you can't catch me, then take your anger out on the people. You are truly a loser." He decided to make guns later, and for now, make muskets first. But there was no response outside, so he looked out. It turned out that Lu Fu had quickly hidden away, while Beiqing had yet to make a gun. But the guards also discovered that Beiqing was alone. So excited, want to step up and take some credit. One of them quickly walked to the house where he was hiding, but unexpectedly, he saw Beiqing doing something strange that made him panic. Seeing his subordinates report that all the blacksmiths had run away, Lu Fu didn't care much. Suddenly, screams echoed from all around, causing Lu Fu and the soldier to quickly embrace each other. The soldiers were just aggressive and wanted to take credit, now screaming and running away like a swarm of bees. Lu Fu was annoyed with his useless subordinates, so he called for the archers. Then, countless sharp arrows were shot through the door. At that moment, Lu Fu's close friend spoke up. "We are surrounded. Either die in the shower of arrows, or go out here and get slaughtered to death. Come out here and beg me, and I will grant you a full death." Beicheng was still absorbed in assembling, ignoring the screams outside. I will make him regret today's mistake for the rest of his life. His face lit up with delight, but on the condition that Lufu can still live. Out here, Lufu still didn't know anything and yelled at his subordinates. There is no movement, he must have escaped, use a rocket. Seeing his subordinate hesitate, he went crazy and scolded. Who's big brother here, or should you go in there and get him? So, the soldiers still had to listen to Lufu and prepare the rockets. Suddenly, they saw an object thrown into the sky. Then, some kind of wind shot through the vase-like object. The vase was cracking and giving off blinding rays of light. While the guards screamed because their eyes were stinging, Beicheng ran out. Lufu quickly drew his gun and shouted, "Do you still want to run?" But Beicheng was not far behind, pulling out a gun similar to his. Immediately, he had to dodge behind the horse because Beicheng's shooting range was very short. Then he realized that Beicheng really couldn't load new bullets that quickly. Then, Lufu went crazy again when he realized he had been fooled again. He again requested blocking the nearby road. Must capture Beicheng at all costs to protect the honor of the Tang dynasty. But Beicheng believes that victory or defeat in the alley battle does not depend on numbers. The guards were on guard, standing in a line. Beicheng also saw through this intentional arrangement. Shield at the front, spear at the back, very suitable for narrow paths. As for the guards, they found this six-man formation very strange. Fortunately, the leader understood and explained that this battle could be both offensive and defensive. If you encounter Beicheng, there is a shield in front so you won't get hurt. If you show your face from behind, the spear from behind will stab you. This guy is dreaming of a plot to loot and plunder the rich. Then a hand continuously patted their back. Angry at the joke, he turned around and scolded, "What are you clapping for?" Beicheng's face was gloomy as he asked, "Sir, would you like to buy some candles?" The guard was so shocked that he almost pissed his pants. He kept saying there were ghosts, then pointed them out to his teammates. Then, an archer quickly shot an arrow, but he crawled into the wall again. The others saw his figure running toward the east. They were very worried about Beicheng's ability to understand the terrain. Just then, Beicheng appeared again. The sword just passed and took the enemy's life. As expected from meteorite iron, it's good to use. At this moment, all Lufu could hear were a few indistinct screams. That made him even more upset. We're being toyed with, and the opponent is just one person. Why is he so strong? The target continues advancing to the east. We've lost more than half of our men already, we can't stop him. He's too strong. Beicheng moved quickly, but also anticipated well. The news had been passed on, Lufu probably knew he wanted to go east. If I were him, I would definitely block the road first. He took a quick look and then decided on one side, that side, for example. On a rooftop not far away, Lufu was waiting with a crossbow in hand. "Come here, little treasure." He watched Beicheng's path with quite confidence. "Step by step, and then go into your grave." Lufu waited for a while but saw no one, only a cat passing by, which made him feel uneasy. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Has he changed his route? Suddenly, Lufu froze, sweating profusely, and feeling the fear. This command airflow is. Lufu hurriedly moved his body as he sensed danger. But just as he stood up, a bullet was fired, causing Lufu to lose 2 of his fingers. Blood flowed from his hand as he fell from the roof to the ground. Beicheng just finished shooting, then praised. As expected of a top figure, having been in the underworld for more than 10 years, the sixth sense is just as sharp. Lufu's subordinates discovered it and shouted, "Quickly bring your personality back to the palace." Beicheng also ignored temporarily keep the person alive, shoot off a few fingers. "At least tonight, you can't cause any more trouble." He quickly jumped to the ground to escape. Beicheng had not yet left when he heard the sound of birds chirping. He wondered, came closer to take a look, and was curious. During the Tang dynasty, were there people who raised pigeons for food? Suddenly, someone shouted, "Commoner, dare to barge into the court? Aren't you afraid of being beheaded? I can smell your stench from far away. Get away from me, big guy." After Beicheng beat him up, he also asked, "Is this where the royal court specializes in raising messenger pigeons? What's the point of raising pigeons? Are they feeding them to the emperor?" The beaten man immediately sobered up and obediently replied, "Mainly so that, in case of an emergency, we can send messages to the army on the border. I still have 2 pots of stewed pigeon in my room, and some wine. Please stop and have a bite to eat." But Beicheng turned away and left. "I don't like pigeons." So the man cursed him inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that there were no more guards at night, Did I beat you so badly that you called me Grandpa? Beiqing had something to ask, so he turned back, startling him. Grandpa, what do you want me to say? He probed. Xan Xiong, Guiqi Gong, Qingyaojin. Where are these people stationed? Can the pigeons here contact them? Turning towards Lufu, he was bandaging his own wound, but in his heart, he was still grumbling. Gu Beicheng, this idiot. You think you can rest easy knowing that you got 2 of my fingers? I, like you, am a person who has mastered the historical script. It's really too easy to prevent this from happening. While Lufu was being complacent, the guard reported, we have already passed on the news to General Yuan Ca that we are near Xuanwu Pass. Okay, so what did he say? Then the guard stammered, he felt suspicious. Already, sent someone to investigate. Xuanwu Pass, Lufu shouted in panic. This big idiot. Beiqing thought as he escaped, Xan Xiong and the others are now in the Shanzhou military camp. The pigeon flew over there for 4 hours. The army chased for 6 hours. Just need to hide for another 10 hours. Suddenly, there was the sound of horses galloping from behind, the horses of Yuan Ca's group hurriedly approaching. He hid in a nearby location. The subordinate asked in confusion, General Yuan Ca. Gulufu warned you not to go near Xuanwu Pass. Why did you still go there? Yuan Ca just felt annoyed and shouted, what the hell is he? It's his turn to command me. Why would he mention Xuanwu Pass for no reason? There must be a problem. All his subordinates cheered him on. One look and you can see his cunning scheme. General Yuan Ca is wise, truly the brain of the army. Beiqing panicked. What is this? We must quickly return to Xuanwu Pass before them. But how can I run as fast as a horse? He thought and noticed the nearby cart. Nearby, 2 people were breathing heavily, seemingly having just finished having sex. Debing Gij, surely we haven't been discovered. It's okay, I'll go out and scare the people outside later. What's all the noise? Doing this in the middle of the night. The old man replied, I just came back from taking a shit and saw that your car had been chopped up. The wife was startled to see her husband. He was angry. Why? Is she in his house? You. Why did you attack my wife? Beiqing took off the wheel and ran away, silently apologizing. Human life is more important. The revolution will win and compensate with a carriage later. He pedaled up the hill, and the wheel bounced continuously. His whole body shook with each beat of the wheel. He was in pain and vowed, Humph. I will create rubber wheels. On this side, the Yuan Ca group had already arrived at Xuanwu Pass. General Yuan Ca looks normal, nothing strange. Yuan Ca commanded, the more ordinary, the more shocking secrets are hidden. After we're done, go control those guards first. Whoever dares to resist, kill without mercy. Suddenly, a wooden will fell from the sky and hit Yuan Ca straight on the head. He didn't have time to react before falling to the ground. General Yuan Ca. General Yuan Ca. Yuan Ca's head was swollen, and he asked angrily, what weapon is this? Sir, it seems to be a wheel. As soon as he finished speaking, Beiqing fell from the sky again. He kicked Yuan Ca straight in the head once more. Yuan Ca was kicked away, and his subordinates rushed in to help him up. Oh my God, General, are you okay? Yuan Ca, his body bruised, his voice trembling. Damn it, where did the assassin attack me? As soon as the subordinate turned around, Beiqing happily ran away. He's already run, and very fast at the same time. He secretly smiled. He had to lure these cavalry out of Xuanwu Pass first. Beiqing lures them, if you have the ability, then capture me. Yuan Ca immediately ordered without hesitation, capture him. I must kill him. Wait, he wants to lure me away, which means. Li Shimin and Ruo Wei were standing on the wall when they heard a commotion outside. Whoever is on Xuanwu Pass duty today, get out here. Li Shimin and Ruo Wei saw him and hit. Fourth brother, why is he here? The subordinates were hesitant and did not want to search. Yuan Ca immediately shouted, what are you waiting for? If there is a problem, it will be revealed. If we don't take our time, we won't get anything in the end. Elder Qing ran out respectfully. Little Elder Qing greets General Yuan Ca. You're a piece of shit. Ha, nothing unusual about Xuanwu Pass tonight. Elder Qing honestly reported, in the middle of the night, after the palace burned down. Xuanwu Pass is closed by order, nothing unusual. But Yuan Ca still didn't believe it and planned to take his subordinates to see, go up there and see. Li Shimin guessed, Yuan Ca must have heard something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have intentionally come to investigate Xuanwu Pass. Could it be that Beiqing did something? Yuan Ca resolutely went up but was stopped by Elder Cheng, who wanted to hold him back. General Yuan Ca, the wind is strong on the wall tower, please don't go up. Yuan Ca threatened, get out. Let me know if you're hiding a court suspect behind your back. Just wait for your entire clan to be exterminated. Elder Cheng, after observing, shouted loudly towards the city gate where the cavalry was standing guard. Brothers, there are only 5 of them, get started. Yuan Xie's subordinates searched impatiently. Where is the person? If we don't catch him, General Yuan Xie will kill us. Keep searching. Stop. Beiqing hid on the roof, rubbing his back. Consider it as luring the main force away before Li Yuan Xie makes his move. Before Qin Xiong's group arrives, Li Shimin and the others absolutely cannot be detected. But according to historical records, Li Jianqing and Li Yuancha should stop at Xuanwu Pass. As long as Li Jianqing hasn't arrived yet, it's fine. Over here, Jianqing's subordinates pointed to the sky. Your Highness, it is General Yuan Xie's artillery, aimed at Xuanwu Pass. Jianqing realized that it was 4th brother asking for help. Yuan Xie's subordinates were in an uproar. General Yuan Xie is in trouble. Return to protect General Yuan Xie. His Highness the Crown Prince will definitely send troops to help. We must wait until reinforcements arrive. Beiqing heard and was petrified on the spot, screaming in his heart. The wheel of history is rolling forward. I cannot stop it even if I ride a horse. On this side, Yuan Xie panicked and retreated. There is indeed a problem. The captain of Inner Palace City dares to rebel. Are you tired of living? Try to hold out until the Crown Prince's reinforcements arrive. Elder Qing angrily shouted, fuck. That Gu Beiqing deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. I told you to leave Inner Palace City early, now everyone is killed by him. Caught a spear as it came, piercing his chest. A man holding a great sword wanted to sever Elder Cheng's head. Whoever dares to oppose General Yuan Xie must die. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rolled his eyes and fell back. On the forehead is a bloody bullet hole. While Elder Cheng still didn't understand what was happening, Beiqing, with his flaming twin swords, rushed over. The crowd stared with wide-eyed surprise. It seemed they had guessed who had just appeared. Beiqing used his sword to cut through the soldier's sword as easily as cutting tofu. Yuan Xie kicked a soldier forward. He cursed loudly, what kitchen god, are you stupid? Just sprinkle oil on the blade, and kill him for me. The soldiers, at the command, rose in unison. Charge, defend quickly. At this moment, Beiqing narrowed his eyes and thought. This sword, wait, inconsistent in length, but in hand, it feels so familiar, maybe I can use that move. The ultimate technique I practiced for 5 years in the Qingzhong Plateau. Thinking, his feet began to move, step by step. He swung his sword resolutely. An extremely powerful move was used by him. Flexible transformation wipes out the enemy. The crowd stared with their eyes and mouths open in amazement. With just one move, it was all wiped out. It was truly the kitchen god's manifestation. Yuan Xie saw this and gritted his teeth, secretly hating it. This is Wei Jiao's sword, could it be that he? Beiqing pointed his sword straight at him and warned. If you don't want to end up like him, then be honest. He heard that and immediately knelt down on the ground. Finally, Yuan Xie was tied up in Beiqing's hands. Have him in hand. Even if Li Jianqing surrounded Xuanwu Pass, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Everyone agreed with him. Elder Cheng beside him kindly pulled out a chair for him to sit. Beiqing put on a face full of confidence. But staying here forever is not the way. Still should take advantage of moving. Calm down. Just hold on until noon. There will be a great chance to turn things around. Hearing this, Yuan Xie immediately snorted in disdain. How naive, second brother, you understand big brother's personality. Is he someone who will care about brotherhood? He is like me, he saw through it long ago. Tonight, out of the 3 of us brothers, only one will survive. Wait until he catches up, Xuanwu Pass will be destroyed. None of us can escape. Guijia was scared and wanted to retreat. The army is coming, are you going or not? If you don't go, I will say goodbye first. Elder Qing massaged Beiqing's shoulders, enduring, wherever our hero goes, I go. Even if I have to go through hell tonight, Elder Qing will follow you. Even Beiqing was surprised by his attitude. He commented, there is still a defensible wall here. Once you leave, you will end up surrounded. Defending Xuanwu Pass to the death is the real strategy. Elder Qing seemed to agree, but he was concerned about the manpower issue. Wei Zheng also agreed. He thought that we should not act rashly. Beiqing frowned and wondered, in Chang'an City for so many years, Lord Qin surely doesn't have just this little bit of strength, right? I believe he has one last card left to play. His words startled everyone in the room. Yuan Xie was the first to break the silence. He laughed loudly, mocking. The general's subordinates, in second brother's hands, were sent to the frontier. Even the guards at the palace were arranged by the emperor. Where in Chang'an City is his strength left? However, Li Shimin's reaction was beyond his expectations. How did you know? Yuan Xie saw this and knew that Beiqing had guessed correctly, opening his mouth in surprise. Beiqing covered his mouth and laughed in response. I think you shouldn't lie in this room. Li Shimin decided to tell the truth. Haze. There's nothing I can hide from you. Indeed, I have left a branch. Second brother, could it be that you are disobeying father's orders and taking care of yourself? At this moment, Li Shimin did not reply to her. He called out to the people in the dark to show themselves. Tiansu immediately revealed himself to the crowd. Beiqing put his arm around Yuan Xie's shoulder. I really sympathize with you. Your face hurts, right? Yuan Xie was painfully slapped by his own words. Li Shimin lowered his head and said, I know the principle of great merit and great power, Father Emperor and Crown Prince. One day, you will deal with me. These martyrs were all carefully selected and had their bodies purified. They are heartless, desireless, kill without hesitation, and are the coldest weapons in the world. Then he threw something to him, and he reached out to catch it. Beiqing looked at the whistle in his hand with curiosity. Li Shimin quickly explained, they only follow the piper's orders. You are the bravest and most intelligent person here. Tonight, we all obey your command, Beiqing. Carefully obey the young hero's command. Beiqing froze in place at what had just happened. Suddenly, a soldier ran in and urgently reported, it's not okay. The crown prince leads his army to the city gate. Beiqing cursed inwardly, damn it, it looks like he wants to quietly hide in a corner. The Xuanwu Pass incident is impossible. Okay, it's an emergency, I will not refuse. But promise me one condition. Tonight, my name will not appear in any history book. At that moment, the crown prince's army had already arrived. The slogan, eliminate the rebels, resounded throughout the space. Suddenly, the army stopped when they saw figures standing in front of the door. Beiqing commanded his soldiers with great vigor, all generals, listen to orders. Kill. Assassins of Tiansu acted decisively. Their tactics were so quick that the crown prince's army had no time to react. Jianqing looked at the scene of the fallen soldiers and was terrified. He shouted loudly, where did these killers come from? Love Li Shimin, you dare to rebel against the rules, and secretly raise the dead soldiers. Do you want to rebel? Beiqing suddenly appeared behind him. Strange, hasn't he always been rebellious? With that, he punched him in the face with a powerful blow. After the punch, he was thrown hard against the wall behind him, screaming in misery. Beiqing spoke as if possessed by Saitama, finally got to comfortably punch you. The subordinate helped Jianqing up. He was still talking nonsense. The skull soldiers were afraid when he called himself I. One whispered in his ear, long live the emperor, long live, long live, long live. His eyes immediately lit up, and he ordered, get up. Beiqing frowned and said, I really don't know, even in my dreams, I want to be an emperor. Unfortunately, you won't live through the night. At this time, Jianqing immediately began to entice. Gu Beiqing, you are a loyal dragon father. The fourth prince loves talented people. Agree not to hold grudges over past matters and take you seriously. As long as you join me and help me ascend the throne, in the future, you will be the crown prince of the Tang Empire. Unexpectedly, after hearing those words, Beiqing became even angrier. You misunderstood, I didn't mean that. Beiqing was furious and shouted, misogently understand your grandmother. Die. Seeing that, he immediately ran away. On the other side, the dead soldier and Li Shimin were still fighting fiercely. Ruo Wei looked out through the crack in the door and whispered, only the eastern palace guards will come. The northern army commander has not yet appeared, if the emperor sends him to support. The battle is going to be. Yuan Xie looked down on her and interrupted her, good to know. You're on the wrong team, you know that. You think you're going against the crown prince? You're wrong. The dirty things Big Brother does, doesn't your majesty know? But he didn't want to argue, because Big Brother was his shadow, his own self. To oppose us is to oppose the emperor, to oppose the Tang Empire. Do you think you can defeat the Tang Empire just by relying on a brat who jumped out of nowhere? Suddenly, the tightly closed door was pushed open by Lu Fu. Outside, Gu Beiqing was holding Jianqing by the collar. He had been beaten into a pig's head. Now, do you have anything else to say? Tell your men to put down their weapons. Jianqing couldn't bear it, so he had no choice but to obey. Suddenly, someone called his name. He looked up, only to see Lu Fu holding a knife, controlling Ruo Wei with his hand. If you don't want anything to happen to your little beauty, put down your knife. Ruowei did not panic and shouted, "Don't worry about me. Once you put down your knife, we will all." "You stinky woman, shut up." Li Shimin looked over in panic. "Don't touch her." Suddenly, Yuan Xie appeared, pushed into his stomach, and said in a contemptuous voice, "You fool. Do you really think you can order the monarch of the world around? Now, you are a dog waiting to be killed." Li Shimin frowned in pain, his words trembling as he spoke eloquently. "Gu Beiqing, assassins of Tiansu only listens to your orders. Give the order, even if I die today, I don't want to live a temporary life. The Tang Empire, the common people. Next, we will see how decisive you are." Beiqing looked up silently. He suddenly let go of Jianqing's collar and laughed. "Haze. This time I'm really helpless. Unfortunately, you have caught my weakness. You win. Put down your weapons, no more fighting. A peaceful society, the first civilization." Ruowei's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice both angry and choked. "Gu Beiqing, you are a spineless coward. Are you worthy of everyone's trust? I will not forgive you." Yuan Xie heard that and laughed. "Second brother, is this your savior? Capsizing the boat because of a woman, how shameful." Beiqing said again, "Crown Prince, be slow. I will have to rely on you to make a living in the future. Wait, don't move around, put down your weapon." Jianqing heard that and got angry, shouting loudly, "Good for you, Gulufu, you dare to order me? Do you want me?" As he said that, his eyes rolled back as if a bullet had pierced through them. The bullet passed through his head and shot forward. Lufu was also hit by a bullet through his face. He thought in surprise, it was only 0.5 seconds, and yet he managed to take the opportunity to shoot one person away, and still aimed at me. I am not willing. As soon as he finished thinking, he immediately fell down below. Gu Beiqing held the gun that was still smoking in his hand, his face expressionless as he spoke. "You have 100 ways to take hostages, I have 100 ways to rescue hostages. Don't forget, my profession is a special forces soldier." While Yuan Xie was still stunned, Li Shimin raised his sword. "Yuan Xie, I will give you the last word, doing many unjust things will not have a good ending." Yuan Xie realized something and turned around, the blade was already close. The blade smoothly cut through his body, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Elder Qing happily shouted, we won, Lord Qin won." Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar, "A bunch of traitors, rejoicing too soon." Beiqing immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Bea, the commander, appeared with a heroic air. "Disobeying the emperor's will, Li Shimin committed treason. Kill without mercy, all accomplices kill them all." Elder Qing stopped Li Shimin. "The imperial army's fighting power is formidable, we cannot stop them. Your Highness, go quickly, we will support you." But Li Shimin had no intention of running away. "Li Shimin is willing to bear all the crimes alone. I hope the general will not kill innocent people." The general in charge ordered, "If you dare to pay the price at this point, kill them for me. Except for Li Shimin, no one else is to be spared." Hearing this, the soldiers rushed forward in unison. Suddenly, a shot grazed the general's hat. Beiqing ordered in a warning tone, "Next time I will not miss again. What do you want? Do you think you can scare this general into withdrawing? Today, as a commander, even if I have to die, I will not save any rebel. Calm down, Lord Qin, and I will follow you to the palace to ask the emperor for mercy. Your men can wait here. If the emperor meets us and still refuses to show mercy, it won't be too late for you to kill him." Ruowei didn't have time to think before shouting, "Now, second brother entering the palace will only lead to death." But Li Shimin had great confidence in his opinion. "Ruowei, listen to Beiqing." Beiqing said again, "Don't forget, Lord Qin is the only one who can inherit the throne now. If you oppose him now, it will be of no benefit in the future. Pack up and get out of here." Hearing this, the general also hesitated a bit. Since the crown prince and General Yuan Xie were dead, if he harmed Lord Qin and those involved, it would mean antagonizing the great army in the future, so he chose to compromise. "Fine, I can take you into the palace, but you can't bring weapons. Thank you for your help, General. Li Shimin is very grateful." At this moment, Beiqing was silently handing something to Lingli. He whispered into her ear, "Of course, there can be no mistakes. Whether so many people can survive or not, it all depends on you." Then he threw the gun back at Ruowei. "Take care of it for me." She wondered, "Can you convince the emperor?" "Don't worry, I've always used reason to convince others." They went to the imperial palace together, and the eunuch shouted, "Summon them inside for an audience." "Your Majesty, when the generals were chasing after Xuanwu Pass, His Highness the Crown Prince and General Yuan Xie were just murdered. The culprits were Lord Qin and Gu Beiqing. Li Yuan threw the candle in his hand down. The candle flew towards Li Shimin, and he made no move to resist. However, Beiqing quickly rushed over and kicked the candle over. Bold, dare to be irregular in the palace. Only then did he speak up. This is the last incense of your Li Clando. You want to let the Tang Empire die out? Jiu Beiqing, do you know, you are now just an ant in my hand. In this place, just one command from me. You will be cut into shredded meat. Even my son, Li Shimin, doesn't dare to speak up. A commoner like you dares to be so irregular. Do you really not know how to write the word death? Li Shimin also broke out in a sweat. Is this the might of heaven? Father Emperor defended Taiyuan city back then, fought countless battles with Dujue country, forged a domineering killing aura that could break the liver. Gu Beiqing, absolutely do not oppose him, do your best. Unexpectedly, he surprised him by standing there, picking his nose and mouth, unable to answer the old emperor's question. I know how to write the simplified word both and the traditional word death. I really don't know. Li Yuan was furious at being disrespected. He immediately ordered, kill him. The general drew his sword and cried, I've seen rotten mouths, but never this rotten. I'm done for, I shouldn't have brought him here. When they looked back, Beiqing had vanished from sight. At this moment, he directly charged towards Li Yuan. Such a big throat, showing off his power, indeed. A barking dog will not bite. After saying that, he punched the old man in the face. The group of soldiers below did not know how to save the prince and just stood there with surprised faces. Li Yuan was thrown onto the throne by him. The old man held his bony face, his voice trembling as he spoke. Good for you, Gubei. He didn't say much but reached out and grabbed the old man's neck. Beiqing sat on the throne, thinking, and warned, if you don't want anything to happen to the emperor, don't move. Li Shimin spoke up to stop him. Gu Beiqing, you absolutely cannot be reckless. Killing the king is a great sin, and heaven cannot tolerate it. Don't worry, I won't kill him. At least tell him to pass the throne to you. He confidently said, so what if your skills are better? There are 3,000 imperial guards in the palace. I don't believe you have the ability to get out of here. Beiqing raised his hand to cover his mouth, yawned, and replied, whoever has the army is big brother, isn't that what you mean? Li Yuan heard that and laughed, that's right. It's a pity you realized it too late. In the whole of Chang'an City, I have 3,000 soldiers. I can mobilize 1,000,000 strong soldiers in this entire Tang Empire. What do you have to fight me? Suddenly, a general ran in panic. Something is wrong, Your Majesty. He pointed out in panic, Xan Xiong, Qin Yaojin, Master Jingde, Zhangsun Wuji, Li Jing. They led their troops to attack Chang'an City, heading towards the imperial palace. Li Yuan was shocked when he heard that, and his nose ran. Beiqing immediately took out a handkerchief, not forgetting to remind, be careful, don't shake it, wipe your nose. Li Yuan angrily shouted, does the city guard eat shit? Is Chang'an City that easy to breach? Are all the people who came siege infantry? The soldiers stammered in reply, they are all cavalry. Then he thought for a moment, the atmosphere is so strange, Your Majesty. Why is he being hugged by a man? Li Yuan was so angry that his eyes turned red. Why didn't you close the city gate, allowing the cavalry to charge in so easily? The soldier reported, the city was already closed. But the Eastern Palace's superior officer held the crown prince's token and ordered the gates to be opened to welcome him. The gatekeeper did not dare delay. Because of the news blockade, the city guard did not know that the crown prince had. Before he could finish speaking, the old man spat out blood. Beiqing, who was standing next to him, also tried to console him very kindly. At this moment, Li Yuan remembered the situation at that time. The crown prince's card was at that time. The words that Beiqing told Lingli at that time were, this is the crown prince's card. She and Guijia left secretly later. Come and wait at the city gate, just wait for the main army to arrive. Immediately ordered the city gates to be opened, then quickly chased after them to the royal palace. At this moment, Li Yuan turned his bloodshot eyes to look at Beiqing. Beiqing, you had it all calculated from ahead. Beiqing patted the old man on the shoulder, smiling broadly. Don't be so confused, obediently give up the throne. You are still the supreme emperor after all, how nice it would be to retire comfortably. Outside the inner palace city, soldiers shouted, open the gate, or attack the city immediately. There are 10,000 border guards. You guardians understand reality the best. Butchie pointed his nose straight up at inner palace city and shouted, are those bastards ITCHY? Want to wait for me to deal with you? Jiao Jin shouted impatiently, do not delay, Lord Qin will be in danger at any time, beat the city. At this moment, Qin Shubao spoke up, "We soldiers listen to your orders." Li Yuan stood on the wall and shouted, "Too bold, To search for an army to surround the inner palace city." Qin Shubao respectfully clasped his hands and said, "I have received a letter sent by a pigeon. There is someone who has committed treason and plotted to harm Lord Qin. Unfortunately, I had to send troops back to the capital to protect the king. I hope your majesty will forgive me." Li Yuan said again. Seeing me, he refused to even get off his horse. "It seems that my mistake was staying in this palace too long. You should accept my teachings, do not make my mistakes." Then he looked towards Li Shimin and declared, "I am old, and it is difficult for me to rule the world. Today will abdicate." Second son Li Shimin, outstanding military achievements, 10,000 names support. Established as crown prince, he ascended the throne today. As soon as the order was given, the soldiers below laughed loudly. "Welcome to His Holiness Ascendance. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor." Gu Beiqing hugged the wine jug and happily walked out. "I didn't expect he would hide some good wine. Come on, let's drink together." Li Yuan looked at him coldly and said, "Don't think that forcing me to abdicate will allow you to rest easy without worry. Ruling this world is much harder than you imagine." He raised the wine to his mouth, listening indifferently. "The new emperor must first gain Uncle Tru's approval before ascending the throne, and I, Li Shi, am one of Uncle Tru's approvers. The 7 great clans also dream of climbing to the throne." Then Jiao Jin started laughing very loudly, seeing him talk nonsense while praising me. Gu Beiqing knew right away that the historical records of this person's character were also very accurate. At that moment, Li Shimin and Ruo Wei also arrived. According to Li Shimin, his father had announced to the world that he would bequeath the throne to him. He will leave the palace and no longer inquire about government affairs. Only Jiao Jin was excited, continuously shouting, "Long live the emperor." The reason was that Beiqing was about to suffocate. At that time, Hong Ji spoke meaningfully, "Just ascend the throne like that. Aren't you afraid of looking down on the remaining 7 lords, your highness Qin? Or should I call you your majesty now?" Seeing someone suddenly appear like that, everyone panicked. Li Shimin was a little angry and shouted, "Hong Ji, you summoned me without an order. You dare enter the palace without permission." Jiao Jin beside him noticed him, sitting in a position he shouldn't be sitting in. So he immediately threw away his weapon, aiming to chase him off. Regardless of the fact that the attack would likely destroy the king's seat. But unexpectedly, Hong Ji just waved his hand lightly and made Jiao Jin's axe fly off. It was stuck into a spot on a pillar in the main hall. Everyone was stunned because, even though the weapon weighed 80 pounds, it was still weaker than a fan. Hong Ji still spoke very leisurely. "Don't be nervous, I just came to remind you. That year, you started your army from Taiyuan City. If it weren't for the cooperation of our clan, how could you have so easily conquered the country? The change of direction cannot be decided by you alone. Our families will have opinions." Li Shimin bluntly questioned him, "Do you mean to take the throne from me?" He immediately denied, "That's too harsh. That year, when we made the alliance, we promised to let Li Shi be the emperor and rule the country. We lead troops to fight the enemy, but we see them acting arrogantly and rebelliously. How can we just sit back and watch? With an unjust reputation and dishonest words, isn't Lord Qin afraid that sitting on the throne will be ridiculed by others?" From that, Beiqing immediately knew how to respond. "Who says our emperor, sitting on the throne, is unjust in name and dishonest in speech?" Hong Ji also realized his identity as the rioter who turned Chang'an City upside down. So he agreed to listen and see how he would explain his identity to Li Shimin. Beiqing explained without reservation that, who can become emperor? People like Hong Ji have no right to speak. Furthermore, the throne of the Supreme Emperor cannot withstand discussion. He firmly asserted that in this world, only Lord Qin could claim to be emperor, because he can get back the imperial jade seal. The 2 words, passing the country, were like thunder in Hong Ji's ears. Seeing everyone looking at him suspiciously, Li Shimin waved his hand to indicate that he had nothing to do with it. Hong Ji immediately took the opportunity to tease him, "Gu Beiqing really knows how to joke. You don't even know where the imperial jade seal is now, and you dare." But in fact, Beiqing also knew that place is Dujua country. It turns out that a few days ago, Princess Athena's army decided to come here. He personally promised that when Lord Qin ascended the throne, he would return the imperial jade seal. But the person involved, Li Shimin, was completely clueless about this and gave a vague answer. The whole story was presented by Beiqing alone. He also promised to get back the imperial jade seal within the next 3 months. Hong Ji asked again, what if I can't get it? If he fails to obtain it, then Li Shimin will abdicate the throne. Seeing Hongji's doubts, Beiqing immediately affirmed, that's right, everything is absolutely correct. At this moment, Li Shimin seemed to have been scared to death by him. Hongji then took out something. This can help us command troops in more than 421 military bases. If there is no Imperial Jade Seal in the next 3 months, then his Yuan clan will become emperor. After seeing him leave, Li Shimin just explained that the reason for not eliminating him was because he had great abilities. Moreover, they are no match for so many people. Li Shimin is also very persistent in the 7 pillars of the country. At that moment, he turned to question him. Brat, are you afraid the world isn't chaotic enough? What nonsense are you talking about? Jiao Jin also said that if he didn't respect Beiqing's achievements, he would have been beheaded long ago for being arrogant. Not only him, but he was also scolded by Elder Cheng's side. They thought he didn't know his limits and wanted to declare war on Dujue country. Getting back the Imperial Jade Seal in 3 months is harder than ascending to heaven. Because of this mouth of yours, many people will die. Finally, Beiqing stammered in response. There really is one point I didn't think of. From Chang'an City to Dujue country, the fastest. How long does it take? Jiao Jin rolled up his sleeves, wanting to beat him up because he seemed to not be listening to what they were saying. Li Shimin spoke very calmly. It takes about half a month to get there from Chang'an City. But they grew strong and saw the Imperial Jade Seal as a weapon to control our Tang Empire. During the reign of the Supreme Emperor, the rulers of the countries joined forces many times to try to take it back, but they failed. How do we get it back now? Beiqing firmly asserted that he naturally had a way. No need to fight, just help me prepare everything. I can go alone as an envoy. Li Shimin is very worried about his safety. Only Ruowei was furious because she thought he was going there to be her son-in-law. Recognizing his sister's spirit, Li Shimin did not let her go. But Ruowei kept threatening, I'll give you a chance to reconsider. At this time, the people outside were waiting for favorable information from Hongji. He said with some joy, it seems like the goal was achieved as expected. Li Shimin temporarily does not dare to ascend the throne. It would be beneficial to give us time to join forces with the other pillar nations. That's right, that Gu Beiqing, I'm very interested in whether he can get the Imperial Jade Seal back. So Hongji immediately made a plan. We will ambush at the Chang'an City border. When Beiqing shows up, I'll kill him. Currently, the streets are buzzing with talk of Lord Qin sending an envoy to Dujue country to negotiate for the Imperial Jade Seal. Because of this, the famous Gu Beiqing also came along. Prepare more than 100 powerful weapons. Moreover, looking at the smoke and dust around the forge, these people don't know what Beiqing's plot is ultimately trying to do. Under the city wall, Ruowei kept reassuring himself that nothing would happen to him. But Li Shimin still carefully advised, this time the journey is long. Qin Shubao must stay in Chang'an City to prepare, Li Jing must go deal with the mutiny. It's really not possible to add an escort. I have informed the military governor of Shuazhou to assist everyone, be careful on the road. Gu Beiqing, I leave my younger sister in your care. If she is missing a single hair, I will punish you. Beiqing did not find it difficult. Only Ruowei was so shocked by those words that she blushed. Just then, Beiqing suddenly spurred his horse. Before she could react, her whole body slammed straight into his face. The group had gone far, but were still worried about getting the mysterious weapon. Fortunately, Li Shimin completely chose to trust Beiqing unconditionally. Because he had a premonition, Beiqing would definitely help the Tang Empire stand at the pinnacle of all nations. After only a few minutes of walking, Beiqing yawned so much that Lingli had to tell him to come in and rest. The carriage rumbled on, unaware that it had become a target. Then, in a flash, a rain of arrows shot at the guards. Beiqing reacted very quickly, pulling Lingli back. He and Lingli immediately went to the carriage where Ruowei was changing clothes. She panicked, grabbed her clothes to cover herself, and asked, "What are you doing?" Beiqing recounted that the other clans would not let them go smoothly. Their ambush has arrived. Ruowei tilted his head and counted carefully, then realized there were 16 warhorses. Lingli now knew he had planned it all along. The assassins are all black horses and black armor. They are the Yanyan 16 Cavalry, the team that once raided the 3,000 Dujue country cavalry. In the carriage, Beiqing was ordering teams 1 and 2 to stop them. Team 3 will fire arrows to attack. The armada quickly got into position at his command. Then, a rain of sturdy arrows shot out. As the arrow passed through the armor, the iron bounced off. Bei Qing immediately accelerated the carriage. Knowing they were not easy to deal with, he decided to switch to tail cutting. Ling Li immediately gripped the reins tightly and took control. At this time, the enemy had already taken up arms. They simultaneously drew their swords and rode faster. The guard accompanying Bei Qing immediately looked terrified, because the enemy cavalry completely wiped out the archers' formation. Then they rode off and chased after them. Ruo Wei quickly reminded him, "Assassins Tian Su are not stopping them at all. We have to think of a way." In the same direction as they, another line of horses, led by the fallen. The two assassins immediately drew their swords and stabbed their enemies. But they tried to hold their hands down, but the sword still caused no injury to the opponent. On the contrary, he killed 2 people with 1 sword. Up in the higher places, the observer was a bit smug, because these small matters do not require him to appear in person, because he found that assassins Tian Su couldn't compare to the Yanyan 16 cavalry. At this time, the target side had only 1 weak carriage left. Just then, a modern-looking device appeared. The cavalryman immediately ordered the men to stand still. The weapon's opening immediately shot out a spark. That shockwave scared Ling Li a little. The enemy soldiers who had been arrogant just moments ago were now coughing up blood due to the disaster. The situation turned upside down, causing the supervisor to panic. Ruo Wei was also panicked, not knowing what his side had used to injure the cavalry even more. But Bei Qing immediately warned that his cannon could only fire 1 shot. Now, must run away immediately. Far behind, only a few enemies remained standing. They didn't think that the Yanyan 16 cavalry team had no opponents in the world, but was beaten to death by a horse-drawn carriage. Then the supervisor went crazy, "Kill, kill for me." The remaining subordinates immediately faced the fire and chased after him. This carriage, even if Bei Qing wanted to go faster, would find it difficult because it had already reached its speed limit. Just then, he noticed something special. How far is it to see the sky? It looked like Ling Li had about 30 more. He found that the distance was just right, so he sprinkled wheat flour down. The powder flew, forming a layer of bones that blocked vision. Everyone still thought Bei Qing was doing something stupid. At the very least, if he wanted to block the enemy's view, he had to go out of the basement. Bei Qing did not reply but only threw down a firecracker. In a moment, it caught fire from the surrounding powder. The light and heat stunned the enemy. One of them also reported the plan to obstruct the view with powder to the supervisor. But he smiled wickedly, knowing that no matter what he did, he could not stop the Yanyan 16 cavalry. Moreover, I see that powerful weapon can't be used anymore, so victory is definitely on our side. But suddenly, the cave in front exploded so loudly that it sent up a cloud of dust. His face immediately stiffened as if he didn't know what was going on. Bei Qing's carriage left the cave. Ruo Wei was shocked to realize that Bei Qing had defeated the Yanyan 16 cavalry by himself. He was extremely proud and taught her a philosophical saying, "Knowledge is power." After a few hours, the car came to a river. Ruo Wei looked at the map and saw that they were about to meet up with the military governor of Shuozhou. But Bei Qing advised not to rush, not knowing whether the forces ahead were ours or not. Ruo Wei was quite confident because military governor Shuozhou was a former soldier of second brother. The other 7 lords do not allow anyone else to be generals, so they do not worry about the admiral being an enemy. Just then, Bei Qing suddenly pulled the sawhorse. Without waiting for Ruo Wei to scold him, he immediately asked about something else. "No changes needed. Except for Li Shimin, no one else knows our route, right? Are you sure they will welcome us?" Ling Li looked and analyzed. According to the current situation, there will be sandstorms, but they are too far away to see clearly. At that moment, Bei Qing directly pressed his hand against the ground. He immediately knew that the sound of cavalry hooves was coming from below. Bei Qing only had time to inform Ling Li and Ruo Wei that they had been exposed. Then he started to spur his horse and run away. But even though Ruo Wei was stopping him, he headed towards Desert Dihai. The place is all sand, very difficult to walk. Bei Qing thought that only this place could help them escape death. While Ruo Wei was still scolding him for scaring himself, an arrow pierced the roof of the car. Bei Qing knew she was scared but still teased her. "Why don't you get out of the car now and accept everyone's invitation to the banquet?" The carriage then began a new pursuit with the cavalry. The wooden wheel rotates continuously at the speed of the horse. The pursuers ran after them for a while, then reined in their horses. Dare to run into the desert, want to die. The whole army retreats, 10 zhang each. The guards suffocate them in the desert. Bei Qing now felt relieved that he had defeated his enemy. But what Ruo Wei paid more attention to was getting lost. Then he looked in surprise as the carriage stopped. The cause was that the wheel was stuck deep under a thick layer of sand. When it got dark, the enemy side reported that they had completely blockaded the area, making it impossible for Beiqing to return by the same route. No need to go back the old way, I have a way to cross the desert. He hesitantly approached to examine her. She was very proud after improving the wheel. Can such a small matter be difficult for me, Zhuge Lingli? Yet Beiqing nagged her. The tank was taken apart by her. There was nothing. But there is still one problem. To find directions in the desert, one needs to use. At that moment, Ruowei proudly brought out the compass. At that moment, Lingli felt very proud because bringing two young ladies like them had not caused any loss. As the night fell, Ruowei coughed. It's so cold. The only mistake was not preparing warm clothes. The desert is so cold at night. Through Beiqing's back, they heard him speak firmly. A man's body is full of passion. What is this little cold? Only those who saw his face knew the truth. In fact, the only two carpets had been given up to them, so Beiqing was about to freeze. Suddenly, he left his horse without warning, as was his habit. The two girls in the car naturally fell over. They wanted to text him. However, the situation ahead is more complicated than imagined. A Dujua country person was lying there. So Beiqing volunteered to go down and see, and told them to be careful of ambush. He gently shook the other person awake. Then Beiqing gave him some water again. But Bochat got up and drank it all in one go. Ruowei and Lingli immediately guessed that he was not in an ambush. He might really be lost. While Bochat was crying out in gratitude, he asked, "Why did you run into the desert alone if it wasn't for your luck in meeting us? I'm afraid you won't even see tomorrow's sun." Bochat immediately said, "The princess of Dujue country is seriously ill. Mama said only the fire lizard could save them, so the whole tribe had to go out and find it." He traveled for a day and a night on that mission. "Dujua country princess, how many princesses do you have?" Bochat tearfully said, "Dujua country originally had only one person, named Athena, the most beloved and respected person in the tribe." Beiqing immediately pulled Bochat's hand. "Go find and save Athena now." The carriage was going so fast that the people inside were shouting for them to slow down. Furthermore, the car was about to break down, but Beiqing still prioritized human life. Bochat explained in the blood temple, "Without the fire god, there is no salvation." Beiqing immediately scolded, "Those people are not doctors, they are shamans. In my heart, I pray 1,000 times that I can cure it. I hope the heavens will guide me." In the Dujua country camp, angry sounds came from within the tent. "What's taking so long? Still no news. Still haven't found the fire lizard. What a bunch of trash." At that moment, ignoring the soldiers' screams, Beiqing led everyone straight inside. Shibi also recognized his identity. Immediately, Beiqing asked, "Where is Athena's location? Who are you to break into Dujue country's entrance? Do you really think we're easy to bully?" Ruowei quickly advised, "Great Khan, calm down. I am Princess Tang Empire. This time, I am here on the orders of the new emperor." Beiqing didn't have time to explain. He quickly asked about Athena's whereabouts. Just then, Mama appeared, shouting and insolent. "Which bandit dares to barge into the princess's boudoir? Shocking the gods, can you bear it?" Even Shibi had to advise her to calm down. But Beiqing just asked blankly, "Are you a doctor?" Ruowei immediately provided information. "She is the national physician of Dujue country. Dujue country's guardian angel, don't anger her." Just then, a billion women panicked and reported, "Their princess is about to stop breathing." Beiqing was so angry that he grabbed Mama's shirt. "Old lady, get out of here. Don't stop me from saving people." But she became even more furious. "You beast, you dare disrespect the gods. I will make the gods strike you with lightning." Beiqing didn't wait for her to finish cursing. He immediately swung his fist, "Thunderbolt, I'm waiting." Shibi and the clan guards panicked and called out, "Mama." Shibi's subordinates were then ordered to kill Beiqing. At this time, he had entered the princess's palace. Beiqing quickly shook her body. "Athena, wake up, it's me." She had a hard time identifying the other party as him. At that moment, the guards rushed over and tried to drag him away. He only had time to say, "What's wrong with you? Don't believe that crazy woman, I can save you." Just as the guards were about to suppress Beiqing, she told them to wait. But Shibi also appeared and ordered, "Don't disturb the gods, you must come out." Unexpectedly, at that moment, a gunshot rang out. "Please, God, please calm down. God, please calm down." But in fact, it was just Lingli who had just made a move. "Be quiet, no one is allowed to act rashly." A moment later, Beiqing began to examine her. Is it here? Athena nodded shyly in response. In a nearby corner, not only Shibi but Ruowei also secretly scolded him for being a beast. Back at the bedside, Beiqing could not have guessed that Athena had acute appendicitis. But the conditions here are quite difficult for modern surgery. If he took the risk, he might infect Athena. Athena trembled as she touched his face. I know, it must be hopeless. Being able to see you before I die, I've seen enough. This is the best gift God has given me. But Beiqing quickly reassured her, don't worry. God let me come, not to see you one last time, but to save you. So Beiqing glanced at his jaw and ordered the crowd. To save Athena, you must use the Imperial Jade Seal. Get it here quickly. The sky was covered with dark clouds, forming a hole that contained thunder and lightning. Below is a sharp, long object, pointing straight toward the center of the pink hole. At this time, Beiqing could only give a few instructions. Don't come near. After we leave, everyone take the Imperial Jade Seal back to Chang'an City. I'll come back for everyone. Then, ignoring all the questions, he carried Athena near the iron pillar. Beiqing carefully instructed her, don't let go, hold on tight. Lightning quickly struck down, then it was collected by the other pillar. Beiqing honestly said, I don't know if this method is useful or not. If both of them live, then the place they go to will be called the future.